That's why we've introduced the responsibility.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún léde, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pa Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pa Jíṣà padà dé, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọgbọ́n ti ṣì gidi máa gbé. spaghetti ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ̀ onúrẹ̀ lò.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Para tuba jodiri tukuma duku tuba jodiri ndimo egu mawego. Para tuba jodiri tukuma duku tuba jodiri ndimo egu mawego. Obodo jisike nubo serona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa ni ka ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How are you feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Asekwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu, akuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are right here, wherever you are. And here we are. So here we are. Here we go again. So whatever it is that girl, no, not that girl. Whatever it is that guy said at the tail end of that song, one of these days I'll get a true and factual interpretation of it. Good to see you, Chilma. Always a delight. The elegant Chilma joins us. Sending her good wishes to all of you. So Chilma sends her good wishes to all of you, as do I. So good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? Good to be in your company, and how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. It's getting increasingly cold in the UK, so glorious and wonderful are not adjectives that you use to describe days in the UK this time of the year. You know, the best country to be anywhere in the world is the United Kingdom during the summer, but you only get those 3-4 months, and then after that, it's just misery all the way through. But I will soldier on. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard. That invites you to come and join us on the screen. So let me post that hyperlink that says StreamYard, because we are looking to harvest new voices to add to the dynamism that is already the staple of this space. So we're looking to hear new voices, and who knows, yours may well be that new voice that breaks through today. And Ayo as ever starts it off. So now Ayo starts it off with an elegant super chat, but we really want to be seeing more of that. The norm on live streaming is that the super chat, the comment section is usually lit up in multicolors and by several names as well. So it's a bit funny that anytime I mention a super chat, is always from Ayo. Always delighted that Ayo does it, but other names can join him as well. You see that $ at the bottom of your screen is there for a purpose. It's inviting you to click on it and empty the contents of your wallet into mine. So do that. But click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and do the super chats just as I directed. So good to be in your company. Let's kick it off. Let's kick it off with this. So the one thing that you cannot accuse Tinubu of, sorry. The one thing that you cannot accuse Tinubu of is not being able to make bold and decisive decisions. You cannot accuse him of that. Even in the short span of his administration, just a little over 8 months, certainly significantly, it's only 3/4 of a year into his administration, by the way. So it's not even 9 months in, because of course a quarter is 3 months, and 9 months will be 3/4 of a year. It's not even anywhere near a year into his administration, and he has changed the landscape of that country. So he's not averse to taking on big decisions, but this is one of the biggest decisions, probably the biggest decision that is yet to take. So this decision, it looks as though he's buckled this one. I won't rush to restructure Nigeria. This is the Luther of Lagos announcing to the space. President Bola Tinubu has disclosed that he won't be in a rush to restructure the country, saying there is a need to lay a proper foundation in the country in the face of economic hardship. Mr. Tinubu, who revealed this during his condolence visit, let's do that again. President Bola Tinubu has disclosed he won't be in a rush to restructure the country, saying there is a need to lay a proper foundation in the country in the face of economic hardship. Mr. Tinubu, who revealed this during his condolence visit to the family of former Ondo State Governor Rotimi Akeredolu, the country will soon overcome its current economic woes. I am aware of the need to restructure Nigeria, but that proper foundation must be laid before bringing the restructuring into place, such that if it is done in a rush without proper foundation, the restructure may collapse very soon. But it will be done, he said on Wednesday during his visit. So it will be done. I might well need to even change the title of this. This is to tell you that I don't read the articles beforehand. It will be done is actually what he is saying. I am aware of the need to restructure Nigeria, but the proper foundation must be laid before bringing the restructuring into place, such that if it is done in a rush without proper foundation, the restructuring may collapse very soon. But it will be done, he said on Wednesday. So there it is right there. What does restructuring even mean is what the Northerners often ask, but they'll find out soon enough. Mr. Tinubu's visit came 3 months after the demise of Mr. Akeredolu, who died of a protracted prostate cancer in a German hospital. The former Ondo State Governor was, until his death, the chairman of the Southwest Governors Forum. However, Mr. Tinubu had also been a proponent of restructuring the country even before emerging as the president. He repeatedly stated that there are immense benefits in restructuring the country to create correct balance and fairness in resource control. Speaking further, Mr. Tinubu said he was aware of the hardship Nigerians are passing through due to the various policy decisions of his administration. I appreciate the pains Nigerians are going through, but very soon, Nigeria will overcome it. That is a matter of time before the kind of policies the government is implementing will bring positive solutions to the challenges, he said. Mr. Tinubu also used the private visit to Mr. Akeredolu's family to visit Afenifere leader Ruben Fashionati in Akure. So there it is right there. The circling wagon somewhat of a Yoruba, but the heavy lift of that hold on. The heavy lift of that restructuring is something that necessarily has to happen. But I cannot see it happening anywhere within his first administration. But the conversation of that restructuring, hold on. Pardon me. So the conversation of that restructuring is something that will, I suspect that restructuring will be one of the themes of the 2027 election. And the conversation around that restructuring is something that would start to gain further momentum as the months and weeks come on. Because that is now the last big heavy lift of the Nigerian state. So restructuring doesn't necessarily mean balkanizing the country. It's not a splitting of ways. It's a realignment of the configuration of that country so that it best suits and serves the need of its people. What do I mean by all these highfalutin words that don't seem to cohere? What I mean is there is too much power vested in the center. That's one. So that makes governance slow and unwieldy. So that needs to be unbuckled. And then there are so many disparate nations that constitute the Nigerian entity that the individual nationhood of those nation entities has to be acknowledged as part of the relationship that forms that country. What do I mean? You have the thieves who are sufficient enough to be a country by themselves. You have the Fulanis who are sufficient enough to be a country. The Hausas can even be two countries. The Yorubas, the largest black ethnic group, if you take the expansiveness to Cuba and Brazil, etc. So, and then you have the Southeasterners. So you have all these composing nations that form that country. And the country is inviting all those composing nations to ignore their individual national ethnic identity and come under an umbrella that is new and is not of their origin. So no is the answer, and no is the answer we're hearing all over the country, especially within the southern parts. The people want to acknowledge their ethnic identity whilst also being proud of being Nigerian. So that has to factor. So there's a lot of things that go into that restructuring, and we have to unbuckle ourselves a little bit from each other in order to realign in a different relationship. And that is what that restructuring is. But Tinubu gives the assurance that this is something that will happen. And as he has already demonstrated, more than enough capacity to take on big decisions. So more than enough capacity to take on big decisions. So let's go on from there. Actually, let me take this story from the BBC. This is about No. Actually, let me take it from here. That's not the BBC story. All right, let me move on to this one. Federal government detains two Binance executives over alleged FX manipulations. So there it is. The federal government reportedly detained two top executives of the popular cryptocurrency trading platform Binance on Wednesday over alleged manipulations in foreign exchange trading and speculative activities. The executives visited Nigeria in response to the country's recent crackdown on various cryptocurrency trading platforms. During their stay, they were apprehended by the Office of the National Security Advisor and their passports confiscated. Not confiscated, but confiscated. Recently, following actually, let me take that from the top again. The federal government reportedly detained two top executives of the popular cryptocurrency trading platform Binance on Wednesday over alleged manipulation in foreign exchange trading and speculative activities. The executives visited Nigeria in response to the country's recent crackdown on various cryptocurrency trading platforms. During their stay, they were apprehended by the Office of the National Security Advisor and their passports are confiscated. Recently, following the Naira's significant devaluation, which led to inflation soaring to an almost 30-year high of 29.9%, the Nigerian government has intensified its regulation of cryptocurrency platforms. In response to the detention of its executives, Binance discontinued the trading of the Naira against Bitcoin and Tether cryptocurrencies on its exchange. What we know. Reports reaching our correspondents suggest that the two Binance executives detained were American and British, following the breakdown of talks between the Nigerian government officials and Binance. The official arrived on Sunday to discuss with the Nigerian authorities their suspicions of illicit activities occurring on the cryptocurrency platform. Two, a source with knowledge of the matter informed correspondents that discussions with Binance began last year as the Central Bank of Nigeria investigated suspicions of exchange rate manipulations. And by the way, a lot of these activities, I'm sure a lot of you would have noticed that the Naira is starting to strengthen against international currencies. I bought a stock of a bunch of Naira for 2,200, 2,100 to the pound just about 3 days ago. Let me tell you how much it is now. Let me actually tell you how much it is now. Hold on. I'll tell you exactly how much it is now. Right. As we speak now, it is 1,850. So that tells you then. So all of these measures are starting to have the effect. Is exactly what I'm trying to get across to you. All of these measures are starting to have the effect. Yes. Let's take it. Let's take it from here. The officials arrived on Sunday to discuss with the Nigerian authorities their suspicions of illicit activities occurring on the cryptocurrency platform. Number two, a source with knowledge of the matter informed correspondents that discussions with Binance began last year as the Central Bank of Nigeria investigated suspicions of exchange rate manipulations. CBN officials had received complaints from cryptocurrency experts about some traders' illicit activities. They accused some crypto traders of placing false quotes without backing them up with actual supply. For instance, a rogue trader could quote a rate out of thin air to sell any amount of stable coin in exchange for the Naira, fully aware that they did not have the supply. The incentive of such action was also high. Yes, the incentive of such actions was also high, especially since most genuine forex traders, particularly corporate, viewed Binance as a reliable source of exchange rate quotes. CBN officials caught wind of these suspicious trades and had been engaging with Binance to provide details supporting them. Another source informed correspondents that security experts wanted details of the transactions to aid their investigations. However, things turned sour after the Binance official failed to provide the requested information to the Apex Bank, subsequently requesting to be taken to the respective embassy. Frustrated, the government reportedly obtained a court order to detain the officials. So there it is. The fight is on. The fight for the Nigerian currency is fully on. So the fight for the Naira is fully on. I think there was a I think there was a Bayo Ononuga sort of commentary on this. Let me see. I thought I saw Bayo Ononuga saying something. Uh, yes, Bayo Ononuga did say something. So let's see what Bayo Ononuga had to say. So this is Bayo Ononuga speaking to that space. So Bayo Ononuga is essentially the mouthpiece of Tinubu. So anytime he speaks, that's Tinubu speaking. And by the way, there's plenty of room in the studio. Anybody that wants to jump on, jump on. The hyperlink that says StreamYard. And there's also still plenty of room in the super charts. Anybody that wants to join, are you in that space, join him. So let's go to what Bayo Ononuga had to say. Why Tinubu government moved against Binance. This is Bayo Ononuga. Our presidential spokesman Bayo Ononuga has said that if not stopped, cryptocurrency trading website Binance will destroy the Nigerian economy. He said the website would do this by arbitrarily fixing foreign exchange rates. Ononuga said this when he appeared on Channels Television's Politics Today. We have saboteurs. Look at what Binance is doing to our economy. That is why the government moved against Binance. Some people sit down using the cyberspace to dictate even our exchange rate, hijacking the role of CBN. They just sit and fix anything they like. It is a sabotage, and we're trying to prevent that from happening henceforth. Ononuga further called on Nigerians to stop. Ononuga further called on Nigerians to halt patronizing the parallel market for forex rates, adding that the website of the Apex Bank is the only legal platform. The parallel market is not the real gauge of Nigeria's economic health. The parallel market is an illegal market. I don't even know why Nigerians and the media are feeding on the parallel market. That is not where we go. What's the CBN rate? As at Friday, the rate for the dollar was 1,600. So the rate to the dollar is 1,600 at CBN. So that is to tell you then that convergence is starting to come near. So we're still staying with Bayo Ononuga, and we are going now to the space of the public protest that was heavily promised but not delivered. Joe Ajero has used it to collect dollars again. He keeps threatening Tinubu. Bayo Ononuga blast NLC President Joe Ajero over nationwide strike. Bayo Ononuga, the special advisor to President Bola Tinubu on information and strategy, has lambasted the leadership of the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC. Ononuga, who was a guest on Channels Television on Wednesday, February 28th, claimed that the president of the NLC, Joe Ajero, behaves in an unruly manner. Recall that the leadership of the NLC on Tuesday night, February 27th, directed its members to suspend the second day of nationwide protest. According to the NLC, the strike has achieved great success. Reacting to the development, the presidential aide condemned the NLC's nationwide strike action and maintained that instead of the union going on strike, why can't Ajero seek dialogue with the Tinubu government? Ononuga said, Ajero keeps shooting the goal, that should be shifting, of course. Ajero keeps shooting the goalpost. Ajero is not playing the politics for Labour the way it should be played. Sometimes he appears to me to be a very unreasonable leader. Why call people on the streets when you can hold further talks with the government of Nigeria to know where the problem lies, and the government will update you? The government has given Mr. Ajero and his group the explanation. Whatever that has not been done, he will say this is the reason why we have not done this. But every time Ajero, keeps threatening the government as if Labour Union will have to run the federal government. There is a position and decision of Labour, but government is government. So there it is. I think we actually have a clip of it. So let's see if it's clearer in its own words.
Position of the federal government in this matter.
No, that's not the position of the federal government. That should be the reading of any reasonable Nigerian that Juba Jero is not actually playing the politics of labor the way it should be played. Sometimes that he appears to me as a very unreasonable labor leader. Why call people on the street when you can sit down and hold further talks with the government of Nigeria to know where the problem lies? And they would have given, the government would have given Mr. Ajero and his group the explanation. Whatever has not been done, they would say this is the reason why we've not done this. But every time he keeps threatening government as if the government, as if the labor union will have to run the federal government. There's a division of labor. Government is government. Labor.
So there it is. Exactly what I just read. So exactly what I have just read. Yes. This is him speaking on. Have I read this out? I think I have read that out. So let's go on from there to this. We'll land on Dino as the final readout. We'll save Dino as the final readout. So it looks as though the troubles has not stopped for the Labour Party. So not the Labour Union, but the Labour Party this time. It looks as though the troubles have not stopped for the Labour Party chairman. Nigeria police confirms arrest of Labour Party national chairman Abure over. No, I think this is an old storyline. So I think we've dealt with that one already. Here is Tinubu. I take full responsibility. Tinubu speaks amidst pressure to end hardship. I think this is some of the outtakes of his visits to the Akeredolu family. Bola Tinubu on Wednesday, February the 28th, said his administration is working to ensure that Nigeria is reformed for greater efficiency, with a particular emphasis on systematically inculcating fairness and equity in all aspects of national life. Addressing Afenifere leaders at the residence of Pa Ruben Fashoranti in Akure, Ondo State, Tinubu emphasized his commitment to leading Nigeria towards economic and social prosperity. He said, and these are his words, by the way, these are not the words of our correspondence reports that the president was specifically in Ondo State to condone. Tinubu said, Nigeria will survive the current economic challenges. There is light at the end of the tunnel. I requested the job and I am not complaining about it. I take full responsibility. We are meeting our obligations to the international community. To lenders, we have not defaulted and we are not going to default. We are navigating the twists and bends on the road to Nigeria's prosperity. Furthermore, Tinubu said he acknowledged the understanding of all Nigerians at I don't think they are showing him understanding. So what understanding is he acknowledging? Furthermore, Tinubu said he acknowledged the understanding of all Nigerians at this difficult moment, but assured them that their patience and perseverance will not be fruitless. His words, the economic challenges we have endured since assuming office is not new to me. As the former governor of Lagos State, I faced similar calls for my resignation, but through perseverance, Lagos emerged as the fifth largest economy in the entire continent of Africa. We must manage this moment with wisdom and grow Nigeria responsibly. I campaigned for this office to serve Nigeria's interest, and I was elected. Some said I would not last in the tribunal and came up with all sorts of predictions. But even when in court, I remain focused. We cannot allow Nigeria's economy to be exploited. We cannot abandon our economy to marauders. I am determined to re-engineer our finances and curb our selfish interest permanently. So there it is. So key things NLC asked Tinubu to do. 10 key things. Let me see. Is this what the read? All right. So there's that. So there's that. Let's go on from there to. There was a BBC. All right. Yes. This one particularly interests me. I wonder if it will interest you. And Nigeria imposes annual levy on expatriate workers. So every little angle to squeeze money out of the system Tinubu knows it. Nigeria has imposed a mandatory annual levy for organizations. Sorry, let me have a sip of water. I'm not seeing any activity on the super chat, by the way. That dollar sign at the bottom of the chat section, make use of it. Nigeria has imposed a mandatory annual levy for organizations employing expatriate workers, requiring them to pay $15,000 for a director and $10,000 for other employees. The move is meant to encourage foreign companies to employ more Nigerian workers. Staff of diplomatic missions and government officials are exempt. President Bola Tinubu has warned that the levy should not be used to frustrate potential investors. He spoke whilst launching the Expatriate Employment Levy handbook on Tuesday, adding that the government was expecting to improve revenue and indigenization. He said that it is aimed to, let me take it from the top again. I don't like how that's reading. Nigeria has imposed a mandatory annual levy for organizations employing expatriates, requiring them to pay $15,000 for a director and $10,000 for other employees. The move was meant to encourage foreign companies to employ more Nigerian workers. Staff of diplomatic missions and government officials are exempt. President Bola Tinubu has warned that the levy should not be used to frustrate potential investors. He spoke whilst launching the Expatriate Employment Levy EEL handbook on Tuesday, adding that the government was expecting to improve revenue and indigenization. He said that its aim was to balance employment opportunities between Nigerians and expatriates. The goal is to close wage gaps between expatriates and the Nigerian labor force, whilst increasing employment opportunities for qualified Nigerians in foreign countries in the country. He said, there are more than 150,000 expatriates in Nigeria, according to a local media citing data from the Interior Ministry. They mostly work in oil and gas, construction, telecommunication, and hospitality sectors. Nigeria is one of Africa's biggest oil producers. Its oil and gas exports accounts for 90% of foreign exchange earnings, according to International Monetary Fund. It already costs companies in Nigeria 2,000 naira a year to obtain $2,000 a year to obtain a residency permit for each foreign employee. The move comes as Nigeria is experiencing its worst economic crisis in a generation, which has led to widespread hardship and anger in recent months. Labor union and government workers on Tuesday held demonstrations to protest against economic hardships. Mr. Tinubu acknowledged that Nigerians were going through a difficult period. He said efforts were being made to improve the country's finances and grow the economy. The levy applies to employees who work for at least 183 days in a year. The scheme imposes fines of up to 3 years jail term, up to 3 years jail term, of up to 5 years for, I don't know how this reads. Let me highlight it just so you know that I'm not misreading it. The scheme imposes fines of up to 3 years and jail term of up to, I don't know what the fine of up to 3 years means, but let me just read it as it's written. The scheme imposes fines of up to 3 years and jail term of up to 5 years for a person or organization that do not comply, including failure to provide accurate information. The Nigerian Immigration Service will be responsible for enforcing the levy. Local media quoted Interior Minister Olupome Tunji Ojo saying that it would be operated on a public-private partnership model between the government, the immigration service, and a private firm. So somebody gets to make money of that. And Nigerian economist Abubakar Abdullahi says the levy is good for the country and won't frustrate potential investors, as they would love to see the country grow as well. I believe Nigeria stands to benefit from this levy, as more companies will start looking inward, as there are qualified Nigerians from all sectors, he said. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. What else haven't I given you? All right, let me give you two more. Let me give you two more, and then we kick off the conversation. There's still plenty of room in the studio. Anybody that wants to jump on, jump on. Edo politics. Philip Shaibu storms PDP headquarters, demands certificate of return. I thought they'd already settled that. It's just that drunken sailor politics that they have in Edo State. It's just, they just act wild over there, don't they? Right. The deputy governor of Edo State, Philip Shaibu, has arrived at the National Secretariat of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), insisting on being given a certificate of return. According to him, today is the day set aside for the collection of certificate of return for the winner of the primary. I understand someone came yesterday and was given. Well, the court will decide. So that's Philip Shaibu now. However, recall that two candidates, Philip Shaibu and Igadolo. So I think it is this guy, because I saw him on Arise TV or Channels TV being interviewed. So I think he got the ticket, but Philip Shaibu calling foul. However, recall that two candidates, Philip Shaibu and Igadolo, emerged as 2024 Edo governorship candidates of the People's Democratic Party after parallel primaries were conducted in the state on February 22nd, 2023. Shaibu was declared the winner with 301 votes, while Igadelo in another primary that was held at the Samuel Igbenedion Stadium won with 577 votes. Shaibu was declared the PDP candidate by a group of delegates who met in a building on Commercial Avenue, whilst some delegates were being accredited at the Edo Hotel Marquis in order to go to the Samuel Igbenedion Stadium. I don't know what that means. They stated that after entering the venue to obtain accreditation, security personnel escorted them out. They added that they observed names. They added that they observed names of Bayelsa State residents and All Progressive Congress members on the list of delegates that the party's national leadership had released, alleging that it was not the real one. Declaring Shaibu the winner of the election, Bartholomew Moses said, during the counting of this primary election, Philip Shaibu has a score of 301 votes, and therefore we hereby declare Philip Shaibu as the authentic elected candidate for this election in the PDP. On the other hand, the governorship primary committee, led by Zamfara State Governor Dauda Lawal, said a total of 594 delegates were elected to participate in the primary, whilst 585 delegates were accredited to vote. Announcing the final votes, Lawal, the returning officer for the governorship primary, as well as the chairman of the committee primary, said Igadelo scored 577 votes, whilst his closest rival, Philip Shaibu, scored 1. So that sounds like a rigged something to me. How can it be that Philip Shaibu, a senior politician in the state, the deputy governor of the state, scored 1 vote in a primary? But then it's always a nonsense in Edo State. We all know that. It's always a nonsense in Edo State. Let's wrap it up with this. This one's somewhat of a jocular one, but is it really a joke? True words are spoken in jest. true words spoken in jest. Dino made it mixed reactions as ex-PDP senator shares certificate of survival from Tinubu. So this is Dino, as we know him best. Dino Melaye, the former governor of the People's Senator, not governor, Dino Melaye, the former senator of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has shared a satirical certificate of return from President Bola Tinubu, vividly depicting the current harsh economic conditions in the country. Recently, there have been protests in some states and by the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, over ring inflation and food inflation. The protest was orchestrated by the removal of fuel subsidy, which has led to economic hardship and a high cost of living in the economy. Reacting to the situation in the country, Melaye, who was the PDP candidate in the last Kogi state governorship election, took to his Twitter page to share a certificate of survival purportedly from Tinubu. Many Nigerians have taken to the comment section of the post to share their views. It says, Dino made it. Congratulations, it says, Uncle, aren't you part of the problem? Have you forgotten your impact in 2015? Have you forgotten how Yahaya Bello became governor in Kogi State? You are not feeling anything. Temi Tolulope Dayo cited the lifestyle of the former governor on social media, adding that he was not being affected by the situation. Will this man allow the pure man to breathe? That should be the poor man, not pure man. With the lifestyle he displays daily through the social media network, tell me how the suffering affects him or his family. Sir, please stop disturbing and distracting the poor masses. A user with the handle HUM said the former governorship candidate can start doing something for the people and should not wait until the election comes. He said, he never signed, but you and your candidate can start helping the less privileged now, not until election to avoid empty, not until the campaign to avoid empty and lying promises. Last one, it says, as a senator, what benefit were you to your people? It is not to get money, but to manage money. Nothing you say or do makes sense to Nigerians, so rest. So this is the certificate in question, 2015 to 2023, certificate of survival as a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and then that's to be signed by Tinubu. So that's Dino doing as only Dino can. So Dino doing as only Dino can. So that is sufficient enough of the readouts. Let me send the hyperlink again. If you want the conversation to take place, then you would have to hop on. Let me play the Kegite music, kick the session off, and then we'll see where it lands. But first, as soon as we can find it, we'll go to the Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bọ́bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o. ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
There it is right there. Ikoko Neru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. Amir Po. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Ikoko Neru Agbeche, Ogbeni joins us. Good to have you, Ogbeni. Ajale Koko joins us. Good to have you, Ajale Koko. And Bishop is in the house. Good to have you, Bishop. So anyone else that wants to join, hop on. But as you hop on, let's kick the session off with Ogbeni. Ogbeni, are you ready to go?
One man, thank you very much.
Yes. Let's kick it off. Then. I may well have to change the title of the session because I said forget restructuring, but in the readout, Tinubu is actually saying defer the restructuring. But there's an inevitability to it, but he's saying he's doing the groundwork before he does the heavy lifting. So what are you then making of Tinubu's commentary in Ondo State?
Well, for me, when people say restructuring, and I think Tinubu self, he's making one mistake. For me, there should be clarity on what exactly we meant by restructuring. What exactly is Tinubu targeting to restructure? What exactly is he telling them to wait for? And why are they waiting for what? The reason why I'm saying this is this, and I think I've said it here also before on this platform, that when you say restructuring, there are so many things you can restructure in Nigeria. You can restructure Nigeria without dismantling the entity called Nigeria. And you can as well restructure by dismantling it. So what exactly is Tinubu telling us to tarry for? Why I'm also saying this is because there are things that need immediate restructuring now. And it doesn't need to wait for. There are many things that need immediate restructuring now. And one of it is devolution of power. Devolution of power, political power. So if you go to our constitution, powers are distributed among the 3 tiers of government: federal, state, and local government. Since 2003 to 2007 to date, local government has been completely relegated to zero in Nigeria, thanks to Obasanjo. Okay, so we don't really have local government functioning. All the powers given to them under the constitution, they couldn't annex or make use of those powers because the state government are practically hijacked their powers from them, so they couldn't function. Now you have a state government too who are almost completely reliant on the federal government. So 3 tiers doing nothing. Only federal government is the only performing government you can really see in Nigeria, except some state government that are just trying. And even those state governments that are trying, it's only if the federal government actually wants you to function. If the federal government doesn't want you to function, the federal government has this power, this enormous power of frustrating your efforts. We all saw it during Tinubu in Lagos. We saw it on Darie case. We saw it in Ekiti, Fayoshe time, and so many examples like that within our legal space. Geographical space. So when Tinubu is saying, oh, tarry a bit on this restructuring thing and working on some things, well, maybe on the fiscal policy, maybe on the economic, maybe on all those things. But in terms of power, I don't think it's something we should be waiting for. I was reading something about Abia. I know it's exaggeration, but there's this news on power generation, which it's actually a good news on that hand, where is it geometric power plant or something like that? I know that project started sometimes in 2004 or so by one in Angie, I know. But that project has been commissioned, I think, yesterday, and the expectation is that there will be maybe not 24 hours as people exaggerate it, but at least there will be improvement, in power in Habia, particularly in Aba City. So that's a good news. But where does all these things come from? Restructuring is still part of the restructuring we're talking about. If other state government can follow suit, you could imagine the kind of breakthrough we're going to have in the power sector, at least at the even if it's just for the industrial part of Nigeria, those areas that we know we need them urgently to start producing for us, manufacturing things for us, so that we'll be able to find a way out of the present problem into. So for me, I don't know. I don't know. I think Tinubu should define what exactly it means by restructuring, because before you know it, in next than 3 months, 3 years, 3 months, Tinubu will be packing his things or elected. But in 3 months' time now, he'll be spending 1 year in office. So one of my major expectation under this government is restructuring, and I like defining what's in this part of Nigeria.
You know that restructuring is a thorny issue within the Nigerian space, but there's somewhat of an ambiguity to it. That this is what people are finding. But in terms of restructuring, it is already happening in some drip sort of fashion. They are discussing state police and it's passing through parliament. That's restructuring.
Yeah,
You know the unbuckling of power grids from the federal exclusive list, that is restructuring. The
yeah.
unbuckling of the rail system, that's restructuring. So the only really big lift left within that restructuring space is resource control.
Oh, that's not the only thing left. Um, the way I see it, there are a lot of things there. If you go to our constitution, you see the way they share the powers. So you can actually, if you really want to have a good understanding of what restructuring is about, just go to the constitution, check the legislative list. The legislative list simply shows the powers that belong to each tiers of government. Do you get? So you have your exclusive list, you have your concurrent list, and you have your residuary list. Now, your exclusive list, those are the powers that belong to the federal government. You can't compete with them. You can't legislate on it at the state level or sub-regional level. You leave it only to them. And there are principles over time that have come from court and says, even if the federal government neglects to legislate on those powers, the state government can legislate on it. But the moment the federal government wake up to the reality or wake up from their slumber and legislate on it, then that of the state government must hibernate. And what are these powers? If you go back to the constitution, you see them, they list them so many that only federal government can legislate on. Then you now have the state. But most time when you now have the state, you realize that the powers belonging to the state is also even some subsumed inside the federal. For instance, education, for instance, healthcare, and others. For instance, I used to have a friend, now late, who told me about primary healthcare and was wondering why primary healthcare should not be left completely within the jurisdiction of the local government. He was giving me an example of Australia and some other spaces where primary healthcare is principally for the local government level, so that because they are the closest to the people, there is not it's not tertiary health, it's just primary. But in Nigeria, it's not so. When you go back to our concurrent, you still see it there. Federal government is still dealing with it, state is dealing with it, local government is also dealing with it. So you don't even know who exactly to be held responsible. And that is why my own definition or understanding of restructuring is that is it has a lot of branches. So tell us the one you are doing. Buhari tried to restructure to an extent. You may not call it restructuring, but all this power generation thing we're talking about today, Buhari started it. Financial autonomy for the judiciary, Buhari started it. When he tried to National Assembly, he couldn't put through. he came through executive order and was able to achieve little from that end. He tried local government autonomy, but it didn't work. He tried it through executive order when he couldn't run through. The governors frustrated, and he kept trying. So if it's something for me, I think Tinubu should sit down, have his own people to sit on what and what can we do on all these areas and see to it that those powers are clearly defined. Let us know the ones that belong to federal government. We'll be able to hold the federal government responsible. Let's know the one that belong to the state. And let's allow these local governments to function. Give them more power, give them their finance or their monies directly, and then restructuring from there, then we can start talking about whether parliamentary, whether this, whether that we want to do. So that even eventually, if we're going to convene a conference, I don't call it sovereign national conference anyway, because there's nothing you can't take sovereignty away from the parliament. So if we're going to have a conference, so to speak, then we will be able to narrow our issues to few ones that we want the conference to determine. Maybe, we want the conference to determine whether it is parliamentary system we should continue running, or whether we should we should start running, or whether to run our federal system, or run our presidential system, or run this and that. We can do it like that. But to say every issue you are taking to the conference is very much impracticable. But let us there are issues, one man, there are issues that are immediate that will resolve so many things if we can start now. You shouldn't tell us to tarry, and then they shouldn't keep describing restructuring in a very ambiguous manner that we won't be able to understand what exactly they're talking about.
All right, brilliant. Let me take it to another space of when Nigeria imposes annual levy on expatriate workers. So this is a new policy position to try and harvest money from that space. It says Nigeria imposes a mandatory annual levy for organizations employing expatriate workers, requiring them to pay $15,000 for a director, $10,000 for other employees. So, what are you then making then of this initiative by the Tinubu administration?
Well, I don't know. Is this the way it works in other clime? I don't know much about this. But if that is the way it works in other clime, why not? But if this is not the way it works in other clime, then I think we should be circumspect a bit, and have a rethink over what we're about to do. Whether it's not going to, we're trying to create incentive to make investors to come more into Nigeria, and there's no way they won't come with all these expatriate workers coming into the country to work in the country. So, is it a time for us to discourage them or encourage them? What we determine that will be what is the international best practice? What is the standard in other space? If the standard in other clime, particularly developing countries such as
It's saying is to improve essentially local content, which a lot of people are not averse to.
uh,
I think it's a brilliant policy myself.
well, it will be brilliant if that is the best practice. You see, there is this law of reciprocity when it comes to international trade, and I realize that most developing countries don't see that. Let me give you an instance, woman. Recently, something happened in in my professional body, Nigerian Bar Association. Tinubu government was trying to strike a deal with the United Kingdom to allow lawyers called to bar in the United Kingdom to be able to handle one or two cases in Nigeria. And then all hell let loose. Nigerians started abusing Tinubu, abusing UK government, abusing everyone in our usual way, even including the Nigerian Bar Association and our president, YC Mikio. Started saying no, they didn't inform them. How this? We're trying to protect our industry. And I look at it and smile. There are more Nigerians practicing in UK than British practicing in Nigeria. If they have to serve us in our own coin, it's just to stop Nigerians practicing in UK. We will be the one to lose. And even in the UK, where you see when Nigeria comes to, the moment lawyers in Nigeria are landing, the first thing they want to do is start to know how to practice in the UK. And they want to do conversion, they want to do this and that to practice. So you can take from their system, but they can't take from your system. You see how we could be so unreasonable and in our selective righteousness. What we don't want in our space, we come to their own space to get it. And when they take it to our space, we start complaining as if, oh, it's a victim mentality, you know. So for me, if that system is what is obtainable, um, um, among committee of nation, why not? But if it is not, government should have a rethink because there are many other developing countries that are springing up these days. Nigeria is not the only, and we should try at this stage to create incentives, particularly for expatriates who are still managing to remain within our space.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to a different space. The detention of two Binance expatriates for reasons of currency manipulation.
That Binance, I don't really know much about it, Oma. There was a time I think I sent it to you, probably to bring it on board so that people can, who like Kulata and others can explain it and let us have a. I used to trade forex at a point in time, and I used to know that Binance thing, but I'm not really sure how it's affecting our exchange rate. My understanding of how my understanding of how exchange rating work is that um, the more things you produce in order to get dollar into your system, okay, in order to exchange your goods to get dollar into your system, is the more your currency gets strengthened. And my understanding of the Nigerian system is that we don't produce much, you know, to get dollar into our system, okay, but we go there to purchase much, okay, to release our own currency into theirs. So because of that, there's a pressure on us demanding for dollars because we need it to go and purchase from them than them getting things from us and and demanding for our home. And that demand and supply pool, simple economics, is what is affecting the exchange rate. I know within that line, there are many manipulations there. The BDCs, the bank officials, government officials, politicians who are running BDC, politicians who are keeping dollars in their vaults, those ones who have dollarized our system, schools that are collecting dollars instead of naira, and a lot. I saw one, I think it was Wigwe University collecting dollars as school fee. And a lot of them like that. I know those things are there, but by and large, my understanding is that substantially the demand and full system is what determines your exchange rate. So the where Binance now comes in, I don't really understand, but I know experts on our platform will try to explain it to us and make us understand.
All right, brilliant. And to the Edo State politics, are you following it at all? And what are you making of just this? I don't think there's one single primaries that maybe the Labour Party won. The PDP one was a fiasco, and the APC one a disaster. So, what are you making of the goings on in that space?
Edo, Abi, Edo.
Edo, yes.
Woma, that Edo, at the end of the day, who will be the person to succeed Obaseki in that state will be determined by the law court. Go and mark it down. The person that will determine, sorry, the next governor of Edo State will be determined by the law court. Go and mark it down. Igodalo is a senior advocate of Nigeria. I know that one very well. That's the founder of Banwa and Igodalo. It's a top tier law firm in Nigeria. Apata of Labour is not a senior advocate, but he's a well-known lawyer in Nigeria. He has once led the Nigerian Bar Association, right? He's the owner of Templars, or co-owner, let me say co-founder of Templars. Templars is a very big tier.
Why is he not a senior advocate when he was the former president of the Bar Association? I thought automatically that would confer that.
Not really, one man. Not everybody seeks to become senior advocate. It's a legitimate ambition. You may decide not to. Um, Not everybody. For instance, Mr. Olumide Apata founded or co-founded Templars, and within that Templars, he has senior advocates of Nigerians who are his juniors, who you can practically say he made. I know one of them, parties together, Adewale Atake is one of Templars guy, very good guy, sound guy. He's a senior advocate of Nigeria. And he's under him. So he has a lot of scenario. So he may decide not to. Probably just it's a matter of choice. Some, for instance, what they do, don't forget that senior advocate of Nigeria is actually really strictly for practicing lawyers that goes to court. Yes, over years, some lawyers in corporate practice have been able to take silk, but it's by and large it's still majorly for practicing lawyers. And don't forget, not all lawyers like going to court or will go to court. Although among the unlearned or the educated ones, they believe that once you're a lawyer and you don't go to court, they call you paper lawyer. They just see you, they don't see you as a lawyer, but it's not so. If you go to corporate practice, those ones that don't go to court and they just face corporate, if you know the kind of work, the enormity of their work, you 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 understand. Well, so there are 1,100 areas you can go to, you can venture into with your law degree and a call to bar certificate without necessarily for you to be going to court. So you may choose not to, you know. Over time, academics, professors of laws and others, you see them become missing advocate. But as of last year, the rules are pegged is only one academics now, academician now can become a senior advocate per year. Before they used to pick three, four, five, but now there's only one. And the rules, even with that only one, is that must be a professor of
Is there a set number of sons that can come through a year?
not necessarily. So it depends on there's a council of the bar. It depends on them. Legal personal privileges committee, council. They have a lot of bodies. You have to go through all those filtration. You have to go through all those people to screen you. So, but the main qualification is going to court, handle matters, trials, win your case, or no, you don't need to win, but you must handle your matter from beginning to end. You get judgment either in your favor or against you. Then there are numbers of cases you must have at the high court level, at the court of appeal level, and at the Supreme Court level. So if you are the type that practice only at the magistrate court, and you can't become a senior advocate. If you are the type that practice only in the high court, you can't become a senior advocate. If you are the type that the highest court you've never been in your life time is court of appeal, you can never become a senior advocate. So your practice must cut across all the courts in the land, from court of first instance to the appellate court down to the apex court, which is the highest court in the land. And you have your judgment. And at the same time, you now have recommendation of all the many judges that you have appeared before. They must be able to testify to the fact that you have the good character, you have fit, you have the best practice, you have the your ardent mastery of the rules, you have the maturity, and also
If the rules are so stringent, how come somebody like Abubakar Malami became a son?
well, so I won't castigate and I won't allow you to just castigate Abubakar Malami. The reason is this: they all have their strengths. Now, practice in Lagos, for instance, you won't compare it to practice in Abuja, and you will not compare practice in Abuja to practice in Sokoto, Katsina. I'm not vilifying, I'm not castigating them, and I'm not, discriminating. But we all know,
Is there a quota system to it?
yeah, it depends on this, the chief justice of the country as at the time they are making it. So sometimes the chief justice of the nation may decide to say we have to be fair here. If you have XYZ from so states, that is, you pick candidate across the country. But we've had some times along the way where the CJN will say, look, and the CJN and the Attorney General and others, they sit, that's the elders in the bar, they sit and say, no, this time around is going to be strictly merit, whichever you, whenever state you're coming from, strictly on merit. But I can tell you that it's not always so. Over time, we've seen some where it's spread across the state. During Kasinalu time, for instance, there wasn't anything like he didn't use quota. That is second time in office, he didn't use quota. During Justice Onogen CJ, he refused to use quota and said, see, let's be strictly on merit. Why do you have to use quota? This last one,
It lasted barely a minute, didn't it, Justice Onoge?
yes, of course. Just I think he was only able to do once to the appointment of Sinariko, I think once or so. So, but by and large, it depends on who is leading at that time. During this woman, the first CJN, female CJN we had, something Mukhtar, that woman from Kano. There was nothing like quota. She didn't allow quota because she's a very strict woman. She just told them, look, strictly on merit. If you tick all boxes and you escape all your screening, go, whichever state you're coming from. They even screened our own son out that year. Our own son, Maji Agwe, who later became son. I think after the mom exited, he later became son. But that year, he couldn't get it. Yeah. So so that's it, Sha. But I don't know, how did we even find ourselves in this NBA team, sin advocating and others? But I don't know how we find ourselves here. But that's the point. That's the point, Mama.
All right, brilliant. Before I take you to one more topic, let me flash up something for the audience. So on the third of uh, uh, when is that? On Saturday, on
March.
Sunday anyway. Yeah, on the 3rd of March, we have Dr. Abayomi Arabambe coming to join us. He needs no introduction to anyone. He's the publicity secretary of the Labour Party, and he seems to be the driving narrative of the goings on within that party. So he is coming then to talk to us about goings on within the. I even spoke to him earlier on today, and he's all excited to come and interact with you guys. So click on the link in the comment section, bookmark it. And then very shortly after him, we have another guest, which I will tell you over the coming days. But there he is, Abayomi Arabambi. So are you excited by that, Obeni?
Yes, I'm excited. I will surely be here by God's grace. God's spare our life.
I'm going to ask him to submit all of those papers that is always flashing on Channels TV, so we can actually have a look at them on the screen. Yeah.
Woman, if you can submit it ahead of time, it will be very
Yes,
nice.
I'll ask him to do that tomorrow. Yeah, so I can have
We
it
can,
loaded up. Yeah.
we can also, yeah, so that we can subject it to a critical analysis. And secondly, I also want to say that if there's a way you can start the program earlier, so that we don't shoot it into too late at night, that do now see them yawning and they are getting too tired.
You saw that with Shegun Showunmi, abi?
Yes, now they can't attend our
It,
question.
it, it nearly it nearly slept off.
Yes,
I
now.
thought, oh my goodness me, after my effort to get you here.
It's not
But
not
when the
every
conversation carried on, it perked up.
uh,
But yeah.
not everybody will have the agility of injenje, or what do you call that?
Yes, in
the,
media.
the comradeship. No, not injenje, ijele.
Ijele, no,
Eh, not- you know, you know,
that's the koboko for
you
Pansat
know,
on this platform now. The
you know
koboko
that
for
that one are comrade. So
Pansat.
not everybody will have this rugged.
Speaking of comrade, I'm actually speaking to Dele Farotimi, who has agreed to come on. But that time issue that you just talked about is what we're negotiating now.
I beg, bring Jerry
Mm,
Faro to me. I
yes.
love that guy's rhetorics, but I always see him as a sadist. And I believe sadists don't lead. They're just there to just criticize and go, peace speaking things and go.
Mm.
But I will be really happy to have him here so that we can also drill him a bit. and extract something from. Yeah, they have all their nuisance value in our space.
Yes.
They have their nuisance value in
You
our
know,
space.
if only to debunk a lot of this Bula Balu and Bulaba that they preach all over the place.
Yes, now let them put the government of the day on their toes, and when they themselves are also overstepping their bound, we'll be reminding them that. And when whatever is hypocritical in what they are doing, we'll be showing them their mirror too. So it's a good one. I saw. Have we discussed Peter Obi's speech?
You endorsing the Orosoye report?
Yeah.
You know, we've not discussed it, but I thought it was a bit feeble. What did he have to say? What's your takeaway from it?
I don't know. He said a lot in that clip. I thought I sent it to you. He said a lot.
Did you send it?
I think so. He
Oh,
said
oh,
a lot. Or I'll
oh,
look for it and send it to you soon.
all right, carry on. I'll look for it as a. Because I was just having a chat with somebody before I came on, just exchanges on Instagram and whatnot, and I was just saying to him that apart from pointing and laughing at him, I'm not really sure that Peter Obi brings anything to public discourse. Does he actually bring anything of value to public discourse?
Peter Obi keep repeating the same thing he has been saying. I've not heard anything new from him recently. Rather than these days I can actually predict whatever he wants to say.
But I was surprised that he endorsed the Onosoye report as a good move, though. I was expecting him to either stay silent. You know, he usually stays silent when the topic is to, yes, or to try to rubbish it. But you know, it was somewhat, he had to bow to that one.
It's not something you can afford now. So.
And they've budgeted for that super highway from Port Harcourt all the way through to Lagos as well. And the ground, so by the time,
let me ask Ogbeni one question about that report. Do you think that the first step would have been for Tinubu to set up a team to review the implementation process first? Because that report had been pending for some time. A lot of things have changed ever since 2012 or when, and now we are looking at about 11 years now. And instead of just saying implement and stuff like that, because I've seen with Tinubu now, I think some of his policy already had plans, but he just throws them out. Look at what he's doing with Naira now. Floated the Naira, now he's busy trying to defend it.
Sorry, Patrick. Are you coming from the Falano narrative that Onosoye report is outdated? Is that what
I didn't even know Falano had granted an
he said it's outdated. Yes, that's what he said.
I feel I've not even listened
but
to that.
Without being told, it's outdated now. There must be things they have to review.
Yes.
There are things that need to be added, and there are things that need to be removed. What are the process of implementation? Sorry, Bishop. Sorry, I beg. I'll just say this one. Look at the Naira, as you said, the Naira, this thing. It's like a runaway train, a sudden break and a sudden move. Do you know how much it has cost investors just in one day?
No, that's not in the Onosoye report now.
No, I'm talking about the Onosoye report now. I'm talking about the Naira. I said to add to what he was saying about the Naira, his policy about floating the Naira. We just dropped from 1,008 to 1,005 in a trickle of 3 hours.
Are you happy about it or you are angry about it?
I'm angry about it. You are doing business.
Because of how we affect you personally, Abi?
Yes, affect me personally. I have a container I see. I just left 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I load goes with how much here, and I'm losing money immediately again. I can stabilize it. You have to stabilize the currency going up. That was supposed to stabilize it before you start reducing it. It's not new. It's here to Japan. Dollar is high in Japan too. Against yen, but when it's dropping, we can see it.
All right, let Ogbeni address what Patrick.
Let me just say something quickly, based on what he said and what Falan said. In 2018 and 2019, or thereabouts, they set up a committee that reviewed the same Oronsaye report.
report, yeah.
The same Falana had granted more than 3 interviews. That is hammering, implement the Oronsaye report, implement the Oronsaye report. When he was granted that interview in 2021 or 2022, he did not remember that it's already outdated or event has overtaken it. We are not saying it's perfect. We are saying start from somewhere. When we take off these ones first, the other things that needed to be reviewed and the rest, we will add them to it. It is better than doing nothing. There are a lot of forces against the implementation of that report, and it takes a lot of God to start. So I would say, no matter how imperfect this implementation is, whether it is being overtaken by event or not, let us implement it first and now begin to take the other ones that needed attention. Rather than say, oh, it's outdated, let's not abandon it. No.
All right, Ogbeni. So to what Patrick said, do you think it should have been reviewed, expanded, so that it is even more effective?
I don't think so, Wama. Why am I saying this? If you listen to Tony Radia, I don't know if you listen to Professor Tony Radia interview recently. I think on either channels or Arise, one of these channels. Tony Radia read out long list of reports that we've had over years, and none. You remember Okigbo Commission report? He mentioned a lot
Christopher
of them.
Akibo.
Christopher Okibo. He mentioned a lot of them. He mentioned up to like I think 11 offhand. Was mentioning from his head. 1980 so we had this, they shelved it. 90 so we had this, they shelved it. He mentioned one and he said that one when I think it was when Obasanjo newly came in 1999. Obasanjo told them to go and review it. We did not hear anything from it to date. Why am I saying this? You see the eagles, the jackals, and the hyenas locking around in the corridor of power. The moment you give them any opportunity, say pick this thing and start reviewing it. Oma, that will be the end of that thing. I'm telling you, no matter how strong-willed you are as a president, because a lot of factors comes in and start playing. So for me, and I could see that also in the issue of subsidy, and that's why to date I still believe in one that what Tinubu did on that first day in office to say subsidy has been removed publicly before stepping into his office. I believe he was strategic. I believe he understood what he was doing. And I believe that if he had stepped his foot
It
one,
wasn't actually a misspeak from what's been leaked into the public space now. It wasn't a misspeak. It's part
wasn't,
of a structured, yeah.
I believe he was strategic. And I believe if he had stepped his foot to in his office one day, he wouldn't have been able to remove that thing. They would have persuaded him by everything in this life to ensure that we continue this subsidy thing and everything. Yes, the consequences we are not enjoying it for now, but we believe there was a right decision to take because they all believe it should be the right decision. Although my brother Adewale Adebayo still believe it's not the right decision to take. Let me go to this Oronsoye. Now, what is in Oronsoye? Oronsoye must not be 100% implemented. Oma. Even if it's the cut in cost of governance alone, that part, Oronsoye is not only about, you know, cut in cost of governance alone. There are a lot of issues involved in Oronsoye, but the area I would like to address is the cut in governance. Oronsoye identifies some agencies that must be scrapped. The first question I ask myself, those agencies, are they still in existence today? Have they been scrapped? If they are still in existence and they are yet to be scrapped, then Onosoye report is still extant, valid, and still living. It's still relevant. If they are still there, if they are no more there, fine. If they are no more getting budget from the federal government, fine. If they are no more gulping our money, fine. Tony Radia mentioned something that Onosoye report highlighted. He said there was a particular industry agency. He mentioned that agency. I can't recap. I can't recall now. He said in that agency they had, I think, 30 commissioners or something like that within the agency, and each of them had their own budget. So he was saying that alone, you don't even need a Rossoneri report to know that these things are things you must scrap. That can you have 30 commissioners within that space, and they are there doing nothing, and they are gulping your money So, and I recall part of those agencies that also said they must scrap is this. There's one thing they call pension transitional arrangement directorate. When you have your normal, pension, what do you call it? And he said they should transfer it under Federal Ministry of Finance. Then NSSAEC, or what do you call that? Is it Nigerian National Senior Secondary Education Commission? Said they should scrap them, then put them under Federal Ministry of Education. All those education related agencies that they just form on their own without doing, they should just be a table in one office in the Ministry of Education. That's what they do in developed countries now. If you for instance, in the United Kingdom now, traffic wardens, anything related to traffic, right? You find them as just a department in the council. They are in the council, that local government council. They are departments. There was a time in my house I had you with my next neighbor who kept about 8 or 10 dogs in his apartment, and each time they'll be barking even at night. And I was looking for where to report. Still the same council woman.
Yeah, that's noise abatement, isn't it? Every noise abatement department.
Yes, they have their own department. Under that department, they now have dog warding something. Under it, they now have dog pollution. It's just a table. But the function, the kind of functions and activities that they are carrying out in that table alone is not 10 local governments in Nigeria will not carry out that thing with all our staffs that we have there. They will be sending you mail, picking calls, sending calls, doing this thing very efficient. So for me, as far as I'm concerned, if those agencies are still there, a ransom report is still extant. It's still very valid and existing. Let them start with that alone. The ones they said they should merge, where are they today? Are they still existing?
There's a criticism that knowing that it was going to activate the Onosori report, Tinubu still came and created even several more layers of bureaucracies, departments, and ministries. How do you counter that?
If Tinubu had come from day one and scrapped those ministries, do you know the story that will be out there in the street? The story will be, because those ministries are being headed by XYZ so tribe. Because those ministry that are not his people, they are not there. Because see, Nigerians will talk. My own is this: even if you had made a mistake, is he making right the wrong? If the answer is yes, then you should go ahead and do it. It's part of the culture of a good leader. Okay, you realize this, you need this, people are complaining about this, you listen to them. As a leader, you weigh it, you think it's the right thing to do, go ahead and do it. You don't need to be dogged. It's not your office, a public office. It belongs to those people that are talking. It's not your hub. You won't be there for life. So then correct it. Then do the needful. That's the way I see it. And recently in UK here, they said they wanted to give us, is it tax rebate or something? They roll it back. They said they are not giving us again. What can we do? It's the public office. Because people came out, public outcry and I said, okay, because we've entered recession, we can't do this thing again. So there's nothing you can do. If there's an adage, I think in Yoruba that say, "Tegun ẹni bá lòun máa jó, tó bá dẹ̀ yà tó tún lòun ò jó mọ́, kí ló fẹ́ ṣe?" There's nothing you will do. So it's still part of governance. Listen to public, then make necessary adjustment. But my own is this: I know quite all right because I stayed in Abuja. I stayed in Abuja for almost 2 decades, so I know these things. You need to see agencies. I think I've read out some of their names here before. You see some agencies in Abuja. They are just there, food for boys. And I won't like to mention those people that do occupy the place. But there are people from a particular area in Nigeria that we know. You see them on Friday.
The Malas, Abi.
Where is you that said manner? But you see them and their wives.
Sorry, Benny. I don't think you're answering the question. The question is, since Tinubu knows he's going to implement the Operation report, why did he create more ministry?
Let me answer that. He created those ministries because they are needed for this time. So the Orosoye report is to get rid of redundant ministries. So the ministries that he is creating, they are not redundant. They are necessary for his action plan. But the redundant ones are the ones really that Orosoye is focusing on.
One have you read the Russian report before?
No, I have. I've seen some of the headlines, but not in totality, no.
Okay, you need to go and I'll look for it and send it to you. I used to have it in my email long time ago. I'll search for it and send it to you, Wama. The focus of Oronsoye, in fact, the grouse in Oronsoye report is mainly about agencies. Wama, you see, those agencies, it's not about what's Federal Ministry of. In fact, Oronsoye is saying that most of those agencies, merge them, go and let them be just one room under ministries. Do you get what I'm saying? But let them be, because okay, you have let me give you an example of some. You have National Agency for the Control of AIDS, NACA. They're on their own. Meanwhile, when you have NACA, we have Ministry of Health. So why do you have to have National Agency for Control of AIDS? That cannot be office, and that one has its own DG. Why can't that be an office in the Federal Ministry of Health? And do you know what Onosoi report says? Onosoi episode now say, okay, if what they are dealing with is control of AIDS, then AIDS is just one of those diseases. Then Onosoi said they should mark them now with Center for Disease Control under Federal Ministry of Health, because that one is more expanded. It's dealing with diseases. This one is only AIDS. They mark them under that one, so that there'll be a department under that particular faculty and then under the ministry. So Oronsaye report is not really attacking all these ministries that you think about. We may even have more ministries, but it's telling you those agencies where you're having DG, you're having this and that. Many of them you
The
scrap them.
duplicitous ones, the redundant ones, the ones that were that their moment in time has passed, or all of this, that like you said, they're just the job for the boys agencies, you know.
They are. When you will know now, when you see them, you know there's nothing they do. There's one they call law reform. What do they even call that one in a ministry? Law reform commission or something. Nigerian law reform commission. That is just
It's a commission. That's a commission. Let me back you up when you're one thing, if you don't mind.
All right.
I used to have a friend in Abuja. I was with him many years ago. If somebody you are likely to know, Jide, he has a lot to do with ECOWAS office. I don't know if you are by any chance. He said something to me. We were sitting down one day many years ago, and he said, if you have enough money, you can lobby your way to the National Assembly, give them the proposal to create a commission for you, and you will give them the list of the people that will be, that they will appoint as them, and the thing will scale through, and they will just create a commission based on an idea you have come up with, and you will run it like it's your private something, but you will get it funding for federal government if you know the right button to press and the right palms to grease. That was it's close to almost 2 decades ago that we had this conversation. I think around 2007, 2006, 2008, 2007, 2008, I'm not mistaken. And yes, there are people that specifically put money together to sponsor the creation of some of these, whether it is agency, whether it is commission, whether it's some of them, you will even be wondering, what are they doing? Because you say you've never heard of them before, but they are drawing budgetary allocation from the National Assembly. So a lot of these commissions we are talking about are as a result of lobbying and people that just want to make quick money. And they've been there. Some people have been the head of these agencies and commission for 10 years, 15 years, and they've never changed.
They are making money. Let me tell you, there was one behind my house in my town back there. They call it the Nomadic Education Commission, NEC. Nomadic. Meanwhile, so one day my friend was he called my attention to another one. So why do we have Nomadic Education Commission when we have another one called National Commission for Mass Literacy, Adult Education, and something non-formal education? So what's nomadic? Then what is non-formal and mass literacy? What are they addressing? Why do we overlap? And they all have their DG, They all use police. You see how they are ever stressing our police. Each DG will have 4 delay. They have police by the gate. They have deputy DG. They have, and they will now start having director, deputy director, assistant director, da 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 da. And do you know, Ministry of
And
Justice?
they will go and build some fantastical structure as they are building. Now, all
Of
those,
course.
oh God,
Let me tell you one
the
man.
culture of
They,
waste in that country, man,
let me tell you
is
another thing.
unparalleled.
One man, let me tell you another thing. Now, they will, where they are, most of these commissions and these agencies, they will call it temporary sites. They are renting it. They are renting it for all these politicians. So most of those big houses you see them renting, they belong to the politicians. They are not collecting rent. Some of them have been collecting rent for decades. They have the agency here. They will now have what they call permanent, their permanent sites, massive building. They will build, possible, probably they want to build, let's say 8, 9, 10, 11 stories. So each DG will come and they'll be budgeting on that building. They'll be budgeting on that. Now, every year they're budgeting on that. That building will never come to completion till their kingdom come. That is where they will be putting their money, copying their money, putting money, and they'll be telling you that. So for me, if Orosanye report identify all these agencies and parastatals and MGA and others, and they are still existing now, no government has taken any bold step to scrap them or to merge them, then the report is still existing and valid. I don't know what Mr. Femfano is talking about. He should allow this to be reviewing it again. Then they will now start calling some people to come and sit down and be reviewing. Then another election will come. Maybe someone else enter, then we now jettison this. Or Tinubu enter a second time and he doesn't mind this thing again, because whatever you say by a second time, probably he doesn't even care about who is talking again. He's not. So let's do it now. That's my own. Let's use what we
Oh,
have now. Let's use it now and do whatever we can do.
all right. People are asking you to expand a little bit on the Edo State politics. Even Enigmatic texts me to say he wants you to. He says he wants you
Over.
to speak more later. But with the fiasco in the PDP and the disaster in the APC, is it not looking like? Remember when Otedola won Lagos State? Those from internal fightings amongst not Femi Odetola, his father. Is it not looking like it's going to ultimately default to Labour Party, who a lot of people are underrating, but Edo State has a very strong obedient presence, which could if Obi campaigns for that guy, he could put up a very good showing.
One man. First and foremost, presidential election is not the same thing as gubernatorial. Let's start with that. Gubernatorial is more local. The fact that they were obedient in the last election, or massively obedient in the last election, this is gubernatorial election. Use example of Lagos. At the federal or presidential, you saw the pattern of vote. At the gubernatorial, you saw the pattern of vote. So I won't say, oh, because they have so many obedience in Edo, therefore it will go that direction of Mr. Olumide. Now, I love Mr. Olumide, yes. He did very fantastically well as president of Nigerian Bar Association. And then so I love him. What he told us he would do before the election, the moment he got there, he started implementing them and implemented them. Not that he doesn't have his own blemish too. Yeah, he did. He sacked his own SecGen then, Joyce Odo, and the young lady went to court and won a case against him. But there are normal things that happen in NBA politics. So I won't use that against him. He tried his best and tried to restore the dignity of the profession for us. But one man, who told you there is no problem in Labour Party? Who told you? Who told you the Arabian bees and others are still resting? And that is why I'm telling you that whoever is going to become the governor of Edo State will be decided by the court. Mark my word, I'm going to watch this thing out. Why am I saying this? First, Philip Shaibu is going to court. That is for sure.
Does it not already have a judgment in terms of does it have a judgment already, Philip Shaibu?
No, I don't think so.
Right.
He's just heading to court. He's heading to court. He's heading to court based on first the primaries. Okay. What he wants to do is he wants to tickle bosses and ensure that he follow every what he's going to do next now, is that he's going to try to exhaust internal mechanism of their dispute resolution. I know he's going to kickstart that very soon. As I'm speaking now, he probably must have even started it. He's going to start that. That's the first thing he's going to start. He will send his petition in within the party. He will ensure that they make their decision because they have their timetable. So if you have any, you see, he's following that timetable. He knew that they've already issued the certificate of return yesterday. A day before now, right? Yeah, okay. Yet yesterday he still went to the headquarters. So you'll be wondering, why would this man go and disgrace himself? No, he's following it so that you don't get to court and say, because one of the things they use in court most time is that if you are not exhausted the entire mechanism of this resolution, then you have no locus to come to court. So what he's trying to do is to prevent that, so that they won't say, oh, you don't have locus to come to court because you have not first reported your own party to your party, and let them see how they can settle it politically. Okay, that is what he's sticking. You see him. I watched his interview. You see him, he was holding that their timetable. So he's taking it one by one. Okay, primary election has gone. Okay, they've declared somebody. Okay, they had 2 elections. Okay, after that, this happened. Then after that, this happened. Then I went to this place. They refused to give me certificate. They said they've given another person. I addressed press. The press he addressed today now, he will collect the press statement, address press. He will collect the newspaper, the CTC of the newspaper that publish it. Then after that, he will petition. Okay, I petition. Then what is their decision? This is their resolution. Bam. You pick everything and then push it to court. Let the court decide. And let me tell you, the court may decide, but the Supreme Court will not decide until the election. Go and mark this thing. They will continue moving that case, dragging into the election or close to the election. And that is when the court will now tell you who exactly is the candidate of PDP. That's for PDP. For APC too, same thing will likely happen. For Labour, same thing will likely happen. Now, what's it in Labour? Yeah, Mr. Bata, very fantastic man. But don't forget, you're not dealing with, it's not about personality here, it's about politicians doing their game. Now, Apata won, but don't forget, Apata won primaries of a factional, what do you call it now, leadership of the party. That particular factional leadership of that party has been restrained by a high court in Abuja. But another high court in Edo State, more like reinstating, but not reinstating, gave a contrary decision that's contrary to what you have in Abuja. So now they are pushing their case further to Court of Appeal. Okay, why that one is pending? The Arabambi people, they've alleged that they have conducted their primaries. Okay, they've come on media and said we conducted. The media said, oh, but we didn't know. They said, okay, when we tried to do one, you beat us. They beat us. So the one we conducted eventually, we didn't make it public. But INEC, which the law say must be there, we informed INEC and we invited INEC to be there. Okay, INEC wasn't there, but let me tell you, the law is this. Just invite INEC. The law doesn't say INEC must be there. So my papa, they said they had their own primaries in GRA. One Nigeria also. Okay, go and listen to Arabambi's interview or be here on 3rd of March 2024 to ask Arabambi that question. But what Arabambi is claiming is this. They had it in GRA. And their own is to go and prove it in court. And don't forget, court doesn't deal with what social media is saying, what me and you are saying here. Their own is there any code facts to prove this. If there's any, they take it. They don't care about what me and you are saying here. So now, if at the end of the day, the leadership puzzle within the Labour Party is not resolved on time, and the court, let's say, mistakenly found that the decision of the High Court of Abuja, okay, that seems to validate Apapa's leadership stance, then Olumide Akpata will be in trouble. Why? Because you can't put something on nothing and expect it to stand in law. If perhaps that happened, then that's another Opuzo Dima you are expecting. In fact, not even far before Opuzo Dima, Gabalado of Katsina State. Far before then, there was
Hey, it's
election.
looking like a lot of litigation in the Edo elections. A lot of, not even to determine the governor, but just litigation all the way through.
At the end of the day, Oma, that is what will determine the governor. Because don't forget, the Amechi matter, Amechi and Omea has already set a precedent with the National Assembly try as much as possible to circumvent, but they couldn't. Because another Zamfara came after. Don't forget, Opuzodima came after, which they said it's a bad law. But don't forget that the principle is what matters. And what's the principle? If the court eventually determine who exactly was a candidate of a particular party, then by the time you come, that person steps in. If the person couldn't step in, the one there will go out. That's the point. So at the end of the day, let's see how everything is playing out. I don't expect Labour to settle their own because I don't see how the Apapa and Aburi. But another thing is this. I know that there was a particular state where this state where Aburi candidacy and Apapa candidacy was the same. That's one of the states. The same. The man went to the Abure primary to go and to release himself for primaries, and he came to the Apapa too, and they all agreed their candidate. If something like that can be done on Olumide Akpata, fine. But let me tell you another issue I see in Olumide Akpata. Olumide Akpata is not from Edo Central. That's another issue I see here. And many of my friends from Edo, I don't know what piece is there, but when my friend from Edo has been saying it is the turn of north of Edo Central. And as it stands now, Igodalo and then both PDP and APC now have fed candidates from Edo Central. The only party that has not fed candidate from Edo Central is Labour Party's Olumide Akpata, which many of the Edo people, my friends, keep saying it's a mistake on the part of Labour Party because everybody in Edo State know that the Edo Central should be the next to produce next governor.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Stay with us, Ogbede, as we move the conversation on.
Please let me add to that. Sorry, let me add to that. Ogbede, you were right. That's the same problem Oshomole faced when he tried to impose the guy, the Dausa guy in APC, that when they have 3 or 4 aspirants, that guy was from the south, and the Edo people from Sakika against that is turn of the central. But that of our Labour, people are cutting their slack because they're not really in the race because they want to win by all means possible. So people are cutting their slack. But people think Akpata is in the race to remove votes for either of those parties, either for APC, for PDP to win, if PDP can get themselves together, or from PDP so that Shumulo will come back to power. So that's why people are not really bothered about them. That's what I have to say. Thank you for the narration. It was a good one. It was a holy grace. I don't need to add any more or remove any more. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. It's always a word perfect by Ogbeni, as we all know. So, word perfect by Ogbeni. Another word perfection from Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, are you ready? All right. I'm not sure Ajanle Koko is fully ready. Let's take it to Bishop. But Bishop, let me lead you in with this. Are you ready, Ajanle Koko? I saw you're mute. Can people still hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you.
All right. We don't appear to be hearing from Ajanle Koko, so let's take it to Bishop. Bishop, are you ready?
If there's not too much noise from my end.
You tell us if there's too much noise, then we go to Patrick and then come to
If you
come
are
to you.
hearing me and the noise is not interference, I'm fine.
All right, let's come to you. So tomorrow now, Tinubu will be arriving in Lagos for an important occasion, which is the launching of the red line. So now, a lot of people argue that people say that Tinubu built Lagos, but a lot of people argue that it is actually the succeeding governors that actually built Lagos. So let me play you this a 20-second clip that speaks to that narrative. Watch this.
This corridor of the existing railway track to take off from west to east, then we can now support some other areas either with metro or mass bus transit system. That is a program that we must embark on quickly, and that we are very serious about that. This corridor of the existing railway track
So that's Tinubu there as governor of Lagos State, speaking of the planned Lagos red line and the rail infrastructure that he has master planned. And fast forward 20 odd years later, he has come for the inauguration of that Lagos of that project. So Tinubu built Lagos, Bishop. I'll start from there.
Okay, let me start by saying good evening, fellow Nigerians, compatriots, as true Nigerians. Please click on the like button, do like and share. If you have not subscribed, kindly please do so. Once again, please click on the like button. Well, I think we've actually said a lot about this. Irrespective of what everybody says, well, Tinubu did not build the red line. Tinubu did not build Lagos. I won't argue. I mean, the red line, yeah. Tinubu did not build Lagos, but Tinubu laid a very solid foundation. Successive governors have built on. Lagosians win. Whether it is the governor or if it's Tinubu, if they are not the winners, it is immaterial. The important thing is that Lagosians are winning, and many more people are coming into Lagos because Lagos seems to be working. People that criticize it's not perfect. It's not like it's a perfect place. Like I said the other day we were discussing Lagos, it's a work in progress. Every little block, every edifice, every little, just come, do your own. Make sure that it is something that will endure, a legacy that will outlive you. Many governors don't do things that will outlive them. Tinubu put in place things that have outlived him. If you listen to the
Bishop, I don't think anybody can give the attribution for the rail network to anybody other than Tinubu. There he was as governor, telling you that the machinations has been put in place for the construction of this thing. So it's his idea. He fleshed it out. He mapped it out. He did the drawing. So who else gets the credit? Hold on. Who else gets the credit but him?
I agree with you. When Obasanjo was leading, he did quite a few things. He invested in the IPP and IPP. He sold the refineries to people that can undo them. He did something on the DHC. Somebody came and reversed almost every of these things. If the successive governors that have come have reversed all these things, we will not be talking about them today. We'll just be pushing blame to one another. So I'm giving credit to the man that initiated it, that saw the vision, that saw the dream. And I was just going to add to it that if you listen to Daily Alake's interview in the early days, where immediately Tinubu declared his intention to run, he said something about one of the first meetings they held, even before they took over government, that Tinubu was the first person that came over.
Bishop, your connection is a bit choppy. Find a sweet spot.
My connection seems to be perfect here. Maybe there's a fluctuation. I'm hearing you 100%.
Yeah, no, it's you coming through. Is but carry on.
Okay.
If you listen back, you'll hear what I'm saying. But carry on.
Okay. Let me see 1 second.
All right. So, yeah, carry on. As you're speaking, we'll but carry on.
Okay. So as I was saying, he had a vision. And like I said, they sat down, they put his plan, whether 20 years or 25 years master plan was what they had in place. And almost everything that you need for a working society were in that master plan. Perhaps the only fallback was that the rapid growth in the population of Lagos, that it was like a magic, And the only thing that makes that rapid growth to happen is that because Lagos seems to be working. Everybody that is criticizing Lagos is a this, Lagos is a that. They left ask them the place you left behind. If it was growing as Lagos was growing, you will not. So yes, I'm not taking anything away from Tinubu. I'm just like tongue in cheek kind of saying, people will say, oh, he did not do anything. So it's immaterial of what he does or he did not do. The important thing is that look, we are seeing the results. So kudos to everybody that have contributed, the man that saw the vision, that planted the seed, the people that saw the vision and nurtured the seed, and to fruition now, to material, to see to that materializes now. Kudos to every one of them. And the biggest beneficiaries or the biggest congratulation goes to Lagosians that are going to use this facility, because I'm not seeing Tinubu coming there to come and ride on Red Line one day, or Fashola or Sanwo-Olu. No, now. So, but the important thing is that it's working. So, congratulations and kudos to the anyhow. That's what I have to say about that.
All right. Let me speak. Let me take it to this place. Tinubu in Ondo State to commensurate with the Akeredolu family, and in the course of that visit to that state, speaks to the thorny topic of restructuring. He is saying that he won't rush into it, but ultimately this is something that his administration will take on. What are you then making then of this restructuring conversation and Tinubu's position in it? He says he wants to put the building blocks in place before he takes it on.
Yeah, I think, even if he wants to do it, restructuring cannot be done in a hurry, cannot be done in a rush. It's one block at a time, to get to the edifice. What we really want is just one step at a time. Unfortunately, as bad as we say Buhari was, he tried a few things on that restructuring, laying the foundation, the evolution of power, starting at the grassroots, building from bottom up, like pyramid-like of a thing. People that were benefiting from the status quo are the ones that criticize. I mean, to the extent that people took Buhari to court when he wanted to implement a funding of the local government. They took Buhari to court. So go and check how many the states that actually instituted that suit. But they will be here now shouting, oh, restructuring, devolution of power, devolution of power. States don't want local government to be free. State government don't want judiciary in their states to be free. State governors don't want legislatures to be free. So yes, it is the right thing to do, restructuring, and it has to be done, at piecemeal. Take one step, stabilize it, move forward. You can't rush it. Even if he wants to rush it, that would be disaster. He cannot rush it. So where is he starting from? What is the first step he wants to take? It has to be one step before the other. You cannot learn to jump before learning to crawl or to walk. It's not possible. It's a sequence that's already established, even by nature itself. You can't begin to bear fruit before you take root to say, okay, I will start from bearing. Nobody start climbing a tree from up. You start climbing the tree from ground. And you cannot judge a fish by its inability to climb a tree. So if you are saying, oh, he has to do it this way, then you are trying to be judged, in a particular way, other than the way that nature has done. So if he's going to take it gradually, where is he starting from? And people, we were talking this same thing a few weeks ago, yeah. And I think it was a I had that international way, that the only thing is resource control. And I asked him, do you think resource control is going to be a silver bullet that will just solve all Nigeria's problem? Some people will argue with you today, oh, if there is electricity power, every problem of Nigeria is solved. I tell them that it's not true. We are building our hopes too high. There will still be all the challenges. Electricity we just take it for granted. Like we took telecommunication for granted. And people that will still be poor will still be poor. So look, if they grant resource control today, it's going to be the beginning of another set of problems and challenges for Nigeria. In fact, it's going to throw up more challenges than we think is going to cure if we don't put proper things in place, structures and the rest, legislations and everything that is required as a foundation. So yes, I agree. He cannot even rush it, but he needs to start to face a direction. The only difference between himself and Buhari is that when people resist, there will be a way he will navigate around it, or he will have completed his grand work, convincing, lobbying, and the legislation work before coming up with it. They opposed Buhari's executive order. I remember very well the executive order said, even when judiciary were on strike, that didn't want to say, look, the law even says that judiciary funding should be first line charge. I don't know what the name they call it in law when it's here to help me. People they kicked against it, even for the legislature, even for local government. And those are the key things. A free judiciary that is competent, that is strong, a free legislature that is independent of the government, a free and financially independent local government administration. Yeah, they will stumble, they will fall, they will make mistakes, but ultimately they will come up and they will land and they will fly eventually. But the first thing they must do is to crawl and fall and stumble and crawl. Then they will begin to walk before running, then before learning to fly. Apologies or credit to Martin Luther. What was the name of that name? Martin Luther King, Jr. Martin Luther King. Yeah, thank you, Martin Luther King. That's his word. So, in as much as the desire is to fly, but we must first learn to crawl first. So, Tinubu, learn from Buhari's mistake of the few things. He meant well. Buhari really meant well in that something, but hey, I don't know the reason why there was so much opposition that even in the states that you think we jump at it and grab it with both hands, they opposed it. I don't know the reason and the motive for people not wanting local government autonomy. I've never really been able to wrap my head around that one. So yes, it is the way to go. We expect him to start everything. The hard decision he wants to take is this time. Don't let him wait for the second time. Let it be. If people want to vote for you for second time, so be it. If they don't want to be, everybody will remember someday that, look, you tried your best. So am I sure anybody's hearing me?
Okay. Yeah, sir, we're hearing you. Do you want me to take you to another topic, Bishop?
Yes, sure.
All right. Let me take you to this topic from the BBC. Nigeria imposes annual levy on expatriate workers. So this is the narrative of Tinubu trying to squeeze money from whichever angle he can reach to.
I would just add.
All right, carry on.
Okay, I would say I would just adopt awareness, something on that, because he actually spoke my mind. The only thing I would add to it was that I know many years ago under Obasanjo there was this law that was enacted on expatriate quota, that you must not exceed a certain number. If you exceed, I think there's a payment. So if you are bringing investment that you need, and the expatriate is even based on if there are no local qualified local candidates for that position, but you pay some things if you have to bring, if you exceed your. So I don't know if it is an improved version of that law. I said, I am adopting Ogbeni. How do they do it in other climes? Is it something that people have practiced before? Is there a merit to it? Even if it's not been practiced and we are starting it, can we have a debate and look at the pros and the cons, are there consequences to it? Can they do so? Like I said, I adopt. Don't let me waste time. I adopt Ogbeni with this slight Ogbeni's position with just this slight modification I just added.
All right, brilliant. And to the cryptocurrency space, two Binance executives arrested in Nigeria. They are circling around that space now, identifying that that's one of the spaces the country is hemorrhaging from.
Yeah, like yesterday, I did point out that I was looking forward to us, to people that know. Emeka did some justice to it, but he was so much in a rush doing it. That's fine. Because I listened to that about twice, and I really wanted people to enlighten me. Now, in the course of Cardoso's press, whatever, he did mention a few other things, like that $26 billion went out of financial whatever, and all of them almost true Binance, and nobody can trace them. That's humongous. He said that nobody has actually interrogated that space. 26 billion in 1 year. Wow, that is humongous. And the other thing he added, I forgot yesterday, was that only 7.1%.
Do you think arresting because one was an American and the second one was a Brit, and they came in really to have conversations on how to resolve that space. And the conversation did not go in the direction of the government, and they summarily arrested them. Is this?
I don't think this.
Hold on now. Okay, carry on.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Carry on. Yeah. I was going to say that is this the sort of Idi Amin style sort of governance that we're
That's not true. I don't know why it makes news headline when they arrest Americans or Britons in other countries. They arrest Nigerians here every day. Some of them for no reason. They arrest Nigerian businessmen every day, any little suspicion. So if they have brought them, we all know that America even slammed a fine of, is it 4.3 or $4.2 billion on this same Binance. Chinese treated them, even the UK there. So if there are reasons to believe that they have flouted the laws of Nigeria in transacting business and they have been arrested, I believe people have reasons to do what they did. So I will support my country first. I will support Nigeria first. There must be reason for that step. America will not take permission before they arrest Nigerians. There are hundreds of thousands of Nigerians. Some of them are not really, it's not because they so yeah, if of course they won't just slam them if they don't have any reason. If they've been able to trace, some, like we are talking of $26 billion here, that's humongous. That's humongous. That leaves no trace. No. So I'm not going to jump into conclusion, but I want to give the people in that space the benefit of the doubt that they know what they're doing. So if let's give them 24 hours, I'm sure being foreigners, they will not probably wait unnecessarily before they either come up with a statement or charge them to court or release them and explain that this is what we need, the information. But in everything, I really wish Nigeria well, because we are in a very precarious time, and the precarious time sometimes requires some very, drastic measures. It's not going to be like a stroll in the park, like as I've always said. So if these people have flouted our laws in any way, let the Lord take his course. Let the Lord take his course.
All right. Let me take you to one final space. Edo State politics. Philip Shaibu turns up at the PDP headquarters to collect a certificate of return, which has already been handed over to Ighodalo. So what are you then making then of this chaotic politics that is running in Benin?
I would just say, take me to somewhere else. I adopt Ogbeni, because there's nothing I will add to what Ogbeni has said. Honestly, I would have explained the way he explained. Maybe he's more detailed than myself, because I talk fast. But I really adopt what he said. I think he added more flesh to it. There's nothing. It's just that we're not really getting. I hope we'll get better in this internal democracy, but obviously we are not. So, like I said, take me to somewhere else. Let me adopt Ogbeni's position on this.
All right. Is there any other topic that you would like to speak on?
Yeah, you made mention of one or two things that I can't. I wish I could be writing them. I don't have them in my head. You made mention of two things. If there are none, then we'll just continue so that I can go around.
We talked about the crypto. We talked about Edo politics. We talked about restructuring, and then we talked about the. Have you spoken on the British? Not the levy for expatriates.
Yeah, I said that I adopted what Ogbeni said on that. If there is none, let's just whip around so that everybody can get their fair time. So let me just rest it at that. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent, Bishop. So thank you, Bishop.
Did you see the market that collapsed in Onitsha 2 days ago?
There's always something going on in Onitsha now.
That led to the death of several persons. Okay.
Peter Obi did not tweet about that. He never tweets about anything that happens in his region. All right. Let's go to Ajande Koko. See if he's ready now. Ajande Koko.
What's up, one man?
Yeah, I'm good. So we were kicking it off. Do you want to? Where do you want to come into it? Do you want to come into it from restructuring? The expatriates arrested, or this levy that they are looking to impose on expatriates?
Let me start with restructuring.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, guide me on that. What is the?
Yes. Tinubu is in Ondo State to commensurate with the Akeredolu family. And in the course of that interaction, let me give it to you quickly. President Bola Tinubu has disclosed that he won't be rushed into restructuring the country, saying there's a need to lay proper foundation in the face of our current economic challenges. Tinubu, who revealed this during his condolence visit to the family of former Ondo State Governor Rotimi Akeredolu, the country will soon overcome its current woes. I am aware of the need to restructure Nigeria, but proper foundation must be laid before bringing the restructuring in place, such that if it is done in a rush without proper foundation, the restructuring may collapse very soon, but it would be done. So he's telling us now essentially that restructuring is very much part of his administration's to-do list.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button. Yeah, and subscribe if you haven't done so. That's a very fantastic and diplomatic statement.
Are you ready, Ajalekoko? You sound a bit distant.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let me once again greet our listeners around the world. Click on the like button and subscribe if you haven't done. I said it's a fantastic statement, very diplomatic, and very assuring. I mean, he said it very, very well, that foundation has to be laid before building on it. And so far, so good. I can say it's laying that foundation. The restructuring, the state police is part of the foundation. And a lot of things have to follow that will make it very easier to restructure Nigeria. So I hope he's sincere with it. I hope it's not playing politics, but the statement is a very assuring indeed that he really wants to restructure. And I would like him to consult widely and not think that him and his party or him and his political associates, his political friends that are going to do this alone. No. You have to consult widely with people that have been calling for it, people around the country that particularly groups like social political groups that have been fighting for this for a long time across the country, so that everybody will bring in their own idea on how restructuring should be carried out. So the statement is very encouraging, and it shows that, like you said, he doesn't want to rush into it. It didn't dismiss it. If he had dismissed it, that forget about restructuring, then we will have taken it up. The discussion will have been on a different direction. But he is assuring us that he's going to do it. He wants to build some foundation that will make it possible, effective, and everlasting for the interests of Nigerian people. So it's a welcome statement as far as I'm concerned, one man.
all right, brilliant. Let me take you to the space. The levy being imposed on expatriate workers, $15,000 for a director, $10,000 for other staff. That you should either harness what talent the country has, or you pay through the nose if you're bringing your people. Do you agree with that?
I don't know the rationale behind that decision, or I don't know the rationale behind it, but I know for sure that we have a law guiding that issue of expatriate. I think that law is what they should effectively implemented. And not imposing 10,000 or 15,000 on expatriate. That is not good. It is not good. It's not this time. We don't have to show to expatriate in our country that we want to levy them to death, because we have our own people that are scattered around the world too. And those countries from where the expatriate come to our own country could slam us in a more tougher exchange, could slam back in a more tougher measure than us. So I think that they have to be careful. It doesn't make sense. It's a country that they did not build human capacity as much as is needed to, give that Nigerian.
All right, you don't sound especially engaged by that. Do you want me to move you to somewhere else?
No, hold on now. What do you mean?
No, I thought maybe you it wasn't engaging you.
No, let me talk.
Oh, okay, carry on.
So what I'm saying is that they should be careful this time around. We can't be eating expatriate in our country, huge sum of levy. Yeah. Where is it coming from? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
It looks like somebody is, I can hear some movement. Yeah. Oh, okay. It's okay now. So what I'm saying is that we have to be careful. It is not good. They don't have to embark on it. The law that is guiding that place is what they should implement strongly in the best interest of the country. But this new measure that they're going to slam our expatriate in Nigeria with 10,000 and 15,000 levy, I think it's not necessary because Nigerians are expatriate as well in many countries around the world. They could retaliate against us, and that would be not good for Nigerians that are expatriates in many countries around the world. So I think they should be advised. That is not the way forward. What they can do is to build capacity, build Nigeria. And that is why I always emphasize here, education is the way. Give Nigerian people, discover talent. If you don't educate as much as possible of your people, then you won't have qualified people for many positions in your country. For many fields of life, you won't have them. So why expatriate here? They are the one that caused Nigeria not to have people that are qualified in many fields of life, particularly when it comes to job that has to do with science, technical, and engineering and other stuff like that. They are the one, because for 23 years, they've been governing that country. They should point to us what they have built in terms of human capacity. How many engineers, how many schools of engineering do we have? What is the curriculum in our school that encourages math, science, technical, and other things? Where are the facilities? Do we build their infrastructure? I mean, the educational infrastructure to give us that skillful people in many fields of life? So why I mean, it's just unbelievable sometimes.
Will you permit an interjection, Ajani?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm actually lost as to the direction of your argument. We are not saying that, I mean, when expatriates are coming in, expatriates are, you want to come and establish company in Nigeria and you are bringing your own worker from your country. And I don't know, I'm trying to find the correlation between what you're saying that we did not build. We have a lot, we actually export manpower more than most of these countries. Our doctors are everywhere, our engineers are everywhere, our IT experts are everywhere. We export more manpower to other countries. So I can see the correlation that we don't have, we are not training. I understand your grievance with the system, but the topic is that we are putting a levy. Is that levy justified? Is that how it's being done in other places? Is it going to drive away investors? Not to, I mean, I'm really struggling to join them together. I don't know whether I'm alone. The direction you go in. Yeah, it's not been perfect. It's never perfect. Nigeria has never gotten it right before. But adding it to that, we have not built human capacity the past 23 years. I can't see the correlation. I'm trying to look very hard.
Okay, so if you have listened to me, I said the 10,000, 15,000 levy is unjustifiable. It doesn't make no sense. Why do you want to strangulate expatriate in your country? You don't have people that are qualified enough to do that job. That is why you seek for expatriates from foreign country. And yet you want to strangulate these people. Why? What sense does it make?
Baba, sorry, that's the practice that I know. I know when we started opening presence in some of these foreign countries, when my bank then was going to start opening branches, they placed the quota on the number of people that can come in from Nigeria or that can come in from outside those countries. For example, when we went to Ghana and which of this country again? My friend was the MD of Ghana, and they told us that there's a limit to the number of people, because I was also trying to see if I could join in Ghana then, to the number of people that could come into Ghana. And for every person we come in, the company that we brought as expatriate, the company had to pay a fee, you understand, for putting those people there, because more expatriate you get, that's less chances of somebody inside getting that job. So that's the practice. I don't know whether it has changed, but I think we had that. Sure, we had a restriction on the number self. Even if when you are ready to pay, you still have a restriction on the number that you can bring in. So I think that's the practice. It's not something new.
So is the practice to levy them?
It's the company that pays those things, not those expatriates that pays the money.
Okay, the company.
The company pays. The company, for example, a foreign company. We were in Ghana then as the Nigerian bank. We're investing in Ghana, And then because of our culture, that's corporate culture and everything, we needed Nigerian people, Nigerian staff to go there and start off the branch and the branches in Ghana and everything. But they told us that there's a limit to the number of Nigerians that they are going to allow to come in. And then not just that, there's a fee the bank will pay for bringing those people. And I think if we even want to increase the quota, we need to pay a particular amount to increase the quota. You understand? Not the amount number of people that we could bring into the country. Then, if you search very well, I think that's the practice.
So possibly what the Tinubu are trying to do, maybe they are increasing the levy now. So it's been in existence.
I think Nigeria has not been doing it.
You
Nigeria
think?
has not been. That's what other countries have been doing. You know, there are so many things Nigeria have not been doing. If
I
I
don't
mention
think
some here,
Nigeria would have been doing it. I mean, Nigeria have been handling this affairs of expatriates for a long time. They know they have a law guiding it.
maybe they are not paying. Maybe they are not. They could have like immigration requirements and everything. I know a friend in immigration that time too. That made me realize that some of these companies bring in expatriates without proper documentation. But I think that Nigeria, there are so many loopholes, things that we are supposed to be doing that are the common practice everywhere, but that we don't allow. A good example is you send Western Union to Nigeria, and then they are paying the person in naira, and whereas there's a law in place that says you should not. The person should be paying dollars, but the bankers are doing it, and nobody is talking because maybe people have forgotten or something. I don't know. So I don't think Tinubu is doing something that is completely out of place. I'm not for him now because I've campaigned for him during the election. I just want him to perform. So
Go.
I want him to perform. When he performs, I'll start being for him.
Patrick, go.
Do you think it's not performing, Patrick? Is it not performing?
Yeah, what I think is under pressure. At a point, it was probably running on the panic mode. Look at what has happened, especially with this naira and at this exchange rates. Now, floating the naira is a very major decision, very key decision. I feel that he would have thought it through, come into the system and see what is happening. You understand? And then prepare everything to get it ready. This Binance that he's working on, he would have first of all tried to work on that. That would have reduced the level of support he will be giving the Naira. Work on the Binance, work on the beauty chain, work on some other things. Try and stabilize security. Let there be at least an improvement in food production, then float it. So it will not be
By
that
the
they are
time
going
he's
to
done all that, his administration is over.
then let him put that foundation in place for the next person to be able to now float it. After all, when he was in Lagos, there are so many things he didn't do now that his next people did. But you put a foundation in place, structure so constrained that the other person will just do it. If
So,
for
so he should
example,
have he should have continued with supporting the naira.
at least for as at this time in his administration, less than a year, we still have been supporting it till now.
And the round tripping.
I'm not saying you should support it for the next 3 years. Let me give you if you know, Nigerians are really suffering. One of my friends told me day before yesterday, one of my former staff, I said, how much is Fanta now? He said a bottle of Fanta is whether 350. I was so shocked. Bottle of Fanta, 350 naira. That's crazy. It gives you an understanding of what. Now use that to now they produce Fanta in Nigeria. Use that to now try to use that context to now try to look at what is happening. Things are tough. So you could have tried to look at things. There are supposed to be sequence. When you are trying to do a project, carrying out a task, there are dependent tasks, sequence of things that should happen before certain things happen. Part of the things that should happen before you start thinking of floating in Naira is to really improve on the security situation that you met from Buhari. Get the farmers back to the farm. How long will that take you? Get the farmers back to the farm so that even if we are not producing for export, we are producing enough to be able to eat. So dependence on the foreign country, on dollars for what we eat, it's going to be less. I'm not going to say it's going to be total independence, but it's going to be less. Then when that security is in place, when production is in place, Nigerians are psychologically now prepared to even absorb some shock. Now, Nigeria is in the theater. You are just doing so many surgery. Even doctors, when they want to do surgery, say, okay, let's do this one first. Let's do this one first. Let's do this one first. But you have two eyes and you want to operate on the two eyes. What if the surgery backfire? You go blind. So you operate one eye, watch the thing and see how it is going before you now say, okay, let me operate the second eye. But in this case, you are just putting all those things. No, let it be progressive. You can't do everything. You can't do everything, but do the key ones. And the key one you are doing, lay the foundation for them and prepare for them. Look at now, it's going back defending the same naira. It's going back defending the same naira now. Is that not what it is? After it has been damaged. So to me, I think he has good intention, good policy. He needs to be more thorough and thoughtful in his steps. You understand?
All right, thank you. All right, back to Ajale Koko.
So, well,
Can I ask a question? Okay.
who is that?
Is Ogbeni? I just want to ask Patoski a question.
Go ahead.
Just one question. Patoski, I don't know if you've read this book by Lee Kuei From Third World to First.
Yeah, I read it.
Okay. Now, what Singapore passed through, according to Lee Kuei in that book, did you see any similarity in what we are passing through presently in Nigeria?
No, there is not. There is not.
Okay, why do you think so?
Yeah, you see, what Singapore went through was
Yeah.
because when they left, when the British left,
Yeah.
and they were in Malaysia, they were together with Malaysia. Malaysia saw Singapore as just like a parasite appendix. Okay, let's pull out.
Yeah.
Malaysia pulled out, and Singapore felt, oh, this is a panic move. It was during just a little after their independence. So Lee Kuan Yew pleaded with the British military to still stay, even though they left other arm of their operation left, but the military just protected against Malaysia. It was to me, they were at the stage of birthing the nation, giving birth to the country. But you are looking at a country that has been birthed, that had gone through a civil war, that there is distrust, and there is that is big. Singapore is just a very tiny country, very short, one of the tiniest. That is big, that is a multicultural. So it's a complex situation, and some of the challenges and the problem that we have were as a result of bad decisions. In Lee Kuan Yew's case, it was the situation and context in time they found themselves. They were a colony of British. British left them with Malaysia. Malaysia distrust among them, between them and Malaysia. Malaysia pulled out.
All right. I don't think he wanted an extended version. I think he wanted to establish a point. When what point did you? Yeah.
The point I'm trying to establish is Lee Kuan Yew in that book did not find it rosy from the beginning to end. Lee Kuan Yew in that book chronicled how he was testing policies and withdrawing some for another, reaching some compromises, fine-tuning his policies, testing on people. When you're getting reactions and you think the reactions is not achieving the purpose, you go back to the round table, you regig your system, then you think over another solution, you go hard for your solution. If it's not testing, you go back to the round table until you get it done. That is how leadership and governance is. So the area I'm trying to compare is not whether Nigeria is a bigger space, Singapore is not a bigger space and co. I'm looking at the policy implementation, policy making and implementation. When you are building a nation, that you are Nigeria
You know, when it really rankles me, this narrative of trial and error that the obedience space seems to be successfully pushing onto the space. In terms of the policy thrust, it is very difficult to go against the policy thrust of the administration But in terms of the implementation of that policy thrust, it's a live situation, isn't it? And you have to react to the dynamism of it. You know, it's not a mathematical or engineering something that you slot this in here. We're talking about live situations that demand organic, spontaneous and measured reactions too. So removing all of these things that he has removed, there's no reasoned arguments against it, but the space reacting to it is an unknown quantity. Are they facilitated to respond to it? They are responding to it.
So, Wama, and I agree with you. The area I just want Patoski to, because he said he has read that book. I'm so happy about it, and that's why I'm trying to bring this out. Two books I actually wanted to draw his attention to. The second one I read very recently is Joseph C. A. Chai. It's on China. And I think it's titled maybe Chinese Transition to Market Economy, or China something Transition to Market Economy. But I know the author was Joseph C. A. Chai. We go back to read that book about Chinese economy. I pick interest in those books recently because I was just, rethinking what is happening in Nigeria. Is as any nation actually passed through this before. I realized that one of the major things this government is facing is what Patoska has mentioned. But the area he didn't go through or draw his attention to is that as this government is planning for a long-term policy that will have an effect, they have also to deal with short-term issues that is necessarily, except we want to push our evil days forward again. There are some things we have to hold now and deal with decisively. But at the same time, why we think about the consequences, we must also deal with short-term issues that will be rearing their ugly heads. But we must not becloud ourselves with looking at that short-term issues alone without seeing the long-term effect that is coming. And that is why that book is important for everyone who pick interest in Nigeria, in what we are passing through presently. Just go and look at that as is. Chinese transition to market economy, Joseph C. HR. You see how policies were being implemented in China. In fact, at the point in time, they closed the whole border. They suffer more than what we are passing through presently. They here tight their border. Nothing comes in, nothing goes out. We either die here or we survive. And they survive. Thank you, Wama.
Oh, Wama, good evening, sir. Please, can I just say something regarding the expatriate levies or whatever, sir? Before you move on.
Yeah, Ajani has the floor if it's happy for you too.
No, please, sir. Please, Ajani, can I just ask something before they move to the next topic? Please, sir.
Make you go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much, sir. So you know that, first of all these expatriates you guys are talking about, there is just, I can say it's only about their color. Because we are more qualified. The Nigerians abroad, we have got enough of Nigerians abroad that went to school in Nigeria, that went to abroad, not as as expatriates, but as hungry people. Because I listened earlier on when our brother Bishop was saying that we have enough Nigeria that are also expatriates abroad. Ogbeni have already summarized everything by saying that we have to look at the pros and cons. So what ahead? Other, now we also got all this China, Singapore, or other countries to learn from. Meanwhile, most white countries, they didn't have nobody to learn from, but they're able to struggle to the point that they're able to make it. Why would not borrow leaves from these people? That's, so these expatriates, what is wrong in the government coming to power and they say that, okay, Nigerians abroad, please come back home. Or, make the environment, so conducive for the people to come back home. Provide security. Come all the whole bushes. Let people go to farm. You have to be hungry if you can't go to the farm. How can you be waiting for Ukraine or, attributing all this hunger problem that is happening, in Nigeria to say, okay, that there's war in Ukraine. All this kind of things just they make me decrease. Because I listen to some of their governors, government aspirants. their spokespeople yesterday. I was almost mad that they are saying that okay, they are attributing all this hungry and everything that is going on around the country to as a result of the war in Ukraine and Palestinian versus Israel. What the hell is going on? If you say without even speaking grammar self or going to all this analysis of this and that, what is strong enough for a way to even refine our OS? Then all those byproducts we can use them to feed our industries. Why? And then we start to sell engine oil. Make another use grammar. Engine oil, all this hydraulic brake fluid, all those and the petrol within Africa. What do you need the dollar for then? You just sit aside and let other people be printing ordinary money to be calling dollar, and they're coming to destroy, you see your economy. So it's just too crazy. So I think when Ajani Koko said strangulation, that is just what that's just the key word for this evening. Strangulation. Black people, they like to strangulate their fellow black people. They want to be called Oga, beg, give me food. Oh, Oga woman, I don't know what else to say, sir. I thank you.
All right, back to Ajani Koko. Are you there?
Thank you, Tony. Woman, this issue of expatriate, I think, like Patoski said, if we have not been levying those people, I mean the expatriate, and Tinubu is bringing it in line with the international standard. To me, I want to say there's nothing wrong in it. But if we've been levying them and we're increasing it, to me, I will say it is not good this time. And the reason why I said it's not good is because Ogbeni said it earlier, they can retaliate too. And expatriate in what area, in what field of life, in what, I mean, they want to tell me that some Turkish that I saw when I went to Nigeria that were building school, are they telling me that we don't have builders that can build school? But that guy, the contractor building that school, we regarded as expatriate. So there are a lot of things that these politicians have done against that country with regard to non-compliance to the law of the land. Such a person should never have gotten contract to build school when we have builders in that country. Such a person should never have got, it shouldn't be, when they say it should be in the areas where we don't have the capacity to operate. Where we have the capacity should be restricted to Nigerians alone. Strictly for Nigerians alone, rather. And nobody competing with Nigerians in an area that we have capacity to operate. So, but for their own, how do I say it? For their own reason of looting some of the resources, they have manipulated, disrespected the law, and were doing things in many ways that does not conform with the law, thereby the law guiding the expatriate issue is not fully well implemented. So that is the problem. So, but they have to study. They have to be careful. I don't think it's that too good to start slamming if they have been doing it And if they are increasing it, it's not good. They should follow the law strictly. Those in Nigeria that are not expatriate in conformity with what the law says should be repatriated to their home country. And they should start building Nigerian people, giving capacity to Nigerian people. And the way to achieve that is by giving strong education to Nigerians. That is the only way that can build that country. So that is my take on that, one man.
All right, brilliant. Give us a little flavor on the Edo politics, and then we go to Patrick. Philip Shai.
About Edo, take me to another place. I don't know what's going on.
All right, it's just it's madness there.
It's just madness going on.
Do you want to speak on the labor union the protest that never really came to anything? It just sounds like yet another money grab by Joe Ajaero.
What do you mean by money grab by Joe Ajaero? Who has my Ajaero grabbed money from?
He's always threatening the government with protest and shutting the country down. It never really happens. As soon as he comes out of Aso Rock with a bag full of dollars.
Who told you that they ever give him any kobo from Aso Rock? He has challenged them publicly that if government have ever given them a kobo for them to even lodge in an hotel, he said they should come out openly and say it. So why can't they come out and say, this is what we have given to you? Because they never given anything to him. He's never taken anything from them. He's fighting for the interests of the workers. The problem that we have in that country is that, the Nigerian government have shown, for several years, one administration after the other, irresponsibility of the highest order that you cannot see in any part of the world where, government treats the workers so shabbily and have no interest at all in the interests of the workers. The doctors were treated so bad. The what do you call it? The judiciary staff. The professors. Why must workers union have to threaten to go on strike before they want to say, okay, let's sit down? Why must government sign agreement with workers?
Adele Koko, let me bring you what Bayo Ononuga has to say. It says, Bayo Ononuga, the special advisor to President Bola Tinubu on information and strategy, has lambasted the leadership of the Nigeria Labour Congress. Ononuga, who was a guest on Politics Today, Channel's television program on Wednesday, February the 28th, claimed that the president of the NLC, Joe Ajaero, behaves in an unruly manner. Recall that the leadership of the NLC on Tuesday night, February the 27th, directed its members to suspend the second day of nationwide protest. According to the NLC, the strike has achieved great success. Reacting to the development, the presidential aide condemned the NLC's nationwide strike action and maintained that instead of the union going on strike, why can't Ajaero seek a dialogue with Tinubu's government? Ononuga said, Ajaero keeps moving the goalpost. Joe Ajaero is not playing the politics for labor the way it should be played. Sometimes he appears to me to be an unreasonable leader. Why call people on the streets? when you can hold further talks with the government of Nigeria to know where the problem lies, and the federal government will update you. The government has given Mr. Ajero and his group the explanation. Whatever that has not been done, he will say this is the reason why we have not done this. But every time Ajero, keeps threatening the government as if the labor union will have to run the federal government. There is a position and decision of labor, but government is government. So this is actually, hear him in his own words.
Position of the federal government in this matter.
No, that's not the position of the federal government. Should be the reading of any reasonable Nigerian, that Yoruba Jero is not actually playing the politics of labor the way it should be played. Sometimes he appears to me as a very unreasonable labor leader. Why call people on the street when you can sit down and hold further talks with the government of Nigeria to know where the problem lies? And the government would have given Mr. Ajero and his group the explanation. Whatever has not been done, we say this is the reason why we've not done this. But every time he keeps threatening government as if the labor union will have to run the federal government. There's a division of labor. Government is government. Labor.
So that's the position of the government, Ajanle Koko. The guy is just a nuisance after money.
Ananuga, you can hear the tonality, the way he's speaking, or the way he spoke. Highly irresponsible. Going after the president of workers, calling him irresponsible, saying all sort of, people in the position of leadership should have, that way of speaking in such a way that will not sound, rude, irresponsible, and that will not carry that arrogancy that we can do whatever we like. That is the way. That is what this crabby looking man, that is what he's doing in that. Look at the way he's going after Ajero. The interests of workers, or what their government have done for the Nigerian workers since they came in. He didn't mention it. He failed to mention one particular thing. They failed to have anything done in terms of agreement on what they want to do. The one that even the president publicly made in his broadcast to the nation, he promised that, okay, he's going to pay 35,000 to workers for 6 months, during which workers and the government, the union and the government will, package something together more definitively for the interest of worker. They failed to do it. They only pay 1 month. Since then, they never paid that 35,000.
Ajanle Koko, you are not correct.
Irresponsible
government
that have no
Ajanle Koko.
Workers at heart.
Observation, please.
Yeah. Okay.
You are not correct. Federal government have paid that 35,000 up to date. The only one that is outstanding now is February.
The government irresponsible government. You always defend them. Yeah, continue. Yeah.
We are talking to facts now. Ajanle Koko, I am saying that 35,000 wage award has been paid up to date. All you need to do is to say, no, it has not been paid. And then it's fact. It's just black or white. Don't tell me I'm defending. You are already taking a position every time. So I'm saying to fact that it has been paid, which can be verified. We have listeners, anybody that has a federal civil servant, you will say, oh, you are not aware. Or don't tell me that I'm defending. Just controvert what I have said. So let's speak to facts. I'm just correcting you. It has been paid up to date because I have people in federal civil service. So if you don't have, or if you have verified from them, I'm just putting the facts there because there are listeners here.
Okay. Why haven't we here? You have people that you talk to, but government have not. Since Ajero, in his interview recently, he challenged them. He said they have not paid. Why haven't they come out to say, oh, we have paid? Where is government response? You see, this defending indefensible all the time, being on the side of irresponsible government, I mean, it's very, very laughable sometimes. So this man that called, what is this man you are showing? This, what is his name?
Bayo Nonuga.
This Bayo Nonuga. Look at the arrogancy. No respect for workers. They, I mean, you cannot, in Great Britain where you are, your prime minister can never talk down on workers like that. American president can never talk down on American workers like that. But these criminal, irresponsible people in the position of power that value no human being, they don't value nothing. They don't value Nigerian people. And that is why they will roll out policy after policy that is so that has, make life miserable for Nigerian people. Look at him on national TV. On national TV. This guy, they have sat down. The last time they wanted to go on strike, you quickly called on them. They sat down with you. They have shifted, done everything to satisfy the government, to give them a lot of time for them to do their own part. The workers have done their own part. They have sacrificed enough. How long will they have to sacrifice? But these criminals can quickly, one man, look at how much this bastard roll out for themselves. In a short period of time, they assume office. In terms of money for their vacation, in terms of money for their vehicle, in terms of money for their allowances. Look at billions of dollars, naira that they roll out for themselves. Easy. What are they giving to workers? They're giving nothing. And then you are expecting the labor leader to sit down and not do anything. If you have sat down with them, if their government have sat down and agreed on something or have started doing something, would the workers' union say they want to go on strike? I mean, this is just the height of irresponsibility I've ever seen. Look at him on national TV going after the president of workers, calling him irresponsible man, calling him all sort of things, and he failed to tell us what they have done as government for Nigerian workers. I didn't watch that interview, but I believe Seun Okinbaloye will have thrown some hard question at him too. But what Okinbaloye, the video, what I would love to hear Okinbaloye asking him is that, sir, what have you done? What has your government done for the worker or have fulfilled for the worker since you came in for the past 9 months? Since you have assumed office for the past 9 months, what have you done for Nigerian workers? Tell us, let us know. But the workers can tell you how much that these people have allocated for themselves. That is the first thing they did when they came into government. Money after money, billions of dollars for first lady, fleet of vehicles, president fleet of vehicles, legislators, allowances. How many of them? They have given themselves for the allowance for the legislators alone for their own comfort about about 160 something billion naira for them, for their vehicle and stuff. How much have they given to Nigerian workers? Woman, this is a very irresponsible government when it comes to workers. They don't have the love of workers at heart, and I don't see them doing anything. Maybe in the future, maybe they're gonna do, but for so far, it is wrong. They've never done anything good for Nigerian workers. Nigerian workers have been crushed. Purchasing power crushed. What do they want them to do? They want to kill them. These are workers. I mean, these people hate workers. They don't like them. They don't like Nigerian people in general. That's why their policy never worked for Nigerian people. Let me leave it there, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's Ajale Koko who concludes that the government actually hates the people. So there it is, right there. Bombshell statement. Let's go to Patoski, see if he's ready. Patrick. Patoski. All right, let's go to World Peace.
So where do you want me to start?
Kick it off from whichever point you want from.
Let me kick it off from where Ajale Koko stopped. I think I will agree with him that it's not as if they hate workers. I think they are just.
It sounds as though you turned very sharply against Tinubu. You were one of his biggest champions in the build-up to the election.
It's not about Tinubu.
He's trying to hold them accountable. This is what we should be doing. We should hold these criminals accountable in the way they are running our country. They are not running it well.
Woman, do you know the analogy I like to give? If you buy a pet, you buy a pet because of your son. Or you want him to play with your son. But when that pet grows and starts attacking your son, then that pet is useless. I supported Tinubu because Tinubu, I felt it was good for Nigeria. You understand? Not because I love Tinubu and I want to just give Nigerian to him. I supported Tinubu because I felt it was good for Nigeria. Of all the three lots, it was the best for Nigeria. But
do you still hold that view?
Of all the three lots, yeah.
Yes, okay.
It's still the best for Nigeria. But it's not doing what Nigerians need. I'm not just saying what Nigeria wants now. Nigeria needs certain things that are very basic, that you don't need to do system research, do some other this thing to be able to know what. And it's not as if we have not been doing anything in that area. So you just need to build on it. That is security. If you work on security, you will improve on food production automatically. I tell you, which expatriate wants to come to Nigeria now, or which investor wants to come when they know that they can be kidnapped? Of course, let's be sincere. I'm not of the type that talks down on my country. But if you want to be sincere, you know if they come, they can actually be kidnapped. Sincerely, between you and me. They can actually be kidnapped. Even me and you now that are in diaspora, when some of us go down, you just go low profile. I have a friend that goes to Nigeria. He buys Ankara, get rubber slippers, doesn't go to big hotels, he doesn't even go and stay in Airbnb. Move around like every other person. Because
I have a friend that he owns a hotel in Lagos. He was telling me that anytime he's invited to an occasion, if the occasion is holding anywhere further than Ibadan, he will just send money.
Yeah, because that's where they know him, right?
That's why. No, because he feels the further he travels, the more at risk he is.
Yeah, and that is we are Nigerians. You cannot imagine someone who's a foreigner. So someone who's even now maybe another race. You know, as a black man, even if you are a foreigner, as a black man, it might even be very difficult to know whether you are from Nigeria or not. But if somebody who is white comes there, even if he's from Croatia or from all this Eastern Europe that are so poor, they will say, Oyibo, they will just, it's possible. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen to you, but you and me, we know. I'm not of the type that talks down on my country, but we must change that narrative. and we can't change it this way. Do something on security such that farmers can go back to farm. Those people don't have other jobs than farming, so they are also jobless. So that farmers can go back to farm, and then food can we can have food. It's not that they say they take food to outside country. It's because there's no food, no enough food now. Is this the first time they take food to those countries? I'm sure obviously Nigeria must have been the one supplying those people food before. So this one I said, don't take it to other country. How can you tell somebody not to go and sell his product in a place that is going to command good price? Is Nigeria not selling his oil in foreign countries? How can you now say the farmer that struggled and struggled say no, you are not allowed to take it to another country? Is he selling? Are you taxing him and he's saying he's not paying? He's going to pay now. Is his sweat? So if Nigeria dig oil now, say no, don't sell your oil in other country. So that's the kind of thinking. It's because we are not producing enough for ourselves that we are thinking, oh, don't sell to other countries. If we sell to other countries, it's supposed to improve our trade too now. That's what we should pursue now. But because we are not doing the right thing, these people are more focused on themselves than on Nigeria. It's when election is closed that they will start thinking of Nigerians. But now they are more focused on themselves. Look at what they are doing. Supporting themselves. They have cars, they have everything, they buy.
She rice loans there.
No, I'm just doing the dishes.
Look at that. No house girl.
No. In North America, house girl. I just tried to do it today. My daughter could have done it, so I just had to say she has some homework and other stuff.
Then your love rice, don't say.
Look at that.
I mean, Dano. For body.
One man leti ọ̀fẹ́, ó ti mọ̀ pé kìtì ló.
Mo ṣáà ń gbọ́ gbúrú, you know.
So
and gbúrú yẹn bí ẹ pé èèyàn ń ṣan rice ló fẹ́ ṣe ni.
No, mi ni mo run tap. Don't worry, I'll run now. You won't even know. So at the end of the day, you see, just like one Ajaliku said, they don't have the interest of Nigerian at heart. They love themselves too much. They love themselves. Look at what they are doing now. When there are opportunities, they give it to only their family. When there are this thing, it's like that. Why? Who runs like that? Who runs the country like that? We need to let them know they are not better than you and me. They don't have higher stake in Nigeria than you and me. So why should they be the one to have the first right of this thing? So we must step up. Sincerely, it's just very painful that people like Showore currently don't have the political strength or the desire to make the required political compromise. Not as they don't have political strength, but there's a need for some political compromise. And people like Showore are not ready to take that. If not, we need someone like that actually to turn around that country. We need someone like that to turn around that country. It's because they know they can always come back and win. Akpabio know he can always win. So he can do all those things he's doing. Because nobody's going to hold him accountable by the time election is here. So I feel very sad that that's what is happening. But
it's quite amazing, actually. You saying that we've pretty much run the same cycle for nearly 60 years. It was Babangida, Buhari, Obasanjo, Babangida. It's just the same setup. Remember that infamous photograph, black and white, when they were all playing drafts together.
Yeah.
And that photograph there cycles the country around itself, not letting anybody in.
So we need, and their own children. You see, at a point they started positioning their children. They start. Not because those children are.
You know that Babangida was hustling for his son to be the governor of Niger State.
Can you
but it didn't quite pan out.
You see, so at what point are we going to say enough is enough? If we have not done well now, if you see the way they live, you know it now. You know it now. What's the job? Akpabio is a lawyer. What's the essay? I don't know how his practice was. Maybe he has one of the biggest chambers in Lagos. I don't know. I know it was in Lagos. You understand? So how did he make all that money? And we are not saying, okay, return the money, but I mean,
how did Dino Melaye make all his money? Because as far as I'm aware, he went from been a student union activist into the House of Representatives and then from there to the Senate. I'm not aware that he's actually ever done a day's work in his life.
Yeah, those are the questions we should be asking. Instead of rallying around them and clapping for them, those are the questions we should be asking. And when election comes, we should make pragmatic choice. Okay, which one is better among these three? If you pick this one, then tie rope around his neck, hold him and hook him, so that he will know that next time he will think twice. That's what we are trying to do with Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He should make good his promises. He should not come and tell us the same old story. Anything that has improved should not get worse under him. Naira was 600 or something under the previous man. It should not get worse under him. It should go down. That's the way it is. If he can't improve on it, he should leave it the way it was. The man who is clueless, the man who is Fulani from Kinikandaura, exchange rate was better than this. So he should keep it at that. Security under him got improved reasonably. So he should let it run like that. So
I wouldn't say security was better under Buhari, you know.
No, it has improved.
It has improved quite significantly, except from a little spike that we saw here and there a few months ago. We're not every day just regurgitating that Fulani headsmen have gone to savage and ravage a community, which was every day with Buhari.
We had it like that, but we from the benefit of hindsight, now you and I know that some of those Fulani headsmen narratives, some of them were really not completely true. But if you plot the trajectory of security under Buhari, you will see that there were serious improvement. If you plot that far back from maybe Yaradua or Obasanjo, Yaradua was when Boko Haram started. If you plot it, you will discover that it really went down that Buhari. So that's the truth. But the point is that Tinubu should not make it get worse. And one of the ways Tinubu can add to it is to reinforce it, accelerate his security efforts. Those are the key things, accelerate security efforts. And then get people back to their farm, get them back to their home. How can Nigerians be internally displaced in Cameroon? How can Nigeria?
Is that just a subsisting? Patrick, is that just a subsisting narrative? It sometimes it sounds like mantra chanting to me. You say get people back to their farms. People are back to their farms because of the improved security situation.
Oh, since
are people not back to their farms?
Man, how did you say improved security? Where? Tell us. Tell us now. Is it in Benue?
When was the last time you read that our friend from the north have gone into the middle belt to savage?
Are you talking like this?
Are you hearing it with the frequency you were hearing it?
I mean, the one we tweeted recently, the one that they sacked a lot of people out of their villages, that the men that were talking maybe because of resources or something like that. I mean, have they gone back to their villages? Do you know how many other people, other villages that they have sacked people out?
Hey. Are you hearing it with the frequency you were hearing it on Buhari?
No, the political arguments around it are dived down because Buhari is no longer there. They can't call it Fulani headsmen or Yoruba headsmen now. Yes. Or Yoruba goat header.
Let me comment, please. Please. Number one, on the issue of Ajero, I want to challenge Ajani Koko. Go and dig out the 15 or 16 points that they have a memorandum of understanding on with Labour as the federal government, and let's deal with all those items one after the other. How many have been fulfilled? How many is being fulfilled? And what is outstanding? That is one. On this issue of farming, last year around September or thereabout, federal government, I think, engaged over 100,000 small-scale farmers that will lead to the production of probably about 400,000 metric tons of grains, short-term grains. But the shortage of those grains is going to take 4 months. Most of them planted, We have not had any issue of security with them. Those 100,000 farmers spread across, especially the area that is being farmed. But because the products are not out here, the products will take about 5 or 6 months of most of them. It's not harvest season yet. So yes, a lot of things have happened and they are still happening, especially the security area. A lot of these people have gone back to their farm. The narrative we hold on to, like one man just said now, it's become a cliche. If federal government was able to mobilize 100,000 farmers and give them all the necessary inputs, and those people are still in the farm and their farms are doing well, and we are only expecting, except you want to tell me the kind of grains that they will plant, that they will harvest the following day or the following week or the following month at the very most. That things are very popular and people are talking does not make it the correct or the right information. I said earlier on that federal government has paid the 5,000. Some people point the 35,000 wage since January, middle of January they paid. I think January 18 or whatever. People started receiving their alert. Ajale people did not know that they have paid additional 3 months. He's still holding on to the 1 month they paid back in October. And I corrected that. He did not admit that, even though I know within himself he has found out the truth. But some people are busy running their mouth in the comment section about how it is not. I'm not supporting government. I'm putting an opinion out or an information out that you can contest if you have a superior fact to that effect. So federal government have 100,000 farmers that they mobilize. These people are farming. They have not said that they have been dreaming out of their farm. But the narrative every day is people cannot farm, people cannot farm. But we are exporting food. We are exporting food to our neighboring countries. We are exporting food to a lot of places in America and in Europe. But we keep saying people cannot farm, people cannot farm, people are hungry, people are starving, people are hungry, people are starving, people cannot farm, because it has become like a mantra. It's become something that, it's the popular thing to say, so let me join them in saying it. When we don't spend any time at all in trying to investigate what is the situations yesterday will definitely be different from situation today. Situation yesterday can improve today. Overnight, things can improve tremendously. But if you don't pay time, that you just hold on to that bad news that you want to keep spreading, well, so be it. All of us are looking for improvement, good things to happen in Nigeria. I mean, I challenged somebody here the other day, a few weeks ago when we were talking. He said you cannot even travel from Lagos to Ibadan. I said there has been only one incident or two incidences on Lagos Ibadan Express route in several months. There are more than 100,000 vehicles that apply Lagos Ibadan every day. So because of two incidents in about 4 or 5 months, you now say that you cannot even go to Lagos peace. I mean, how can we be? How can we be? Yeah, we have challenges, we have security situations, but to say it has not improved is like just being deliberately being, being I don't know what to say. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Patrick, Kulata wants you to answer his question that is put up via super chat. He says, "What is Patrick saying? Lower interest rate? How?"
No, I didn't mention anything about lower interest rate.
No, I think it was actually aghast when you said that Tinubu should have kept the exchange rate to where he met it, and it was asking how that can be supported.
Okay, what I was trying to say was that, okay, my own position about the interest rate, exchange rate is this. We could float the exchange rate, which is going to be the best thing, ultimate thing to do. But there are certain things that must have been in place before we are able to float the exchange rate. For example, you came into office, you should even study situation of things and do some sensitivity analysis. If we float the exchange rate, what is the effect here? What is the effect on food? What's the effect on consumer price index and all those stuff like that? When you know that, what's going to be the effect, then you can start plugging. You are not going to plug everything. You can start putting structures in place such that when you now eventually decide to float, you'll be able to absorb it. At least bring your production to a particular level, bring certain things to a particular level. You understand? For you to be able to do that. To me, that's the way policies are supposed to be done. Yeah, we do trial with policies, you understand? But you see, when you are running a company and you do small trial with policy, the impact is big, but it's minimal. But when it is a country, if you take one decision can lead to death of 10,000 people, 5,000 people, 8,000 people, things like that. So the government decisions are very critical. Let me just say this with the scripture. The scripture says something. It said there's an evil that I've seen upon the earth. He said that evil is like an error that proceeds from a leader. So he's saying, the scripture there is saying that when the leader makes mistake, it's very, very dangerous. If I make a mistake in my house, the highest number of people that can be affected are just maybe 4 other people, apart from me. But when the governor, look at what Emefiele did now. Just small Emefiele as CBN governor. Look at the number of people that died. Look at the number of businesses that died. Look at the noise, the insecurity, the effect in the country. So I'm in support of floating of exchange rate, but I'm saying that he should have tried to do some sensitivity analysis, try to put some structures in place so that when you float the rate, you have a system that will absorb some of the shock. But you did that, it has the naira just crashed. That became so embarrassing. Now you are struggling to defend the naira back. So what are we saying? So that's my position about that. I'm not saying anything about interest rate or that. That is no
All right. All right. Do you want me to take you to the talking points, or do you just want to
take me to another talking point? Yeah.
All right. These are Binance executives that were arrested. One Brit, one American. They were invited to shed more light into the goings on. Cardoso came out to tell us that 26 billion disappeared in some mysterious portal down that particular exchange. Satisfactory answers not given and summarily arrested. So what are you then making then of this Idi Amin style that Tinubu is introducing?
No, I just feel that if they are able to get a court order to be able to do that, that will probably be the right direction. Nobody will watch people speculating on their
They
currency.
did get one. They did get one.
Perfect. No country should watch other people speculating on their currency and then destroying lives. These lives that we're talking about here, destroying lives, destroying businesses that people have spent their entire life to build. So as long as they use the right means and did the lawful thing in a very lawful way, not like you have the case of Sunday that they went to his house and just carried the man. So if it was done right, then why not? Let them meet in court. That's the point. You cannot allow anybody to just speculating on your currency and then all your policy will now look like it's failing just because somebody is somewhere pulling one button or doing something or using one channel. I really don't know so much about that Binance thing. I'm going to read it up. Or maybe if Kulata comes in, I'm sure he must have got some information there. Let him come and tell us what that thing is all about.
Emeka broke it down a couple of sessions ago, but a lot of it was locked in financial language that went over a lot of our heads. But yes, Nigeria imposes annual levy on expatriate workers. So this is another rollout by the Tinubu space. Expatriate workers. A director, $15,000.
Tinubu is rolling like a lion. He should not like
He's grabbing every dollar the grabbable, isn't he?
The guys, this is laudable news. Laudable, very laudable. You can't keep.
I thought it was a genius move, but the conversation so far don't seem to like it.
Oh, it's laudable. You just can't keep bringing in expatriates at leadership position and keep putting Nigerians in mid-role positions.
Especially in positions where Nigerians can be recruited to, yes.
Exactly. What are they taking us for? You have people, you have a Nigerian company owned by Nigerians, then you are bringing in expatriates to hold strategic executive positions, and then Nigerians will not be the mid and junior level staff. Then pay the fine. Pay the fine. If you consider them too important for your role, don't worry, pay the fine. I want it to be annually, right? Because you are taking jobs out of Nigerians.
It should be. And even when they are ready to pay the fine, there should be a quota.
Not just one. They need to now keep explaining why do you have to recruit an expatriate when a Nigerian can do this role. They must have to justify it. If they can't justify it, increase the fine again.
You know, one man in this place, we have what they call LMIA, that's labor market opinion and something. Before if you want to hire someone, a foreign worker, if you see the procedure, if you would have done some advert, did some things, and prove that you have searched the whole of Canada, and even in some cases you have searched US, and you couldn't find before you now say, okay, I will hire a foreigner. So which position do you want to hire somebody for that? You will say you can't find the whole of Canada, except maybe I'm looking for a Yoruba language teacher for my son. You know, those kind of this thing. So Nigeria should come up with structures like that. That okay, you would have advertised that position, a place like Dangote where they say, oh, the MD or somewhere is from India. You would have advertised that position online everywhere, and you must have shown that you really advertise and try to screen, and you couldn't find somebody from Nigeria who can do that thing. They will now give you an approval to bring an expatriate, and when you bring that expatriate, there's a quota you will pay fee for bringing that expatriate. Not just that, if you are a foreign company that is coming to Nigeria, it's expected that okay, to be able to build your corporate culture, you need to bring in some of your workers from the other location. There will be a quota. They will tell you, oh, you can't be more than 5% of your total workforce from your from your parent country. So in that situation, if you get an approval for that 5%, you pay the fee. If you want to exceed that amount, you get a special approval. You pay a higher fee for it, and there should be a limit to which you cannot even extend beyond. You understand? So to me, it is the best thing that happens in that space in recent time. I'm telling you.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to one more space, then we go on to Emeka. Do you want to speak a little bit to the restructuring, which Tinubu is promising that is going to be the last big lift of its administration? It was on a condolence visit to Ondo State when he made that pronouncement.
Yeah, my position on restructuring, I think we need to really define what we want by restructuring. Some people say restructuring is running through federalism. Let the states be independent. Let the state be able to run their system and have a weak center. Some people will say, oh, we want to go back to the regional state. No. To me, restructuring is changing the shape and the system of things such a way that it will fit what Nigeria is in the modern context. You understand? It doesn't have to be, oh, let Yoruba be this. A good restructuring could be abolition of state of origin. It should be as per place of residence. So if you have lived in a place for maybe a particular period of time, and they are approved, you get a certificate of residence and get an ID card of residence, you are a Lagosian if you are there. If I am a Yoruba man in Enugu and I've lived this much, then I'm an Enugu man. So that's going to be a good break. That's also restructuring. But if the restructuring that people are claiming money for is the kind of restructure that is capable of dividing Nigeria eventually, when everybody will now click together and say, oh yeah, Yoruba Nation, Biafra, Arewa, and stuff like that. Let's remove that place of origin. Let's make it place of residence. Let's remove some. By the time we do place of residence, you will discover that the quota system thing, the dynamics will shift a little. And then let's look at.
But there's an argument for indigenship, though. I mean, what shouldn't you have some sort of for being an indigene of a place? Because very quickly you can get overrun by, and then the sense of loyalty as well is wrapped in indigenship.
No, indigenship is a cultural and identity thing. It's okay, but a Nigerian thing should be as per place of residence. For people of indigene, let the local authorities, the obas, all those things, let them continue to promote their culture. When they say indigene, for example, I'll give you a good example. For someone like me, I don't see someone who claims to be an indigene of Abeokuta that has more stake, that can claim to have more stake and presence than some of us. If I grew up there, I got married there, I had all my kids there, I built my first house there, I did the second there. I worked there for so that long. You understand? If I
Patrick,
stand,
Patrick, Patrick,
yeah,
can I interject you, please?
yes.
Yeah, this one that you are talking about, do you think it can work in Nigeria? Actually, there's nothing like is indigenship that we practice in Nigeria, not this one that is citizenship.
Isn't it
You get your is there's no state that issue you state of origin certificate. It's from the local government. That's what you get in Nigeria. And it's what you see in the certificate of indigenship. That's what you use. If
But the
they
point is,
just write it in any form, hold on. If they just write in any form that they just the state of origin, the only proof that you have that you are an origin of a state is that your indigenship from your local government. You
I'll
understand?
give you a good example.
Now,
For
let me
example,
give you this. Let me give you know the reason why it cannot work in Nigeria.
you say?
If some people make their place, you understand, difficult for other people to stay, but they spread around the whole country and they now enjoy the same privilege with other people, and meanwhile their own place is only them that are there. Okay, look at the way people are migrating from the north, and maybe due to insecurity. Everybody is flooding the southwest, Lagos, and all those things. And then you are not telling them that because they have stayed there, then they should become a resident or whatever of that place. They enjoy the same facility, the same privilege. Which privilege the people of the southwest going to enjoy in other places?
If, for example, when Simba, if for example, uh, let me give you a good example. Look at my kids. They don't even know anything about my village. They were born in Abeokuta. Now they are in Canada. If they talk about Nigeria, if they want to say they are from Nigeria, if you ask my second boy, he will say he's from Abeokuta. That's where he was born. That's where his certificate was issued. The certificate of his birth was issued from Abeokuta South local government, signed by an Abeokuta South official. So why can't that boy claim to be an Abeokuta man? Why not? Just because his father is from Edo. And this same his father was born in Osun State. I was born in Ilewole local government or Osun district in those days. That was how it was. It wasn't Ilewole. Osun Kinikan
Is there
Ilewole
any
district.
Irewole local government? There's no Irewole local
Ilewole now
government.
Ikire. Maybe they've changed it. Ikire was
Okay,
Ilewole
Kiri
local government
Akumu.
now. Was Ilewole local government.
No,
So
that is Adidade local government.
But
I know
sorry,
Yeah.
Mr. Patrick, Mr. Patrick, Mr. Patrick. Sorry, this is
Patrick.
BT from Abeokuta, original Egbaman here.
So me, I'm fake.
Oh, yeah. I did not. Come on, I didn't say you're fake. But to the point, Simba raised that people in the Southwest, we don't tend to move as much as everybody else. So if you throw it open, there's going to be it's going to be skewed towards some certain people and against, because I'm not trying to make it like a versus thing, but it will not benefit the Southwest. In terms, not that people will not be sincere or you have a more robust, a more diverse group of people, set of people. That's fine, but there is no balance where I cannot go to certain places in Nigeria and say I want to do the same thing, and it will not be accepted regardless of how you change the law. So, I think it's that imbalance that Simba is talking about, where it be fair in one area and it will be unfair in other areas. So why can't we have both, where residents will still have rights? You were born somewhere, you have a right, but you still keep the indigenship as some kind of benefit to those that are from there originally.
You see, that is going to be tagged as discriminatory. I'll give you a good example. Somebody is an indigene of maybe Ogun State. He has not paid as much tax in Ogun State as I do. He doesn't have a house in Ogun State. He doesn't have a school in Ogun State. He doesn't have influence in Ogun State. He has not helped Ogun State business like I've done. And you say he's an indigene. What has he contributed to that state? That just because his father was born there. You understand what I'm saying? If, for example, look at me, the investment that I have in Ogun State, I don't have 1/10, even 1/20 of that investment in my state.
What?
Because I have zero investment in my state. The only
Sorry,
investment I have is my
Patristic.
father's house.
The truth is, you are using yourself as an example, which is very perfect, which is very okay. But quite honestly, it's not something that can be applied generally. It's not something that can be. And if we go that way, it should be skewed against, at least I can tell you very confidently, the Southwest. I've lived in the North. I've lived in the Southeast, South combined together. Combined together, I've spent more than 25 years in the Southeast, and I spent well over 10 or 15 years in the North. And I can tell you, if we go that route, it might sound very good because we are very liberal. You are looking at yourself, because you were born there and the rest, and you grew up there. But if we actually go that route, it's going to be skewed heavily against the Southwest. And I know why that is. Because one, Southwest had a head start in civilization, kind of, due to whatever reason. I did make mention of something after the 1955 Awolowo civil, free education, and the one that was tried in the Southeast, and how it collapsed, and the migration. Even though some people attacked me for it here, but they did not come up with facts, because those are facts. Because go and check the school enrollment in the Southwest for that year in the Western region, it soared. It soared very astronomically, and you get the names and the kind of people that come. So it gave a little bit of a head start. So if we adopt this, I can tell you, it's not going to be in the best interest of people of the Southwest.
Can I also add one thing? During residence, I practiced in Native American Reserve in America, somewhere in Arizona. Even in America, indigents of this land, not white, indigents of this land they have benefits, even more than white people in America. When it comes to healthcare, to education, to grant, even to buy land, to build houses, in this country, they have, even when it comes to policing and laws regarding female, they have special consideration for their own indigenous. Even in America here, they do. So I don't understand why somebody wants to just wipe that out and talk about residency and everybody's equal on the same land. No, people on that land fought for that land. They died for that land. They've lived on that land, and they should always have some kind of privilege compared to everybody else. That is, they do it across the world. And like Bishop, I think it was Bishop was talking about earlier. Like I said earlier as well, it is not. If you want to make any law, I thought it was supposed to be beneficial to everybody. And I'm saying that Southwest will be the one that will bear the brunt of everything, because they will be the place where everybody will move to. So how is that benefiting me when I don't travel across Nigeria that much and everybody's coming to me? So how is that law beneficial to me? The resident thing is, I don't understand. It is not mutually beneficial. It is not mutually beneficial. Is the point of the argument here? It is not mutual in any way. That is anyhow. But in America, once again. So my point is this: in Nigeria, we actually have to make laws when it comes to state like Lagos or other states. Half of your cabinet has to be resident, not Yoruba. Resident, sorry, of Lagos, indigenes of Ogun, whatever. It has to be from their place. When it comes to healthcare, they should get special access the same way they do in America here for Native Americans. When it comes to education, they should get special privilege because their father and their ancestral father, they got there first.
Is that not going to lead to some sort of two-tier citizenship?
No,
where some citizens are more citizens than others.
There is always levels to it. Even in America, there's always level. Everybody, okay, I'm a Nigerian that has American citizenship, and even I know that my blue passport doesn't make me American all the way. I have some kind of. There should be some kind of understanding to that. There should be that. Let's just be honest here. You can have your blue passport or your red passport, but when it comes to indigenship, there's levels to this. So my point is, you cannot dismiss or remove indigenship in any way. That one I will put. I'm sorry, Patrick. I know you love Egba and Egba man. You have no disrespect, but I disagree with you on your take on that one. I disagree with you, sir. I disagree.
Okay, thank you. They never chase me come off from my place. Go back there.
When you go for there, you don't talk, say you don't get land, you don't get anything.
No, but
No,
if I mention my name,
we love Patrick, we love him in Egbaland and all that. We are very welcoming people.
if I mention my
But
name,
we cannot. But if Egba removes,
but you just called him Mama Aton now.
I did not. No. I don't. One man, you don't do that or this or your.
Oh, all right. Okay.
No, I'm being serious now. I'm saying, Patrick, just be on. Let's think about it. If you remove that,
àwọn Yorùbá sọnù ni wọ́n máa ń sọ bí.
One man is.
ṣé mo sì sọ ni bó ṣe sọ kọ́ nìyẹn ni ọmọ ọ̀tọ̀run tó fẹ́ àjọba nílùú ìgbà tuntun.
Yorùbá is very. But Patrick, but here's my point. It is not beneficial to us. I don't do. There's no benefit to me now. It will benefit me. It will benefit Yoruba people now. So why would I agree to that? There's no benefit.
But it also means that if you are a Yoruba person and you are in it also means that if you are a Yoruba person and you are in a place like maybe Edo State or you are in a place like maybe Niger State,
right?
You have the same rights too.
No. You have right. You have right to live there.
Let me give you one.
You have rights, but I'm saying some certain things, benefits.
At a point in time, all of us that are here, all those Yoruba, everything. At a point in time, people migrated to places. Let me tell you, it will come to a time when those people will be seen as Ogun people, whether we like it or not. Their children will marry, their daughters will marry an Egbama, everything will be mixed. People migrate to places. People come. The current Lagosians today, some of them came from Ogun State. Some of them were Brazilian returnees. Some of them were not even slaves that were taken from Nigeria. Some of them were taken from Ghana, from other countries, but they just returned to Lagos and now they are Lagosians.
You know, we had this conversation. I'm not quite sure if BT was here or if he remembers. We had this conversation many sessions ago, and we were concluding somewhat that it should take you 2 centuries before you can actually claim that
right
status.
To run for anywhere. That you must have shown that you're part of the culture. Just don't show up from somewhere and just say, oh, because I've lived there for 6 years by our laws and I can do everything because I'm a resident.
For example,
if any of Patrick siblings want to, your children want, not your own generation, not even your children, maybe the ones that come after them.
Yeah, those ones should be able to claim that. Look at it, for example, my father came to the Southwest 1940. That's close to 100 years now. My father came to Southwest, went to Ogbese in Ondo State, from there to Akure. Actually came to Ogbese and Co in almost 30 something or like that. That's almost.
Patrick, that is sorry to cut you short. So residency has 2 parts. That is by birth or you just relocate. So we need to make a clear decision here. Somebody can be born in somewhere. So if you were born somewhere and you're not from there originally, I would not actually use the word residency. I wouldn't use that as a term to describe you.
I was eventually born.
Residency more.
Does birth or should birth confer indigenship?
That's a good question.
No,
that is the conundrum. That is where it is. But this idea, that one, Patrick, we can have it. No. That one we can have it about that. But the moving to somewhere and wanting to benefit the same way is what I don't feel comfortable with. But the birth thing that woman just raised, that one we can have the conversation about. That is a very.
I was born there. My kids were born there, and stuff like that. Then they don't even know. They don't even know so much about their place. The only place they know, you are now saying no, they are not. I mean, what makes you better than that? Because the father was there. Their father was also born there. So what are you saying? What claim do you have? Your father was born there, yeah, their father was born there. You were born there, yes, they were also born there. So what's the question? You understand what I'm saying? They have Yoruba names. They have Yoruba names.
I see your point about being
their
born.
Mother is,
I see your point. I'm saying that one I can have a conversation with you about that one, the birth. But somebody, I think in our law now, I think it's 6 months. If you move somewhere 6 months, you can run for office. because that's what this guy did. This guy from Lagos, Yayi. By the way, FYI, one man is your next governor in Ogun State. By the way, that's what they're preparing for.
Not so.
So he's back in Ogun State now. 6 months residency is now he can run for office in Ogun State. I know his dad is from that Awori Song area, so that's okay. But he can move back. But my thing is that shouldn't be so. You can't move there somewhere 6 months because you have the political power to run for office. No, I'm not comfortable. If you were born there or you were indigent, I see the point. But just moving 6 months, 2 years, that one I don't get it. I don't agree with that.
All right, brilliant. Patrick, let's hear quickly from Emeka, who we are about to lose to sleep. So let's just we'll look back still to you. But Mekus, unless you're already snoring, dreaming of that long leg Swedish girl that you like, Mekus.
That's a very funny one. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, one man. Evening to the comment section and the viewers as well. Quite a long day for me today. Anyway, I just have 4 talking points.
What happened? Am I still? What happened? Am I still here? Hello?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Oh, we can now. All right, carry on.
Okay. Like I was saying, I said I have 4 talking points that I was hoping to discuss today. I think a few of them have probably been touched on. People have provided their own insight on them. So I'll probably will now start with the dollar crash, right? Where we're seeing positive impact from the CBN Monetary Policy Committee meeting yesterday after the increase of the monetary policy rates to 22.75 and other CBN measures to remove speculative activities in the market. Where I think, I don't know, probably you would have seen it in the news that the Naira has appreciated against the dollar and is now currently at 1,450 to a dollar, if not down at the moment, maybe due to closing of the market. So CBN has, commenced selling dollars to BDC, so they'll be selling 20,000 weekly. I think they've sold for this week at $1,301 Naira to a dollar. And BDCs are expected to sell at a spread of 1%. So the BDC would now be selling at 1,314.01 to a dollar. So that would definitely increase the dollar supply within the country, right? So via black markets, and hopefully we'll be seeing the Naira appreciate in subsequent weeks coming through, as long as the CBN keeps their weekly supply of the 20,000 per week to BDCs. And don't forget, they are still trying to streamline that sector. So a lot of people will be asking, why is Naira falling against the dollar? I think one of the main reasons is the growing scarcity of the dollar, which we're all aware. So there have been these dollar supply challenges. And as you know, with increased demand for dollars, and then you now have hoarding activities being carried out by banks and black market operators to manipulate the price. What we can see now is that Naira is very price sensitive to the dollars, and any form of scarcity, whether artificial scarcity or a genuine scarcity in the market, automatically would devalue the Naira. Then we now have speculative activities. Our everyday consumption is now pegged around the dollar because we are majorly an import-driven economy. So once news circulate that dollar has gone up, you have businesses, including market women, begin to take positions like FX traders, and they will just begin to hike their prices, even though they are not even aware. Once they just hear that dollar has gone up, everybody will take their position straight. Then we now also have production drop in oil and poor remittance from NNPC. of their dollar sale proceeds, but due to due to the oil drop in the oil production, that regularly face those issues that we keep on facing: oil theft, crude oil theft, and we not meeting our OPEC quota. So that has resulted to poor dollar remittance, and then even NNPC not relimiting. But I think NNPC has agreed with CBN to remit dollar proceeds, which will contribute to the growth of our foreign reserve. So then poor economic diversification. We are not doing enough in our non-oil sectors like agriculture and manufacturing. We are relying too much on oil revenue. Currently, we are the fourth cocoa producer in the world. We are doing 340,000 tons, and then Cote d'Ivoire, which is the highest, is doing 2.2 million tons. You can see the disparity. Then Ghana is number 2, doing 1.1 million tons. Both Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana account for 50% of the world cocoa market. It's quite abysmal, and it's a shame. We should at some point, we were once the major producer of cocoa in the world. I think we should probably take our space back. Then but in cassava, right? We are number 1 in cassava in the world. So we're producing 60,000 metric tons of cassava, and a market share of 21% in the world. So, but we can do better in cassava still, because it's still in a growth phase, and that place, we can expand that place, become like we are the world leading market in terms of cassava production. But I think
but Emeka, if you're number 1 in cassava production, why are you number 18 when it comes to revenue?
Because we are consuming a lot of them.
No, because
we are consuming a lot of them in-house.
No, because you don't maximize the value chain of cassava. That's why.
The main thing, number 1 main thing, is that the market is still growing. It's a growth phase market, right? So, and then a lot of the cassava we produce, we consume it. So we now need to expand. We have the capacity to expand that place. So if we now see because there's demand for it outside Nigeria, right? We consume a lot of it. So what we can do is to expand production more and begin to sell off, meet local demand, and then sell off the excess. So we expand production. Then
stop. You should stop exporting raw. That's the problem. You are exporting raw cassava.
Whatever we're doing, whether we're processing the cassava, whether we're exporting raw, regardless, own that space. That's what I'm trying to say. Own it. It's our space to own. I don't know if you understand my point. So then, when we are now looking, we'll also like in rice production. Currently, now we are number 1 in Africa. But when you are comparing it with China, we are doing 5.2 million metric tons, and China is doing 149 million metric tons. So that's a huge disparity, right? But in Africa, number 1, we can. So even within rice production, we are still growing. Not up to like 3 to 5 years ago, we were basically importing a lot of rice into the country, or if not 10 to 5 years ago, rather, we're basically importing rice from Thailand and other jurisdiction into Nigeria. But now we are now number 1 in Africa, and we can do better with rice production. And I think a lot of people are showing interest into that space. So, overall, we should, I think the agricultural minister should be looking at being the food basket for Africa continent, right? We should be number 1 on all space in agriculture, producing what the continent is eating. If we can establish that will be transferable into other things in agricultural sector, we can try to see how to surpass other countries and begin to export a lot of these excesses, and then that will improve our foreign reserve receipts or foreign currency receipts that we are looking forward to. But in manufacturing, we are really bad. We need a revolution in that manufacturing sector. So, also, finally, we also have rapid inflation and corruption that is impeding the naira. Erosion is eroding our purchasing power and driving up the cost of imports. It's now very, very expensive to clear your goods from custom, and this is really driving up prices. Then, corruption activity triggers dollar outflow. When we have more corrupt politicians taking out dollars out of the country, that would definitely deplete the foreign reserve. And then you now have other country or people or portfolio investors who are tired of Nigeria corruption and like, let's go and invest somewhere else. So they take their funds outside. So those are the basic reasons why Naira is devaluing against the dollar. Then basically, our main we have four sources of foreign exchange receipts in Nigeria. That's the export of crude oil, agricultural product, and a few manufacturing items that other people want from us. Then the diaspora remittance, capital inflow from foreign direct investment, foreign portfolio investments, loans from multilateral lenders like IMF, World Bank, African Development Bank, and bilateral lenders like China, that through the Import Exports Bank of China, France, surprisingly, Germany, and then India. And then promissory notes. So then we now have other sources like foreign aids from the UN and the international trade. So basically, that sums up the foreign exchange situations and the topic. I think then the second important one, I think this one is very important to us. The CBN will be selling 1.64 trillion naira in treasury bills between March and May. So March, April, May, to mop up excess liquidity in the economy. So there will be 91-day treasury bill, 182-day treasury bill, and 364-day treasury bill. So just to break it down, 3 months, 6 months, and a year. So the treasury bills will be priced differently, and that would be dependent on the tenor, right? So 360 will attract more interest income. So, but the MPR rate will not play a crucial role to determine the pricing of this treasury bill. But what I would say is, for us in the diaspora, I think this would be a very attractive investment portfolio. So the pricing would probably range from 23.75 based on the corridor rate that the CBN is allowed to lend, and that's the +1. Then if the tenor is more, they will add more for holding your money so for a longer period. It's very, very attractive. Yeah. I think we should invest because treasury bill is secured and safe. So you can ask your bank when they are going to start. So the bank will not be the ones to, go around to ask those who are interested to invest. And I think a lot of portfolio investors would mop up that treasury bill. They want to look for a way to see how to mop excess liquidity in the economy. So, the 23 trillion ways and means, then there's also another 10 trillion intervention funds that Emefiele did. So a lot of money, this money supply is really ridiculous. So they want to take it away and see how to, open that place and, close the liquidity and suppress growth. So at some point, the inflation rate will start to come down. Then my other topic, the Binance guys who thought they lured them to come into the country. So I didn't know this news. The news broke about 12 hours ago.
Don't you find it somewhat draconian, that move? Is a throwback to politics of the 80s, Idi Amin style?
No, there's nothing draconian to it, right? They invited them. They came on invitation. The reason why they were arrested was that they refused to comply. So the government called them to discuss with them and negotiate about, because we told them to close shop on Naira transfer, Naira converted to dollar via crypto, right? They were doing, what they do, they buy crypto, either maybe Bitcoin, Ethereum, Theta, or Dogecoin or whatever, then now convert it to USDT and pay themselves. So peer to peer, that's without any middleman. I can sell to you, you sell to me. And Binance just wake up and quote rate. So that was really disturbing Cardoso. And then the main concern was the $26 billion that had moved from last year without any, we don't know who is conducting this transaction, who are the people conducting the transaction, and the purpose of the payment. It appears like suspicious transaction and money laundering going on, illicit activities going on around that space. And Notwithstanding, Binance has actually been fined for $4.6 billion by the United States for money laundering and sanctions-related offenses. As a result of it, the former CEO of Binance had to resign his position due to flaunting the United States anti-money laundering and terrorist financing laws. So now, even currently, Binance has refused to identify where their corporate head office is. So a lot of shenanigans is going on with Binance, and it's quite ridiculous, right? So they invited them. Let's
You know,
discuss. And then,
I have a lot of cryptos on that exchange. Maybe tomorrow I'll move them to Coinbase just to.
yeah, move them to Coinbase is a lot safer. You know, Coinbase is a US
Yeah.
exchange, so they comply with.
I'm not trading it. It's just sitting. It's been sitting there for God goodness knows how long. You know.
How much?
Just
How much do you have in that account, by
just
the way?
transfer it.
Okay, a significant amount, I would say.
10 million, I mean.
Maybe,
You know,
you know.
this Binance news now is on Financial Times, front page Financial Times, right? Now it involves a lot of reputational risks. There have been a lot of concerns with Binance corruptions, money laundering, sanction related concerns. A lot of criminal organizations are on that platform using them to move funds illicit to illegally from one location to another location, from one person to another person, even including involving the dark web. So it's only a matter of time before the major scandal hits them and everybody say enough is enough. Let's get rid of these individuals, right? So my personal advice is move it to Coinbase and keep your assets safe. Before they wake up and they are no more in existence. So those two guys, the British Pakistani and the American who came around, the top executive. I'm trying to trace. You know, they didn't release their
Oh,
name.
is it British Pakistani? It's expendable
British.
if it's British Pakistani.
It's
It's like that they
So,
can't reason it's expendable. If it's not quite British, then it's not really British.
Before coming on the platform, I was trying to go through the Binance corporate executive corporate leadership team to identify who it is by looking at their picture. I say, okay, I think it's this person. I think I can easily identify the British Pakistani based on their executive leadership structure. But the American, that might be a bit difficult to do. So they came around, and I think Ribadu was the one who invited them and discussed with them about, okay, this is what we want you to do. You know, we have a lot of people who are moving forward that we don't understand where it's coming from, the origin as well as the beneficiary of those funds, and
But it's a very difficult space to push though under privacy laws, you know.
No. Under anti-money laundering and compliance laws and sanction requirement laws, they are expected to do customer due diligence and as well as keep records and documents of the customers using their platform. Also, under the U.S. Patriot Act, they are expected to provide support international cooperation to law enforcement officers, as well as, I think that is Section 119A of the U.S. Patriot Act, supposed to provide assistance to law enforcement officers to help their investigation and to ensure to combat terrorist financing and money laundering activities. And you know, Nigeria, we have some specific location in the country that are hotbeds for terrorist financing. So, if those financing terrorist activities in the country are using Binance, which is possible, very possible, right, to move funds around to finance terrorist activity in the country. So why won't Binance open up their space? They ask them, open up your space so we can know the customers in Nigeria that are moving fund and receiving fund illegally in and out of the country. They refuse. They now say that they should take them to their embassy. Oh, really? They went to get court order and detained them they are going to be detained for 12 days. They are the guest house close to the office of the National Security Advisor. They will be there for 12 days till they comply and they cooperate. And they have to cooperate. Or else you shut down that space, close everything. But now the rumor is that a lot of people are now leaving Binance to go to Coinbase. But I know Coinbase do not have they do not accept Nigerian clients. Somebody can correct me. The last time I checked,
Do they facilitate P2P on Coinbase?
I know.
Because I see Coinbase more as a bank than an exchange.
Yes, they are more of a regular money
repository
service business. Yes, than They facilitate and also keep records. They have to, or else the US government will shut them down. So they have to. So I don't think I will try to investigate more. Let me not say what I don't know about COVID, but I don't think they will really want to violate not keeping records on those who are using their platform. They will not want to violate it. So it's not just that you are trying to be very secretive with your transaction, just like what Binance is doing. That's very clearly outrageous and ridiculous. Then when the speculative activities that got now, let's take it from the angle of the devaluation and the naira price sensitivity to the dollar, right? We would say it's a blessing in disguise. If things were actually going in the right direction, we will not pay attention to that space. We will not pay attention to the fact that $26 billion was moved illegally, and people who are conducting this transaction are not trying to go through the regular channels, right? They are going using crypto, and when you are using that crypto, you are doing it in a dirty manner so that people will not be able to trace your transaction. Now, imagine those who are moving this force. A lot of criminal minded. Yes, we may have genuine people involved, but a lot of criminals will be moving funds not being that is not observable by either the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit or EFCC or other law enforcement agencies, as well as the CBN too. And that is clearly wrong. So the dollar the pressure on the naira is now like a two-edged sword. Yes, we are feeling the brunt, and at the same time, there's some benefit and opportunities that we can exploit. Regulate the space, regulate the BDC, which is currently going on, regulate the bank and ensure that they are not holding dollar position unnecessarily or having their assets being kept in dollars, which is not fine, which is not good, which is ridiculous. So it provides the opportunity, like I will always keep saying, the bigger the problem, the bigger the opportunity for you if you can solve that problem. So, and we now have currently an adult in CBN seated down and trying to do the business and the order of the day. So the viewpoint is Cardoso is serious about regulating the financial system in the country, and he needs our encouragement as well as our praise too, so that he can keep on going. I can see that the man is not sleeping. He had portfolio investment call today, and now from the portfolio investment call, the outcome now is to sell treasury bill. Everybody is watching him on what is going to happen by March now, which will be next week. That will come out, and you'll see a lot of people trying to mop up. So now businesses will no longer want to try to pursue projects that they want or finance projects because it's now much expensive going to get loan. Your cash reserve ratio for banks is now 45%. You have to move it to the CBN. People will just start buying treasury bill and they are mopping up the liquidity. With that, inflation rate will come down. Hopefully at the end of the year, December 31st, 2024, let's see how it looks like then. Probably then, if we can regulate these spaces and bring sanity, when I mean sanity, not sanity in disguise, proper sanity into our financial system, then we can now begin, Tinubu will now begin to implement his economic growth policy of achieving the $1 trillion economy that he's trying to aim for during his tenure as president. Then my final topic is on Air Peace. Air Peace has decided to commence a direct flight from Lagos to London from March 30th.
1.2 million is the price tag.
1.2 million for
it's
economy.
A bit much. Is it much? Is that not
I
too much?
think it's fair. I think it's okay. 1.2
You think
million.
it's fair? How much is that in real money?
That will probably be in dollars. That should be looking like within 500, 450, $500, 560. That range, within that range. Then 4 million for business class. 4 million business class. You're now looking at that. Maybe 1,000, 1,002 for a dollar. Yeah, I think it's fair. Then in pounds, of course, you can definitely afford it. Then there are also students will be getting 15% discount, so that would be 1,020,000 naira. Right, but they'll be landing at Gatwick Airport because they could not get any license for it. So, but I think the man is, he's doing it's you can tell from that he has the passion to try to make things work and expand. So he should be lauded for this opportunity that he's trying to create for Nigeria. Direct flights, not transit, no connecting, but direct. That's going to people. At some point in time, during Obasanjo's period and even before Obasanjo, during Obasanjo and Jonathan's period, people were jumping. Then the banking boys then I would jump weekend, enter London, come back on Sunday or Monday morning and start work. You understand? Then people will club on Friday in central London and come back to Lagos on either Sunday night or Monday morning. Sharp. Either you can just say, "I'll come in late." You enter. So I think with this, it's economic stand of things in Nigeria at the moment, but I don't think it's at the high point. It's direct competition to Virgin Atlantic and then those flying directly to London, and even those who are now going to be doing connecting flights. It costs them off. Just go to Epis, pay, and you move on and you go. You understand? I think it's really good. I'm really happy with the news.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So brilliant, excellent. Let me acknowledge Mike. Mike, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So I've managed to bully Mike into doing the after hour session. I'm not quite sure how fully, but Mike takes over. I'm going to bail out. Acknowledge the super chatters. Ayo, Olatubosun, One Nigeria, Tope O, Kolata, of course, when it's not on the screen, and that's Kolata twice. So thank you to all those. Thank you, everyone. It's been somewhat.
Come on, before you leave, when is your interview with Arabambi again?
It's on Sunday. Yeah. Thank you for saying that. Let me flash it up. It's on Sunday. I even spoke to him earlier on today. He's quite excited to come on. Man of the moment, and we're lining up our daily Faro to me as well within the next 7 days. So it's going to be back-to-back banging sessions, I suspect. So as Babati just kindly reminded, Dr. Abayomi Arabambi, Publicity Secretary, Labour Party, joining us on Sunday. There it is on your screen, and the session already lined up. So go bookmark it so that you are ready with him. I suspect it's going to be, it is almost certainly going to end up being an Obi bashing session, isn't it, BT?
Yes, because I look forward to people like because I really want to hear from the back and forth between him and people like Ekene, Joel of Nashville, and if you allow Pansat, that would be very interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be a bloodfest, but I'm sure he'll be up to it. But thank you, everyone. Over to you, Mike. BT is still there. Simba, I'm not quite sure in body or spirit. You have Adale Koko to keep you steady, and of course yourself. So thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Mike or BT, you take the floor. BT.
Yeah. BT, I mean, continue. You guys. I don't know when I stop. Yeah. BT, I don't know what you guys are saying.
So I actually came up because I was listening to the car driving home.
I just came on. I didn't follow it.
So you say?
I didn't follow the show either. I just came on.
Yeah, I was just listening to the conversation, but I wanted to come up talk about the Tinubu to Yoruba Nation and talk about forget restructuring for now, which I know he's always been for restructuring. I'm like, is it for political reasons or So because
no, that I think that heading was wrong.
I didn't really follow that line. So go ahead, sorry. Maybe you can just clarify and explain to us before I chime in.
No, that he will not rush. He will not be rushed into restructuring or something, and that he will not rush the much talked about restructuring. Like everybody wants him to do that. I think I agree with him. When I share my thoughts on that, I feel like, look, restructuring is a little bit more complex, and it's something that must be taken one step at a time.
But Bishop, I think the first part of it that everybody agrees with at this point. I mean, the majority is security. That
Yeah.
everybody is more.
Miss, what do you mean about what do you mean security?
I mean, like,
That's a little
no,
complex.
regardless of the approach, we believe that something must be done in that
Yeah,
part.
okay. Well, the truth of the matter is this: when we talk of security, we talk of restructuring, and we talk of security. What comes to people's mind is, state police. And I've said here before, and I'll repeat, for the sake of being repetitive. State police is not the silver bullet. I actually think community policing would have helped us more. It's going to take more people. It's going to be community based, and it's going to be more on credible information gathering mechanism.
Bishop, I agree with you. No, but what I'm saying is that regardless of the approach, community policing or state police, that is something that can pass the House of Rep and Senate, regardless of how they will vote for it when the bills come up. That part of
But when local government autonomy failed, now if you are going to have community police, it's going to be community based. Local government must have control over their governance and their and their finances. So one of the surprising things that shocked me under Buhari administration was the way the local government autonomy was rejected.
Right. So you think maybe Tinubu wants to use a corner backdoor to
No. I support.
Let me explain what I mean. Where if what you're proposing
you're gone. I'm not hearing you.
Power, but that will force the governors to let go of what they have over them. Like if you want them to have the control of security, they must also have the funds, the power to also control the police system in their localities, right? So it's like killing two birds with one stone kind of thing approach.
Now this is it. If I were to be Tinubu, I will go back to the drawing board and ask relevant question. These things that Buhari proposed, local government autonomy, financial autonomy, judiciary autonomy in the state legislature, and what was the first thing? He had to sign the executive order. He went to court. They did blah 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 blah. I will ask, why are people so much against it? Why is it that states don't want local government autonomy? Financial autonomy as it were. What are the functions, the key functions of local government? Now, I can mention three off the cuff. Now, number one, our local markets is supposed to be the function of the local government. The market and the rest. What do you call it? Primary education. Primary education is supposed to be function of the local government. What do you call the other one? Primary health care, supposed to be function of the local government. So, we have expenditure line for local government. So, what are the revenue line? Do we give them tenements? Do we give them advertorial? Do we allow them to create some tools in their own road? Because if we are giving them responsibilities, we should be able to give them funding that commensurate or source of funding apart from the allocation. So if they look at that very critically and see this is why this thing did not pass, or even if they have passed, this is why this area failed, they failed in this area, then Tinubu should be able to dot the I's and cross the T's, make necessary amendment, then lobby extensively before you make the proposal. Not that you will not make the proposal, it will not collapse like a pack of cards somewhere along the line. So if you lobby, learning from incidents, learning from why Buhari failed in those areas, because everybody would have thought, every local government will embrace local government autonomy. Hey, but here we are. If he had not proposed it, in fact, Buhari still wanted to force it by signing an executive order. They still resisted it and went to court. And when you look at it, you will be surprised that some of the so-called progressive states were actually part of the state, especially in the Southwest, that opposed it. So the question is why? If we can answer the why, then we will probably know better how to navigate. So those are the first steps.
Bishop, correct me if I'm wrong. Right now, you can create local government councils as a governor, right? You can create more.
No, what they do now, because local government council, according to the constitution presently, we need the ratification of the National Assembly. So what most states have done is creating local government development authority areas. They call them LCDA, just like what Lagos State did. You know, when he had to reverse those local government, he created the 27 or 37 to now make them LCDAs. And the important thing, and I think other states have done the same thing. I think Osun, I think Oyo, I think Kaduna did. I don't know how many states did again. So basically, those are the things. Now, one of the areas that is there are several areas that are very contentious on that thing. You know, for example, resource control, for example, creation of state. I mean, Southeast is asking for additional state because other region have seats. And I keep saying, I mean, that question, that to me, I find it very funny and a little bit ridiculous because we all know, I mean, if that is the case, everybody can just come up and use whatever reason and they will be justified. I don't think because other regions have 6 states, such should not, but you listen to educated persons. And because, look, for example, everybody know that the size of Oyo State is almost the size of all the Southeast state altogether, combined together. Southeast state have 15 senators. Oyo State has only 3 senators, but they are almost the same size if you combine them together. So invariably, if we have to go by that, we should be able to divide Oyo State into another 3 or 4 states, technically speaking. But if we now say because we divide Oyo State to 3 or 4 states, Southeast now comes and next tomorrow and say, okay, because Oyo Southwest is now 10 states, which we want 10 states. At the end of the day, you're going to have every 2 local government will become a state. If it is actually development.
You know, in regards to the point you raised, if you have more LCDs or whatever you call it,
yes,
they can better address those kind of, even if it's tribal in nature. Like, okay, you have if I have a control over policing and economic in my local government council, and we are all able people living there, they'll be fine.
So
we don't need
what
federal government to survive. We'll be okay with our people.
What I was actually driving at is that the major things that people are focused on are not necessarily the things that will bring development. They are focusing on things like, like I just mentioned, but meanwhile, it is growing bottom-up approach that is going to add value to people's life. Because look, you see local government primary schools seriously dilapidated. I mean, if you ask people to submit pictures of primary schools in their area, except for very few states, that's concentrating, and especially schools in the urban areas. I make that emphasis. My schools in urban area, but I got to go to some local areas, real local area, because when you talk of Lagos now, there are very few areas you can refer to as local area in Lagos. When people bring school for you in Lagos Island or in Surulere or in Ikeja, government schools, it's going to look people clear, and if you want to say where again, but if you go to places like Abeokuta, Ogun State rather, you see in Abeokuta, you see school, but move to Owode or what do you call it? And you go and see some primary school there, you will be shocked. If you go to Delta and you see primary school in Asaba or Warri, you say, this look good, you blah, 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 blah. But by the time you move to some real interior, like you go to
they focus on the capitals more.
Exactly.
Everybody else will just fend for themselves. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. So if we are going to correct that narrative, that is where we're supposed to concentrate. Let there be standard for primary school. Let local government drive that, whatever it is. So that is a major source. So if they now need help of the state or the federal government, but let it be that local government have clearly defined
Bishop, but I remember from 1999 to 2003, they did have autonomy. But what changed? Was it 03, 04, something changed in the law or something? Was it Atiku Obasanjo or whatever? Because I remember that was there before the first 4 years. They had powers, they had all these things. They had this power before that.
They came up with this local government joint something committee, joint action, whatever. They have a joint account between local government and state government. One of the reasons then was that, look, even state, federal government have to intervene. Remember when Obasanjo came up with the idea of when in 1978 he did the universal primary education. Then when he came in 1999, he came up with universal basic education. Now we moved it from universal primary education to make it basic, which means before it was the first 6 years that was compulsory by UNICEF, but later it moved to the first 9 years of life of any child. That is first 9 years of education from primary 1 to 6 and from Form 1 to GSS 3. Remember, we started that GSS 3 experimentation in 1980, I think 84, no, 87 or thereabouts, if I can't remember. That was when they started the GSS, for people that went to GSS. So we now change it from universal primary education to universal basic education. So basic education necessarily from primary 1 to 6, then from GSS 1 to 3. So, that's now a little bit beyond the scope of what the local government has. So the federal government has a basic education board that is like a collaborative effort between both the federal and the state and the local government, whereby the federal government was funding to some extent, but the money goes to the joint account with the state, and the state determines how they want to disperse it. Unfortunately, because local government had not really been autonomous, none of the local government can look at the state governor in the face. Local government chairman, so because the state governor now like they are like the godfather of the local government, so they are in charge. They control them. If you oppose them, they can remove you. They can dissolve the local government. They can suspend at will. They were doing it. So all local government chairman, they just mellow. So it is whatever the state governor says, they say yes, sir. So local government, state governors were now.
Bishop, that destroyed primary care.
It did. Yes, it did. You're just stating the obvious. It did. It did destroy the primary education. It did a great deal because they don't now. There is no opposition. No local government can object or oppose any state government because you are coming from your office. Then the governor had announced that they have dissolved local government. And you just get there, they will just turn you back. You can win election today, and the governor doesn't like you. Tomorrow, he will dissolve. So many states were dissolving and appointing sole administrators. What do they call them? Yeah, to local government. Almost all the states were doing it. Almost all the states did it. So that really weakened the local government. So we are not enforcing the law, and now permanently put the local government in the pocket of the state governors. That's how we got to where we are. So if we want to get out of it, the law must, and so that we'll be having proper local government elections, and we'll now treat local government as an entity on the home.
Can we do it this way? Beyond the, let's say, healthcare education goes back to where it's supposed to be. Now let's go to, we'll discuss this unbundling of what the so-called exclusive list. Now, what part of that exclusive list, when unbundled, should go to the local government councils, not the state now, where federal government currently controls it right now?
Primary health care, number 1. Primary education, number 2. Markets and stores, all those small markets are supposed to be in state. Local government allocate, So if they can get those ones correct, look, you go to hospital, you want to do an experiment. Are you the medical doctor?
I've been told, allegedly.
Yeah, you are the medical doctor. Okay, thank you. Now you go to, because I did an experiment many years ago in University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital. You see all manner of ailments. People that have never been to hospital at all. They are just coming. What's wrong with you? I'm shaking. My head is aching me. My back is paining me in a teaching hospital. That's not supposed to be the first point of call. So if we can turn our teaching hospital to reference hospital, you can't just walk into that hospital except you have a reference letter from a general hospital, which is like the second tier hospital. Now you can't just walk into, except on emergency cases, you can't just walk into a general hospital without you are coming from because there are certain basic things that have been taken care of at and that is one of the reasons why teaching hospitals, which is supposed to be the tertiary hospitals, are not being optimized now. So somebody that is living in the local government that just has a whatever small ailment is going to a teaching hospital that is being handled by the federal government. Look at the level. It has jumped, because the teaching hospital is there, because they will not turn him back. Or everybody will shout, or everybody will. So if they can take care of their own share. So yeah, we want devolution of power, but let us show responsibility in the ones that we have. So the local government, what are local government doing with their primary health care? What in Lagos State said they had more than 60 primary health cares. Can reporters testify to that? So if they actually have that much, then there should be less burden on the tertiary hospitals in Lagos. I think we have about 3 or 4 tertiary hospitals. We have LUT, Lagos University Teaching Hospital. We have LASUT. We have Anyike House, which actually we have General Hospital in Marina. Then the other federal government facility, Federal Medical Center in and the MOBI, which are specialized right away. So, but if you go to these places, first time people, that's where they rush to. So, but because nothing is really fully defined, if you can define them and people, at the different levels of government know their role, then we cannot begin to move to the next thing. Okay, what's the next thing? Like I said, the challenges and the responsibility must commensurate with the income. Otherwise, they will be overburdened. And there will be people make money in local government, but it goes to the pocket of some individuals. A lot of local government make a lot of money. In all this, they are ticketing and emblem and stickers and the rest. They make a lot of money. And some of them in tenement, market, and all this they collect from transporters. They make so much money. But the money is just from some babalaye somewhere. And nobody accounts for them. If we can account for 50% of the revenue that actually comes to Nigeria across board, I know 50% is still small, but compared to what it is today, it is humongous. It is humongous. So local government autonomy or devolution of power or removing things from the exclusive list, of course, but they come with responsibilities. Me, I want them to remove them. I want them to reduce that exclusive. There was a time I was looking through them and I studied them. I spent some time looking at them and I realized that, look, hey, we cannot get to where we are going if it continues that way, the way we were going. So that's my thinking.
I was even like, when it comes to this devolution of powers, I was even looking at power, electricity generation. Like I feel like local government councils, if they have the power or they have the resources, they can attract investment. Should be, if they can, by the way, it should be optional, not forced on them. They should be able to generate electricity if they can. So
I think we have discovered that generation is no longer our problem. Initially, everybody was saying, "Oh, generation." Distribution, transmission is now the problem. Transmission and distribution are now the weak links, the weakest links. How do you call it now?
So, by the way, that bad thing, how do you feel about that, though? I saw
it's beautiful. It started long ago. I mean,
they said, I saw a video in Enugu that some people were digging a borehole, right, in Enugu, and they kind of hit they hit something on the ground, and apparently there's gas flaring under that.
Yeah, no, that happens all the time. We call it blowouts. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. I experienced it many years ago. We're doing some. We're working on the Lokmanta shale.
Right.
And Lokmanta is it was an oil exploration exercise. I think it was 2 areas that we had a blowout. One was in Enugu, Anambra actually. Lokmanta is in Enugu. It has a large deposit.
So what is Enugu waiting for? If you have that in your area, why can't you just do what Anambra is doing?
No. Aba has a small oil well. They have a very small oil, but it's the gas to power that is not actually coming from Aba. That's where no, the gas is not coming from there. We have another NIPP in Aba in Aloji. I'm on the 8th that Obasanjo just started. Alauji, Papalanto, Geregu, what's the name of this place again? About 7 or 8 of them. Alauji, Omotosho, Papalanto, Geregu. How did I forget it? That's 4. There are 2 left. So one is in Aba, Alauji there, just on the way to Port Harcourt Road. At the end of Port Harcourt, the one they call Port Harcourt Road. Then there is Port Harcourt Road in Aba, and there is Port Harcourt Aba. Port Harcourt Aba Road. There. Port Harcourt Aba Road is the Enugu Port Harcourt Expressway, but it has an intersection at somewhere we call Aloji. So it's just there by the side there that power plant is independent power plant, but it's gas powered. It's gas powered. Now the kinds of gas we have in those places they have blowout has some little bit of problem because there are things we call associated gas, and by the time you look at the problem of it, having to bring them and refining them, if I can remember very well, we even cost more than you going to tap from the other place. So when you drill oil, there are sometimes you happen to just chance on gas, and this one is not that type. The one that you have in there, it's just, I think the one they have is a compressed gas that there's the terminology they use for it, which is as a result of the coal mining activity that have been sealed up. So sometimes people are just drilling for. You can just be not even drilling now, digging holes sometimes with manual labor, like you are digging something. There's no water in Enugu. Water is a major problem there, and it's because of the coal mining activity that has taken place there over the years, over the hundreds of years. So it's not easy convertible. I'm not speaking technically now, but it's not, because it's always been there. But it's not that they cannot pipe gas. Now, if you can pipe gas to gas pipeline to the north, why can't we pipe gas from Port Harcourt or from any of the and even the new pipeline that is going, the KK, what do you call it?
But Bishop, you see, one of the most disappointing states in Nigeria, in my opinion, is Bayelsa. Because if of all places in Nigeria, if you're talking about gas, they should be the one. I mean, I'm sure they have something. I mean, I don't know much about. But
there was a power plant that Shell built. I want to remember the name. There was a power plant that Shell built many years ago. What's the name of this power plant?
But Bishop, their allocation alone in that state, and they have about 7 local governments or local government in that area.
8 local governments.
It's ridiculous, man. There should be something. I'm not saying that there should be all that, but at least, I don't know.
You are very correct. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. If you know Bayelsa, I know Bayelsa. I mean, Bayelsa. I used to work in some locations in Bayelsa many years ago. I did some Ajib. I work on some Ajib locations there. What's their names again? And I did some. If you know Bayelsa, you weep. You weep. For the set of governors, Bayelsa have never been lucky. This is the first time Abia is lucky with a governor. Bayelsa has never been lucky with any governor. Not even Seriake Dixon that pretended wanted to do something. Not even him. I mean, forget this one that just came now. It's not better than Imo Alamisea. From Alamisea to Jonathan to what's the other one? Then Seriake Dixon and just name them. Timmy Silva. Name them. And Bayelsa have not really been lucky because there are no signature major project that you can point out and say, oh, Abia is the one that we always poke at then, because the 2 OGs and the Ikpeazu are just a misfit. But unfortunately, some people will hail them to high heavens. Because the day Ikpeazu won his election, I almost cried that really, what is this? Because I had 1 or 2 people that are from Abia State, and the way they were hailing them. So it is what it is. Bayelsa should not be where it is. Even Delta has so much money, so much money that, I mean, if Delta say they want to construct 3 major roads that links all the, and what is there to link in Delta? Just from Warri to cut through to come to ordinary one road that they started almost more than 10, 12 years ago or 15 years ago. What is 15 years? That road that come from Uheli to Asaba, that crossed through Isoko, Kwale, and what do you call it? That road has been there for like almost 20 years. How many kilometers altogether? I don't think it's up to 150 kilometers from Uheli Junction. If you know Port Harcourt, if you know that east-west road, and that Uheli Junction, the road enters and it goes to Isoko. At the roundabout, you curve and you begin to go to Kwale. After Kwale, and you go to what's the name? This 419 guy that has a federal government college. What's the name of that place now? And from that place, you just move and you are already in Asaba. That road's been there for like 20 years. I'm not sure they finished it till as we speak. Then what other major projects? Everybody just want to go and build it. Commissioners are building mansions for themselves. Just be a commissioner or whatever for 2 months, for 2 years or 3 years. So it's just misgovernance in all of our states. So now these people are this very wasteful and they're asking for more resources. Look, the Niger Delta states are lucky because 13% derivation is supposed to make all the difference. Then the Niger Delta Development Commission is supposed to make all the difference. Then the Ministry of the Niger Delta Affairs is supposed to make all the difference. So 30% derivation, Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs, Niger Delta Development Commission, those 3 sources alone, apart from federal allocation. But if you see some of these places, oh my God, you wonder that how we doing this to ourselves. But if you ask questions, some people will challenge you, say you should face your own. Now, what's your business with them? Not even primary education. Primary education, so you see primary school in some of those places, you want to cry. Say, are we kidding? Are you kidding me? You see primary healthcare, it's non-existence. It's non-existence. It's not. And it's not like Delta State is very big. It's not. There should be nowhere in Delta State that should not be touched, but at least it has more local government. But Esha State, let's just keep quiet about it. So governance, people will say it's not rocket science, but even the little ones at the very little areas, how are they feared or how are they fearing? We look at the big pictures and we neglect completely the small pictures. We make big demands. Look, you can't give what you don't have. We make demands and we speak big things, but really we are failing at the very minor and little things.
You know what I think would be a solution to this kind of problem.
Yeah.
I think there is an allocation that they just give to these states. I think they should stop it. What they should be doing is that allocation should go directly to projects or straight to a particular thing, not just straight to a governor. You understand?
That's not what the Constitution says. The
I know
Constitution
that
says
they need to change the constitution is what I'm trying to say. Like they need to change it in a way where a governor should figure a way to make his own money within his own state. And if he needs money, like the kind of money of the monthly allocation that goes, he can access it. But the only way, and all these NDDC money, all this whatever, the only way he can access it is if he wants to do a project and he has designed a plan, everything, and estimate the cost estimate, whatever they've done, a feasibility study all together and ready to take off. And then that money should go straight to that project. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand you. It's
so
very
all these
ambitious.
Bayelsa and all these states we complain a bunch of money is going and we don't see anything. What's the point? So why is the federal government throwing the money there? Why are they giving it every month, all that money every month when we can't see anything?
Well, it sounds beautiful, but is it feasible or possible? I would say no. And the reason is simply this: the Constitution says there shall be a governor who shall be the chief executive of the state. So if we are going to change the Constitution, then there is a whole lot of things we are going to change about it. Because people will say, okay, if you are taking powers away from the governor, you should take powers away from the president too.
No, it's not. That's not even taking power away at all.
No,
that monthly allocation is not really. I mean, that allocation they collect from Abuja every month is. I mean, I don't see it as a right. You understand? Maybe it was what's his name? Obasanjo that came up with that extra money they are collecting and the. Yeah, exactly. So let's just even say that one alone. Maybe the way it should have implemented it should have been a way where okay, this extra money will be here, but it will be for if those governor needs to do something extra, they can access this money and for this term and whatever. So it's not really their right that it should just be collecting money from Abuja like that. It shouldn't be a right of governors because it's not money you generate. It's not. I mean, if you're talking about your internally generated revenue, yeah, of course, that's your money. That's. But we are talking about just allocation. I mean, I don't understand. So I won't say that's them taking power away from them by saying, you know what, this money allocation can't just be thrown into all these things. This money is just going there. We don't know where they're sinking into. So let's do more accountability. This money, if you want, you can access it, but we have to know exactly what it's going straight to. You don't just don't collect it. We have to know exactly what you need it for. It should be more of like a bank, like a, you know what I'm saying now, like a finance bank or whatever, you know.
For now, it is the people, the House of Assembly, that can make demands of the governor. The president has no oversight function on the governor. The president has no right to demand for them, how do you spend your money? Why are you not doing A, B, C, D? Now, we have some states that the federal EFCC tried to look into their accounts based on some petitions, and they went to court and said, you don't have power to come and poke nose in our state affair. I mean, I feel strange. You remember, even River State, one of the courts, he said I went to court and said that EFCC cannot investigate their activities. It is their money and they can spend it the way they like. So when you see that kind of thing, then you just shudder and wonder, how did we get here? So to say they want to reverse it, that kind of legislation will never pass. Will never. Is it not the same state assembly as the National Assembly? After National Assembly passes, they will pass it to, let's assume it emanates from the House of Representatives, and it survived the Senate concurrence. They still have to send it to the state to have at least 2/3 of the 36 states. So 24 states must pass it. When the issue of the local government something came, it was only 11 states that passed it. 11 out of 36. You do the maths. So
this
25 states.
restructuring that they are
Yes.
trying to push, isn't it to end like this sharing formula kind of thing, like where states
Every one of them, every one of the bills of the proposed amendment will have to go through the states. 24 states must have concurrence. If it doesn't, if 23 states approve, then it can't pass. Unfortunately, the National Assembly does not, I mean, the Abuja does not count in this area because Abuja does not have a legislative arm. So it has to be just 24/36. So if we have only 20, I would have said if we have 23 plus Abuja, well, Abuja cannot. So it has to be 24 states. And if it is something that does not go well with the governors, you can be very sure State Assembly will not pass it. They won't. So those are the areas we need to pay attention to.
So at least you present it first now, so that way we'll know the faces of who's not with what.
Yeah, they've started
you know what I always say, like the issue, all these things we complain about in Nigeria. At least let somebody push a bill, push it there, so we know who's against what and who's with what. Instead of like people just saying, "Oh, the reason I don't have this is because of these people here." You know what I'm saying? Oh, the reason I can't succeed is because of these people here.
Yeah,
No.
then put pressure on your House of Rep member to pass
Exactly. And you know when I was arguing with that Mumu guy that came in one time saying, hey, we want Biafra, but he said no, they don't want to give us. I said, no. Go and present a bill, put it on the floor, and then about succession, whatever it is, and let's see who will support it and who will not support it. And I guarantee you, probably you have more people they are not from that region that we say, okay, we approve it for you. We approve it. I guarantee you, probably all their own people will be the one to say no, we are not living. So at least we can know who is with what and who is not with what. Rather than coming every day saying, oh, it's the Fulani that are stopping me from having Yoruba nation or whatever nation.
Except for Rabu Rousers. I listen to people that say, oh, then let these people go. Look, if the chiefs are down, I will now say, okay, let's sit down. Okay, let's debate this thing, which I'm seriously advocating for. That let us have a referendum. If you sit down and you present the pros and the cons, that referendum thing will fall like a pack of cards. Many people that don't even know anything, they cannot differentiate from their left to their right, and the ones that are just shouting
Bishop, because they think that they will have the country and still have access to Lagos. That is gone. That is all gone. You don't have that.
So
you must be careful before you.
I mean, Anambra State Governor just said, look, more than 50% of Anambrians live outside the state. They are everywhere. If you have been to Anambra and you know the devastation that erosion have caused, like I know, go to places like Ekulobia and the rest. Go to Ihiala, go to Umunze, go to, other places, Enuguku, go to Amanze. If you know the devastation, and you just imagine, okay, and Inewi is very congested, Oka is very congested, Onitsha is very congested. Those are the three main cities. And you are bringing these millions of people. Where do you want to put them? In Anambra? It's going to be, but nobody wants to listen. Some of them I don't even know. They don't even listen to it. So that's why I have advocated that, look, let's bring and what do you call it, this secession something. Let's bring it on the table and let's discuss it. If it's the way that's going to bring peace, so be it. It's not big. I'm not interested in everybody going. I believe Nigeria is better off together. I have always said that, and that's something I still hold very. But if we are going to allow everybody to have their say, and if people want to have their way, let them have their way. If that's the way, so be it. The only thing is that it's not reversible. It's not like, oh, we have experimented after 5 years or 10 years. So no.
Imagine you split Nigeria. Imagine we split Nigeria, and then later on, for you now say, let's form Nigeria again. Why would that work?
So
you can form,
all the senators,
you can come back, but now it's now be under our own
on the terms.
On the time of
even the Abaribe that was making noise, you see how they talk about it anymore. Because I think some people must have sat him down and tell him that let's look at the implication very well. Though. Let's look at the implication very well. People have been very accommodating. I can say that boastfully in Yoruba land because I know I'm from Yoruba land. I've lived in the Southwest and I've lived in the Southeast. I know 1,001 things that you can do in the Southwest and go away with it as a Southeast, and that you cannot try in the Southeast at all. So what are we talking about? But if it's going to bring about peace and stability and people will be happy about it, why not? But why is it that it is only the ones that the IPOB, this miscreant in Finland, is gathering that are talking about it? Why the senators are the really educated ones are not talking about it? Why? Because they know, they understand the intricacies.
You know what's even funny? Those ones, if you ask them, they will act as if they are supporting, they are really with them, then so they want it. Like someone like a Barry, for example, it will act as the IPO wants what we want. And then why don't you pass the I started on now? Pass the bill there now.
Bring it on the table. That until we have this discussion, all the 15 senators from the Southeast are not going to sit. And all they ask for every day, stay there and work out every day. If you do that for 1 month, they will listen to you. Now, okay, what do you want? But you are there, you are sharing. Look at this one recently. They say LP are the new bottle, they are the new one, they are the new something. When they share 160 million for SUV, everybody don't tire, they don't sit down. Everyone where they share, where they shout, Obi, labor. Hey, di. And I want you to see. What do you want to wale? Something that we saw long before now. You are going to change politicians.
But Bishop, if you look at the people that even ran under Labour, they were failed politicians from other parties now. They
just joined the bandwagon.
Yeah, it was because they believe in any ideology of.
No, they just joined the bandwagon. The same thing.
Even though one Okada rider won, I won.
One guy from Edo State, the one that was living in Germany that bought for. He won. He didn't. They just up on tech alone. They didn't even know who they were voting for. Even when they chose, I mean, it's just sad, man. These guys. But, you know.
The irony of it is this. I don't understand why people get unnecessarily agitated when they are not comfortable with some truth. And it's beginning to make more sense now. One musician that sang that the truth is bitter, but we must say it. Opinions are free, but facts are sacred. And I always like to say, when I'm sharing an opinion, that's my opinion. But when things have happened and they can be referenced, then it's a fact. It's a fact. Look, there's an analogy that somebody made many years ago that I used to always remember. Uh, uh, Subjective analysis and objective analysis. That except that I cannot say very well because this Babati, that his voice today will sound like any other. Babati is a man, assuming. I mean, that's an objective analysis, but that he's a nice man is a subjective analysis. He might be nice to me and not nice to the other person. So calling me the nice man is subjective. So if you are referencing something that has been done and you have facts, you don't need to ask. You don't need to ask a blind man, did he rain or he did not rain? If he was in the rain, that he's blind does not mean that he will not hear the kukuojo or that he will not get wet if he's actually outside. You understand? So he can give you his opinion, but you cannot ask him the color of the man that came to give him umbrella. What's the color of the man? Did he have tribal marks? So there are certain things that does not necessarily, like, except you are just it gets under your skin. You are not comfortable with this truth because you don't want it to be, even though you know that is what it is, but because you are not ready to admit the fact that, oh, this is it because I don't want it, then you begin to wail and cry. Unfortunately, there's nothing anybody can do to help you. It's nothing. Yeah. So it is what it is. Is there any other topic that we looked at today? The issue of when we were discussing on the something, Ajanikoko made a reference. I believe it's still very much around. And I said, look, and I ended it by saying, there are 16 demands. Even this man that led the protest knew that he was a needless and unnecessary exercise. But hey, this is right. Let us try. And they wanted to bait the police, and the police were very cooperative to the extent that they were giving them biscuit and water and pure water, and they had nothing to complain about again. And the man said after day one they closed shop. Now some of the supporters are angry because people just want chaos in the society. We know things are not right, but is it the time to begin to ask for chaos? Police did not say don't protest. Police said, look, don't protest, but don't block the road, don't hamper other people. Some media came and said, oh, police want to clamp down on, and people were running with that narrative, and anger was brewing up until police now came up and said, no, we did not say don't protest. We only say your right stop where other person's right begins. So if the other man wants to go to work, allow him to go. If he wants to walk on the street, don't block the street. But we are going to provide you with security. And they did that across the country. No one single incident. Oh, they push us, they tear gas us. Nothing like that. They actually gave them water. And they have conquered that, spirit of anger. Now, there were 16 or 17, 15 or 16 demands. Let us analyze those demands one after the other. I said earlier on, even after we spoke, I still sent message to someone. When were you paid the grant? I said they paid them the remaining 3 months. Only for federal workers, I'm not talking of state too. Or your state have been paying their own 25 with the salary. Now, when I corrected Ajalikoko earlier on, some people get offended. The truth is, bring out those parts. Let's just analyze them and look at them one after the other critically. So, when they were asking Bayo Adenuga, no, not Adenuga. Ononuga, Bayo Ononuga. Of course, that was his explained. Is it not the same Majero that shut down the national grid because some people did not want to sit for exam? Can you imagine? A private company is taking over one of the things and you force him to employ. Now say, okay, you want to subject them before they can take some of the critical positions. And they now get angry and he shut down a national grid? Are you kidding me? And we were here, some people were defending him. And the same man now, for no reason, is calling out a strike. You have given an ultimatum before, 14 days warning. And all of a sudden, in between, you just come up with a 2 days warning strike because you can just, anytime you wake up on the wrong side of the bed, and the government tried, they negotiated, they tried to give everything, you still insisted. Now you went, after one day, you were disgraced.
The man is a Labour Party. You can tell that he's a pro-Labour Party.
Yeah, but we can do it with sense now.
I mean,
I don't care where he's pro. He can prove anything.
They almost beat him up for
He can
trying to.
apply sense. He can apply sense in whatever he does. And so we are now leaving the labor. We are leaving the the labor that strike. We are leaving the government, and we are leaving the, what do you call it now? We are now attacking Ononuga for sharing an opinion, calling him names. Where is that? I only asked. I put in a statement of fact that is verifiable. You said I'm defending. Ajanluko said I'm accused me that I'm defending the government. Is that defending the government? Call your people that you have that are federal civil servants. Ask them, have they been paid the wage? Is the only 1 month they've been paid? November. Me, I'm saying they paid them up till January. The only one they've not paid, they paid December, November, December, January. They paid 3 months apart from the first one. So that means they paid 4 months altogether against the one that you are saying. I say I'm defending the government. Other things that were in that agreement, a lot of them have been implemented. They are not things that can just be conjured to appear poor. So sometimes we need to just, temper things with a little bit of, and before you know it, they will say you are supporting government. You are supporting government. So I'm actually supporting government. Why not? But when there is a need for me to call the government, I do. So we should not just be gaining notoriety for the wrong reasons. And you paint other people as something that makes some people to join the bandwagon, because some people don't have the capacity to reason at all, to analyze if they don't have it, and you cannot give what you don't have. They have this, we have this in Nigeria. We have this what somebody called kasham thief mentality. They call it the herd mentality. Kasham thief. Everybody is a thief. They are thief. And I can assure you, many of the people that shout this thief, when they get there, they will even do worse, because you won't even know. You are just cooking. You are doing something. One small oil just enter your hand. You just want to on impulse. Before you know it, the camera don't check you when you don't put that oil for your mouth. They will tell you, say, guy, you don't chop oil, no. Google chop the meat. Because whether you chop the oil or you chop the meat, you don't na chop. Oh. Before you know it, civil servant don't prepare something for you. You don't enter, because civil servants chilling an albatross on the neck of Nigeria as a nation. Those people are terrible people. Look at what they did to that Professor Adenike Grange that Obasanjo brought to the Ministry of Health that year. And I don't know how many people remember Adenike Grange, where they made to share money. The woman just lick hand small like this, want just more money. They messed her up like hell. Look at how they disgrace the woman. Civil servant.
By the way, Bishop, we're looking forward to, I think Tinubu is commissioning the red line tomorrow.
Today? Tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow.
Yeah, sorry, it's 11:30.
Yeah. Okay, it's 11:30. Yeah. You are in it's 11:30. You are in the East Coast.
Yeah.
I thought you were in the West Coast.
No.
Are you in Texas?
I'm in Boston.
Oh, Boston, Massachusetts. Whoa. I'm in Kentucky at the moment. I'm actually in Georgetown, Kentucky.
Yeah. Okay. You live there, or you just doing business there?
No. I live there. Okay. I just came here. I came here yesterday.
God.
I'm in Georgetown. Everybody, but so don't tell Pansat. So to Pansat, I'm in Ibadan. I'm in one village in Ibadan, using my nose to pursue exhaust, sniffing exhaust smoke, hunting for rats.
He lives on the West Coast. I don't. He lives in California, right?
I don't care where he lives. I'm just saying that to him, I live somewhere in Ibadan. I'm hunting rats as we speak, and crickets.
Yeah.
I'm hunting for rats and crickets and digging out cassava. But that's it. I'm a proud father. So basically, you asked a question, right?
Yeah, I was just like tomorrow they're opening this and that, and
Yes, the red line. He arrived actually yesterday.
Oh, already?
From Ondo State. He went to Lagos State.
Oh,
after visiting Fasoroti and the Eagle 1 001.
Wow.
He arrived Lagos earlier this evening from Ondo State. He visited Fasoroti and the Akeredolus. So from there, he did not go back to Abuja. He went to Lagos State. I think he was in. Yeah. Did he go somewhere? But he's in Lagos already. So the commissioning of the red line is tomorrow. Another feather to Sanwo-Olu's cap. Sanwo-Olu Mafon Oloripani. That's the person they want to replace
With the
Shinedu.
I do.
Yeah.
And you know, I was even watching the video. Do you know that they're already working on the phase 2 of the blue line right now? They're already working on the phase 2 of the blue line. They're already working on.
Okay, yeah.
I saw
There are other places. I mean, the only one that ran into problem is the Fourth Mainland Bridge, because according to the governor, they need a sovereign guarantee, and that sovereign guarantee has to go to the National Assembly. And the federal government technically, like the federal government has to guarantee that loan. It's huge. It's over about $2.2 billion, right?
Right.
That's some big sums.
Because it's like it's not even, because I was thinking it's just the bridge. It's not the bridge alone.
No, not the bridge alone. It extends beyond the bridge.
Yeah, so you have to do the bridge.
Beyond the bridge.
Like 700 houses have to go down.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of, that's the capital.
The right of way, the expansion, the what do you call it now? The tributaries. There's a lot of things. There's a lot. I saw one of the presentation when they were doing the bidding. Unfortunately, I don't know how they can do that. But I mean, instead of just letting it go, they should have just attempted. Give it to the federal government. Let's see if they will get it in the National Assembly. Lobby, let them guarantee it. Maybe it's Lagos State that want to pay, and if it is build, operate, and transfer, either PPP, public-private partnership, or build, operate, and transfer. They should be able to get commitment of the partnering company, which actually supposed to be not just one company, like a consortium, few companies brought together. There's this project I was reading from that Japan is coming to do in Nigeria, and it's reaching the final stages. I think I need to dig it up tomorrow. It's a multi-billion-dollar project. The Escravo deep sea something. Is it in Escravos? No, the one in Delta State, in Baramat. Is it Baramatu? Anybody here have that project? The one that
never heard. What is it? Is it power plant? What is it?
No, it's not power. It's like a deep sea combined facility. I mean, like there's a seaport there. Then apart from the seaport, like something that we have in Lagos, like that. What do you call it? That industrial complex, that Lekki, where different free zone, like a free zone kind of a thing, but with a deep sea port in Delta. And I think it's nearing advanced. It's getting really advanced.
Is it the one in never? I know about Aqua Ibom. I don't know about.
No, not Aqua Ibom. Delta. I know what I'm talking about. But I'm actually, I think something. Yeah, the seaport is part of it.
I never heard of it.
I think so. I think I'm right. Even though I'm trying to, my head is telling me.
I thought Garamatu Kingdom is in Rivers, so I think.
No, it's not Rivers. It's in Delta now.
Is it your people now?
Yeah, it's your. It's his own. Aizon should be able to tell us now. I think I'll try and it's a Japanese company and it's a multi-billion-dollar project.
In Delta. Oh, okay. Okay.
Ghanaian.
You say what?
No, it's just this Ghanaian character. Oh man, puzzle me back on. Is there?
Mm.
You can't say anything. Just patiently waiting for rational mind to turn up. Rational mind, though, I'll let you Ghanaian. So I'm not sure
Oh,
if you have
okay.
any opinion
No,
outside of
maybe it's listening. Maybe go take it out of a sorrow. Come on, sorrow.
me. Gbọ́kọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ rí.
No,
Well said.
when he go is a pro Yoruba pro Max Michael when you go nation.
Yes.
Woman, sorry, let me ask you this question. Do you know that there's this project? I know I read about it a couple of times. I followed this deep sea port and complex that is proposed for Delta with a Japanese consortium.
I've never heard anything about it. You know, I don't have any interest outside of, Lagos or and Nigeria.
Is Nigeria I'm talking now?
Well, if it's the broader national space, then yes. But if it's all of those states, outside of Southwest, I'm not sure that I follow their politics, especially.
Okay.
I think I found what you're talking about. Is it the 27.20? Wow.
$27.something billion. Yes.
That is a lot of money.
What's the name?
It's EDIB International Limited Hong Kong.
EG what?
EDIB.
EDIB.
It's in Warri, Southwest local government.
Yeah, that's Baramatu.
Yeah, Baramatu Island.
That's Baramatu Island. Yeah, that's Baramatu Pomadi. That's Baramatu. I know.
Omadino.
Yeah.
Baramatu.
That's the project. 27 billion, right?
That is a lot. That is even the one in Lagos is about 3 billion now, 2.5 billion.
This one is a complex.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
incorporated. And that is massive.
But what are they going to be doing? Gas and oil and what?
Yeah, the oil and gas and the deep sea. It's just a complex. It's just a. I want you to tell me the name, please. EDIB.
31. So it is 31,000 hectares of land.
Yeah, exactly.
The company is EDIB.
Mm-hmm.
EDIB. Then you have your. Let me see here. You have your so it's gonna have crude oil refinery, deep sea port, gas complex, agreement, even power plant, airport. Airport is there, and a park. Wow, this is
it's a major. $27 billion is no joke.
Wait a minute, this guy is involved. This guy is involved though. This is a bad guy. Okoya. No, sorry. Okoja. Sorry. I misread that. Okoja. Okay. Egypt. Okay. Wow.
Just read the headline for me. I want to check it out.
It says, let me put the link in the private. Can you access the private chat? So you can.
I'll try. Yeah.
So you can. So. Wow. This is huge for that region then. This is a game changer for.
Yeah, it's major. Aha, that is it. 27.29 billion to develop Escravo seaport project. Exactly.
And,
that's what
and the way they are building it will benefit Edo, Bayelsa, Imo, Anambra, Kogi.
Of course.
So they just
it's the project of the blue economy.
Oh, that guy, Tinubu's cousin.
Okay. Former governor Kilurukwe
of Osun State. Wow. But so
okay, EDIB International Limited, EDIB.
But how much is the state government coughing up in that 20 because how much are they coughing up to?
It's a federal project.
Boy, it has to be a PPP. No way federal government has this kind of money to put on.
No, federal government cannot fund it. I mean, it's a federal government guarantee. I hope it works out. I mean, there's a lot of work that is required there.
Yeah, because
it's something that excites me since I've been following. I'm just waiting for it to materialize.
Yeah, because they, unlike many people from the southwest, I think it's bad that the way people are trooping into Lagos. It's a bad sign for Nigeria's economy.
Yeah.
No, it's not good. I know Lagos says that we have people come. No, it's not good for your state if you have people trooping in their thousands every day. It's bad for Nigeria. But if you have those kind of places coming up, you have in the east, you have in the north. Now there's this spread across the land where people
Yeah.
can go to.
Thank you. It was on the Guardian. It was on the Guardian of February 2nd. EDIB agrees to finance 27.29 billion Escravos Seaport project. Yeah. That EDIB is a Japanese company, right?
It says Hong Kong.
Hong Kong is Japan, not Hong Kong.
No, Hong Kong is China now.
No, Hong Kong is China.
China.
Oh, Hong Kong is China.
No. It says Japanese. It says Japanese firm. But
that's what I'm saying now.
Yeah, but in the story it says the EDIB Limited of Hong Kong has expressed to develop. So maybe the person building will be the guy from Japan, but the person financing will be from Hong Kong. So the money is coming from Hong Kong, but the builder is from Japan. That's the.
I did not know that Hong Kong is in Japan. I thought Hong Kong is Japan.
No, Hong Kong is Chinese. But Hong Kong is the one with the money, but Japan is the one building. That's what I'm reading from this. Maybe I'm wrong, but if you look at this, the first line, you will see federal government.
What's the capital of Japan?
Is it where is it again?
Tokyo now.
Oh, Tokyo. Tokyo Lorimi, so sorry.
Yes.
Tokyo Lorimi. Tokyo Lorimi. So can you imagine me? I should not feel exam here. I would have written Hong Kong as the capital. Just a pass of capital of Japan. My bought at the Maroke would pass. How did I make that mistake? Yeah, it is. So it was on the guidance of 2 when they actually agree. So it's going to be, man, it's massive. That is massive. That's 1,000 acres of land. That is massive. That project should excite any reasonable Nigerian. That project should excite anybody.
Will they end up doing it, or will they end up like this Eco-Atlantic? They just
what's wrong with Eco-Atlantic?
I was expecting this thing like when they started the project. I'm thinking like, when the next 7 years,
Mike, let me tell you the mistake they made with Eco-Atlantic. They should have done what Dubai. It should have been built to owned to build. So what they did was they sold land. So what we did, like, you buy the land, you hold it for a while, then you sell it again. So they made the value go high. They should have said, if you're going to buy land, you must build to develop. That's the mistake they made with Eco-Atlantic. So now it's already overpriced. You can't expect me to go and put me almost $500,000 to buy a property in Eco-Atlantic when I can buy a mansion in South Africa or in Dubai, or so it's already overpriced. That's the issue.
Well, that place. If they actually built that place, almost, hey, it'll be like a street heaven to live. No,
Mike, to follow Kini Lori online. It's called Skyscraper City Online / Eco-Atlantic. You will see they're building a mall right now in Eco-Atlantic. They're building a mall right now coming up there. So they have many.
Every time I look there, I only see those 2 skyscrapers. And that's
No.
Are they continue working?
No, they're working over the place, but continue gardening. I'm telling you, just go to Skyscraper City. You are for anything Nigeria or the world globally. They have everything. If it has to do with skyscraper building, they have it on that website. So if you click on Nigeria, you will see Eco-Atlantic, you will see Lagos, you will see even your own town was there. So that's the way you can track it. You can track what they are building. So if you go there, if you put Eco-Atlantic, you will see all the common development, but you won't see them up right now. But they are already building foundation and everything. Yeah, so they are working on it. It's just a little bit slow. But I know they are building a mall there right now. They are building the embassy there right now. The TVC just finished their TV station right there. They have a spa.
Nigerian embassy or which embassy?
American embassy is there. They're building about so close. So near the embassy, there are about 4 things coming up there, about average of 30-story buildings coming up around that area. You have about 4 coming up towards the back end of it. You have a church. You have the church coming up there. The church of you see Anglican church coming up there. There's the other one coming up there too. Glorious church, you know. There's about 2 of them coming up there. You have TVC coming up there. That TV of Tinubu. They're already done with their building. You have some spas. So they have many things coming up in that area. Yeah, they are building now.
That place, that place is, whether you like it or not, it's a 8th wonder.
Yeah, it's gonna
give it another 20 years.
The killer need Bishop. Normally, if you are building a city, you don't focus on apartments first. You build you build malls, hospitals. Not apartment first.
That's true.
You first
of
build.
course, they have commercial. They have commercial districts, and they have the apartments, and they have the leisure areas where you have the hotels and the rest. It's a well planned 21st century. What do you call it?
Mike, let me add the link to you so you can follow it. So for anybody that wants to follow, you can follow anything global. So skyscraper city / so you see they have TM coming up there close to the embassy, 30 stories, 30 floors. Marina Azuri coming up, Pan African, Phoenix Rising, Castle, Phoenix Tower, Lagos Tower, Emmanuel Church, Ocean Harbour Heights, Audacity Light Diffusion. I mean, they have many things coming up there. Silver Bed coming up there, Hives, Ocean Front. I mean, it is a lot coming up there. They're building right now. It is a lot. It is a lot, man.
It's
yeah. And by the way, you know what's funny? What you see right now is just 3 phases. So they say have 2 more phases to expand the Eco Atlantic. Oh, I think it's done now.
But we're not very
no, so you do landmark beach here. It's going to be
landmark.
Yeah, you know they are going towards that area, so they're going to reclaim all that area.
You said they are building Emmanuel Church. Which one is that one?
Ṣé wọ́n fẹ́ cover up, ṣé wọ́n fẹ́ sílì Kùrámù lọ sí side Kùrámù lọ sí side
Onílù. Ó máa dé tó bá wo original kìíní tán ní. It's what calling right now. It's just to right now they're already expanding the phase 4 of that land reclamation. Ó máa cover gbogbo landmark yẹn. Ó máa dé ẹgbẹ́ yẹn. Church building on my day, so it's going to. They've barely done about half of the land right now. So what you see right now is just barely half of what they want to do. So Mike, I have the link. So if you can you click on that link? So that one is also coming up in the Eco Atlantic as well. It's a church. That is.
Let me see if I can even share it. So church, which church is? See, you will not say which one is Emmanuel Church? Is it the TV Joshua Church?
No. It's a Methodist Church.
I am at the okay.
They have 2 of them in the Eco Atlantic.
Wherever that pastor will be the richest pastor in the world now. I think we traditional people say we need to start building our own this thing ourselves. So we can be.
So, but I am actually following two things in the Eco Atlantic.
And somebody will come.
On, by the way, Bishop, my name on that webpage is Builder 360. So I've been following that since 2016. So you can, I'm a big fan.
That's church, right?
No, the whole skyscraper city.
Okay. Oh, but so the only thing I'm seeing there is the link is saying Emmanuel Chapel Methodist Church.
So
that's the only link.
You see you see the building now.
The church building, yeah.
But click on the first link I put. The first link, the one before that.
What one?
Skyscraper City.
Okay.
You see where it says?
I click on it. Okay, Atlantic City.
So if you go all
follow forum. So you follow forum, right?
Yeah. So you see where it says. You see where it says Oka. That's the one I posted myself. It's called Oka Mall coming up there. So all those.
Wait, I've not seen. Okay, Oka Mall.
Baba Siri,
Oka as in
post it one more
ORCA.
time so I can post it one more time so I can
So which one
open
do you
it.
say I should follow? Is it the Oka Mall?
No, that link is for the whole city.
Okay, so I should follow the forum.
Yeah, so you can you
Okay.
can follow the forum and interact with people. So if you look at the whole thing, you will see everything that they are building there. So you see all those skyscrapers that are coming there that they are working on.
Which one should I open?
The second one,
the video feed, the one I say video feeds.
No.
The first one.
It was
The first one say Eco Atlantic updates. The second one say Eco Atlantic video feeds, and then the second one say
no. Okay, no. It depends on what you are looking. Okay, click
no,
on.
I want to share one of them. I want to open one of them.
Okay, look at the one that says ORCA Mall. That's the one that they are building. ORCA Mall.
Okay,
it's a new development that they are building in Eco Atlantic. Just so
okay,
they have. So if you go down that forum, you will see all the upcoming projects that they are working on, and they are average of about 30 floors on the average. Yeah, 30 floors average. But the one I want that they've been waiting for a while to take off, the one I really want, is called Iyebiye. In my God, Oribi Vegas near Eco Atlantic. That's the way they design it. It's a casino and hotel. I mean, it's about 55 floors. It's crazy. That's the one
You know what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Somebody will come on this our beautiful platform and call somebody that had this vision 25 years ago clueless and incompetent.
That's my own post. So that's my own name on that. So you see, be that 360. So 32 posts. Yes, I'm a big fan of it. So if you go down, you will see the other lady is close to the entrance of the city.
Are you Jake Paul?
Huh?
Are you Jake Paul?
What?
Jake Paul. JAKB.
No. I'm Builder 360.
Juliet. Okay. Juliet. Alpha.
So
Kilo.
That is so that is what they're building a mall. Yeah, so that's what is coming up in there. So you have many things coming up in the city. So Ongro just need more investment to go in there.
Now that Tinubu is the president, you can pull up the money.
You know the first building that was supposed to come up in the Eco Atlantic was the First Bank building in the Eco Atlantic. It's about 62 floors. They still have the design. Yeah, First Bank was supposed to be the first person to they have a district for banks only in the Eco Atlantic. The first building was supposed to be First Bank because First Bank and Access Bank only they have land in the Eco Atlantic. It was supposed to be like a New York kind of thing where it would just be all those high rises building for banks and all those kind of things. So I still have the planned stuff with me now. It's an app page. We see First Bank. It was supposed to be a 62 floor tower and all this design, but I don't know what happened. But I'm a big fan of any city. So that's supposed to be a mall coming up, and in front of it, all those houses you see new. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot coming up. Oh, people get money for that country. I can't tell.
The future of Lagos is bright. They always say, "Eko ilo aje neku," So if it that place is always prosperous, man. And all the Aji festival they do in Lagos all the time. That's think about it now with the Dangote refinery, with this Eco Atlantic. The next 50 years, you know how much money will be. I don't think there will be a time where I don't think you get to a point where you'll be seeing too many beggars in Lagos. Where you don't make money, you're living there. It will become a city where just you have to have money to live there, you know.
The only problem I have is that other states, other states, so that they can catch up. I mean, not even catch up, but at least they will reduce the influx of people to Lagos. There are too many people in Lagos that has no business being in Lagos. Too many. And
Bishop, you know what Abuja did? When they started being when they started being Abuja, people started walking in from different places and everywhere. They just make everything expensive and they just regulate. And as people were coming in, they were leaving, they were moving right back out. You know. So
in both are very smart American, Mike. And in both, if they want to teach, they won't. And in both, if they want to taste you away, they won't say anything now. They just
they just raise the price. How did they keep blacks away from white neighborhood?
Bring a
you
mall
see a
in
white neighborhood where there's nothing. The price of everything is so high.
Just bring a mall in and just increase the private tax of you now. You just leave. Nobody will tell you anything. Just it's too expensive. Yeah, see it.
So this project
just put rules in place where you can't just come out.
Okay. How can I even say this?
Mike, can you go back to the main? Just go back a little bit to the forum. I want to show you that. Just go back to the forum. Go back to the forum.
The top one?
No. To the Eco-Atlantic. Where it says Eco-Atlantic City.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Like, because it's like they have Lagos, even Lagos itself. If you click on Lagos, you will see different things on that island. Also bad, a lot. But the focus is the Eco-Atlantic. So if you go back to before you go to the Oka Mall, the main so if you just go all the way down, you will see all this. Let me see the one I'm.
All the way down to where?
There's the you don't want any church there. You don't want any church. They have like one more church coming up as well. Go down to what is called EAB. If you keep going down, you will see EAB on the. It's one of those.
Which one I've seen picture will be in Ocean. It will be buying something there too. Ocean front.
No. Yeah, they no. It's the person that posted. So these are all things that they are building there right now. Amini Towers is oil and gas.
Oh, I know Amini. Is it the Amini, the oil company?
Yeah.
I know Amini International.
Okay, so you see that click on that one. So if you go down, you see
that's EAB.
EAB.
After the Anglican.
Yeah. So yeah.
5-star luxury resident and future development.
So let's go down. Maybe they have a picture. Did I post? Oh no. Click on it. No. Go up a little bit. Go down a little bit. There are two of them that are there. Go down a little bit. Down. Keep going down. Yeah, okay. That one. Click on that one. The other EAB again.
EBA or
that one.
EBA.
Yeah, EBA. That one. EBA. Yeah, that one. I think that's the right.
Okay,
EBA. Yeah. So that right there. That's what it's supposed to look like.
Really?
Yeah.
The tallest building. This building.
Yeah. It's about 52. Click on it. Let's see if you only zoom out. I'm not sure.
That's our Dubai.
Yeah. So only be like a resort.
Wow.
How long is it you take them to build that one?
No. I followed their website. I followed their I followed their webpage. I'm not. Yes. So that's what it's supposed to look like. So, and if you can follow, because I follow all these things, I'm just into Eco-Atlantic stuff.
So all these skyscrapers, there's so many of them.
No, this is just impression.
No, demo. But those three are the main.
Oh, the 3 on. Okay, so all those ones behind just
just impression. Just artistic.
So they have many of them like that in that city that people have all this. So I mean, if somebody has, but it's like a hotel and casino, some kind of thing, like a resort, like a Vegas. They will have like a Vegas. So if you go down, maybe you can go. You will see the details of the building structure, the planning, and everything very detailed. But that's the kind of city you need to change the country. Where somebody can fly and say, let me go have a weekend in the Core Atlantic at the and now you
will
have
bring a
your
lot of money into the country. People will be coming in from all over the world just to tour. You know how many tourists visit New York on a daily basis? Like even cities in America, even small cities, even your Houston concept. If you live in the midtown or you go to the midtown area, most people you see every day are tourists. They just come, and all the cities, people just tour cities, man. They want to check it out. Paris, London, people you see coming on a daily tourists, people just bringing their money.
Look at what Lagos Lagos what's it called? Lagos Arena. Do you know that changes many things for Nigeria? That the one they're building in the Palms, Lekki, the one man was showing the other day. So you have a place you can host UFC fights, you can host boxing events, you can host basketball events, you can host many concerts. But I mean, Lagos is just taking everything from. I mean,
little Jema little budget. You know what Jay is Abati.
right.
Your festival.
You can do your own city now. Why can't you do your? See how the colony exclusivities are getting.
No. Eco is especially an Ajay land. You understand? Say only one piece was telling me the story. He say the Benin Warriors when they were traveling, trying to go to I think Ghana or somewhere. So on their way back, they misplaced the Ajay Oracle in Lagos. Because we all say Orishas are from different part of Yoruba land. Although we always say Ajay was born in Benin, we always say that, no. So, but we also know Ajay resides in Lagos.
Ajay is Orisha. He's one of our
Ajay,
Orisha Ajay.
Ajay Olokun. I want to Ajay go. If you are doing, I mean, but if I'm making Ajay, it's my Ajay by my back contracting.
Abala wo ni wọ́n ní. Abala tó gbọ́ fá.
Mọ̀ pé Bishop mọ̀ pé Olúwo ni Mike. Olúwo Mike. Olúwo Mike. Olúwo ni Mike o.
Olúwo tí ò gbọ́ fá.
Ṣé àwọn.
Ṣé owó ọ̀gá tí mo sọ?
Ó gbọ́.
Olúwo tí ò gbọ́ fá.
Àkóso tó lè mọ fátàn láíláí kò sẹ́ni náà. Òun ní àwọn ló kọ́ fátàn. Kò sẹ́ni tó lè mọ fátàn. Forget it. Not in one lifetime.
Mo ń bèrè lọ́wọ́ ṣé wàá bá Tinubu lè ókè ìyàwó náà dé. That's beautiful. No, honestly speaking, I like that because if you know what Lagos Beach looked like back in the days, you'll be very excited with this development.
So beside their plan is towards their third phase, fourth phase will be more like a resort kind of thing, where you can go there, resort, if you have time to look at their master plan for Eco Atlantic, it's an amazing, well-planned city,
It is well-planned. Very, very well-planned. Very, very well-planned. Very well-planned city, if you know what it looks like. the fact that that place was not existing before, it was just a reclaimed land, makes it more amazing. And years ago, 30, 40 years ago, we salute to courage Tinubu. That he really made a difference. He made a huge, huge, huge difference. No, the impact is amazing. It's awkward got anybody before. So, and that's why every time I do and to vision to the implemented to the shit.
By the way, Bishop, let me remind you, in the next few years, maybe in 18 months or so, they are taking the island off grid.
Off the grid, yeah, for their own IPP.
No, So imagine just being on the mainland and just looking at far, and it's all 24-hour electricity. They were no. I go, mainland, go soon come back. Island like you are.
Island, I think I love it. You waste time in mainland. I don't go look out here. My work, my desk, but even the atmosphere, the air, gone stuff. It's not something you can breathe.
Every one of us should be able to get to that stage whereby there will be uninterrupted power across. And I used to say, and I keep telling people, look, when we are saying it, people think it's going to be like the silver bullet that will solve all of our problems. It's not. There will still be issues and challenges. We get a little bit carried away. Yeah, if you can just give Nigerians power, that's all they need. Everything will just be. I keep telling people that it's not true. New challenges will come, new things. You just realize that we have just barely scratched it in the surface. Is it a good thing? Absolutely. I really support it. It's a good thing. I look forward to it. But the thing that is going to solve all our problems, it won't do. It won't solve all our problems. But what do I know?
But wrong be making you a car. Do you know why? Once they are building the island. Once they give Mike and his friends on VI, once they give them their airport, they will forget the mainland. Once they build the second airport,
I come on the mainland.
Once they build that airport in Lekki, but Lekki, they'll just forget the mainland, man.
So they are really building that international airport in Lekki, Abi?
Yeah, they are working out some deals for it. Yeah, and they want to run from that. They want to, and they're gonna run the green line. It goes from Marina to all the way to Lekki. That's the green line, no? So they want to run a. So imagine. Clearly.
That land, number one, there was a small, not issue. One saying, but it's conquerable. So I just got angry. Truth is that we already started something there. Wanted to build just to occupy it, to build a 2-bedroom boys' quarters at the back, which I started there.
But they still have land to coming up to buy, but our area is just like everybody's building a so-called estate. It's all estate now.
The only place I can buy land in Nigeria now is Ibadan or your state. You can buy land in Lagos.
But it has some nice development coming up. Yeah. Very quiet areas.
I will even surprise you. Me, I don't even want nice. I don't want nice development. I want land in local areas, in the bush, in the farm, where I can just retire to Jeje and be chopping the life of my head.
The people we are doing. They do community off-grid living in some areas now. No, you said about like you see like bar villages. Anyways, I want to be Mokoloki, all those. Yeah, the people are doing it. Off-grid living, you have your own water, your own solar, your own farm, and you kind of live by yourself. Yeah. But yeah, Lagos is not. I mean, it's cool for people that want to live life and.
It's super congested for me.
But if they can get you that green line, then and your airport, you should be fine now.
I better make out the good about my bad. May I go to places like Iseyin or near Ilola? The new type of life with that. We don't live for city. Maybe we go live for village small. And that's my sentiment. I really want to go and meet with the locals. See life as it should be in its pure form.
Well, you know, Bishop, I always tell people, I say the real civilized people are the ones in the rural area. They behave very civilized. They are very cultured. They are. You get around there and say, "Oh my God!"
People will tell you that.
So
People will tell you that
Nigerians
that's
are this
subjective.
civilized.
People will tell you that that's subjective. Even though you are right, people will tell you, no, I can't live there. I can't. The law will be music. Tinobatiwa. Don't know that one. No about no kekere.
No, Nicola Bishop. They are doing their own solar. I want to more. They do that Tesla solar. They have that wireless that satellite in look, that Tesla wireless internet connection. The small one you can move all over the place. They do that. They do their own ball. So they are just they don't really need the they're on their own, and
Solar it's really. I don't want to do one now. I'm negotiating with one guy. Go every day, $2 and Korea.
Solar. Nigeria.
Yeah. I need like 4 about 5 units. At least like 33 or 3.5 kVA each. Now how to separate the apartments. I make it independent and put one Elon Musk what do you call it? The internet. So everybody to attend to Israel. Just live your life. Let people live their own. I asked you something one of our conversations, one of our late night show. Babati. Are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
This musician by General Prince Adekunle, one of the songs he sang. I said, make you tell me the meaning. Abi, you are not his fan.
I'm more of a Shina Peters fan, not Adekunle. Adekunle is okay. I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm more of a Shina Peters Juju.
Adekunle is okay. They might not have read like Shina Peters, but he sang more sensible songs than Shina Peters. I like that song, but I don't know what he's saying there. Ìgbàlégún ọ̀run ọ̀tá ẹyẹ kìnnì kan ló gbèdé.
Báwọn Yorùbá kan wà tẹ pé wọ́n tún kọjá Yorùbá pé ṣé Yorùbá làwọn ilé jẹ.
No, ní Yorùbá níná.
Yorùbá mi advanced. Maybe mine is more advanced than mine. Mine is more city Yorùbá. So maybe Mike knows this. Conk Yorùbá, maybe Ganu.
Maybe Gani is not talking. He's waiting. One man said he's waiting for his friend, Rational Man.
Yanni do the Rational Man as you can been off one.
Gani money with the Prelomo Yorùbá. Like you know, like when Patoski brought up the issue of indigenship like coming over, so that was because most people don't law. Not because he's saying it from a malicious place, but the consequences could pay you back at all.
No, could pay you wow.
No, no. Look at what is going on.
Yorubas are the most liberal, and the most accommodating. That's the truth. We are not as accommodated. As we are as accommodating. I've been to everywhere, almost everywhere in Nigeria, not just today. Down the years, I've been living outside my state since.
Oh, Bishop, you know this clown, this daily faro thing. On purpose because remove kini in the shape here.
So they yeah.
How Yoruba you man liberalism on date a level of ridiculous, like
Daily battle so gentle battle no does it look like a normal woman?
I don't know.
This anytime Dele Faro TV was that he comes to the platform, just ask for his background. You see, we say something different.
Unknown type àwọn arábí yẹn ní Èkó yẹn is a major kìíní inside yẹn. So àwọn no lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yẹn pé àwọn customer yẹn nìyẹn ní ọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́yìn àti lédè is into that kind of business. Àwọn tó ń talẹ̀ fún nìyẹn. So
well, that's not bad in its own. You're talking wow.
No, that is the reason to sense of remove citizenship. That's the reason he's saying that. It's from that. But liberal Yoruba bother me. I don't know I don't get it. I just don't. I mean, the camera were open, but I want to know why are they not open? Abi. To open them, no.
Exactly. Because they were ridiculous. They don't even appreciate that you're liberal. They see your liberalism as being a coward. You see your kindness as cowardness, not kindness. You understand? Korean these people are kind though. They just see that these people are cowards. You know, they see that they see your kindness as weakness. So what's the point? Kind in your tools they respect it. The kinder you are to them, the more they disrespect you. It makes sense at all.
You sold your father's house to me, so it's not my fault. Like it was a bad thing to even do in the first place. The way they make
they don't see it as you being liberal, selling your life, allowing them to have land there. Well, they see it as they conquered you.
It's a shame. You buy massive amount of money, liberality to talk. But you are not to fall. It's a local. I had to join it with my form of community. I'm not going to do it about it. I'm not going to do it about it.
Money, Bishop, ma run anything. Money on a be at any number in anything, Abby. People start going there, you see the reaction that they have towards them. That's why if Abia becomes what it is right now with the power, would they be as welcoming as Lagos has been for other people?
Lie.
Now. Ní ibì kan ní Abia tí wọ́n bá ń bọ̀ láti Port Harcourt, the name of the village, I want to remember the name of the village now. I have a small farm there many years ago. I was coming to run it from Port Harcourt every day on a daily basis. So somebody offered me offered me Lembe. Right. But the problem is because ó sọ pé tí wàá pé òyìnbó mo fẹ́ rà pé 2 million níta fún mi. Wọ́n ní ó fẹ́ bá mi rà but tó bá fẹ́ ṣèwé nǹkan ní òun bá kọ́kọ́ rà lórúkọ but later wọ́n á transfer ẹ̀ fún mi. Why would I have to go that route if you want me to buy a land and not say that the owner would not want to sell it to me? In a small community, a village, if you're coming from, you have just passed, what's the name of that place? So I said that means it's not even safe. So to about to transfer for me. To Basi Memolola, I know the man's name, I can mention his name. To Basi Memolola, that will be controversy. What kind of an arrangement is that? Èmi mo fẹ́ ralẹ̀, ìwọ ló wá kọ̀ọ̀rọ̀ lórúkọ rẹ̀. Àjọ àbá ṣe transfer fún mi. Why can't I buy it straight?
Baba, Chief Biggie àti Rẹ̀mí àwọn ti night crew nìyẹn àbí? Wọ́n ti wọlé ní àrò. Àwọn ti iṣẹ́ òru àbí?
Bishop, please, can you check the chat on the studio, please?
Private chat?
Yeah, private chat.
Yeah, please, yeah.
I'm not eating.
Something is cracking from that side.
Abula.
I'm not eating. Shaking with the video for it.
No, you don't have to, please. You don't have
to.
Abula.
Somebody was cleaning the table. That's what I'm saying. But we should put Jengo.
Yeah.
It's already past
was sounding like somebody eating like sugar cane. If anybody's talking to me on the I have a lot of friends that I have this friend that every time he calls me, he's always chewing on something, either nuts, but I mean, it's someone I like so much that I cannot tell him. So I stylishly discharge myself. I don't know how that thing runs in my brain.
I don't have sugar cane. I've not seen sugar cane in.
No, it's not you. No, I'm not just. But that's why I just. You can buy sugar. There are sugar cane now. You can get sugar cane.
Is there sugar cane here? I've not seen.
Oh yeah, there is.
No, I say I've not seen.
There are tropical fruits now. There are some special places where you can order them.
Well, it's not really occurred to me, but to come across it. No.
Yeah, I've done so. Yeah.
Not that I can remember. Sugar cane. No. Not that I can remember. Until you come across it. But you read almost every other fruit. I mean, Moshe sorry, go at no one in the much of it.
Agbonwole America.
No.
One is the team Ofio.
Tiger nuts. Of course, there is.
Yeah, where can I get it? Is it on
Google? Some places where you can. No, you even see where it's. Even if you just check on, just Google it and see where. There are some places where they sell them. I mean, it might be a bit expensive, but.
Me don't mind.
Yeah, check online. I know some Nigerians that brings in Agbalumo and they advertise it.
Boas. Is it Boas?
Yeah.
Where are you?
I'm in the Midwest.
Which state?
I'm in Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota. I was in Minnesota about 3 weeks ago.
How are you dealing with the Muslim takeover of all these East Africans taking over?
Everybody living their life.
I'm just joking.
Kenny, can you show your face?
You see, sometimes I'm not saying it's bad to have people come in but Mama like Eru More, Leruki Wafa More and Wafa. Don't bring ideas into people's life forcefully.
Good morning, guys.
You left a place and then you're coming to now fight it. We don't want in our country. You left out your country because you don't like those kind of laws. You have to want to put those laws. Why are you fighting for Sharia law in Minnesota, for God's sake? Like,
one of the. You see, those are one of the. Me, I was born and My mom was a Muslim. My dad was a Christian. I've been to Hajj like 5 times. But today, I don't have a religion. I think it's just a scam, and I try not to discuss it. But what I see is the same thing that is happening in the. That's one of the things that I don't really like about that side of the religion, because they want to go everywhere. They want to have a mosque everywhere. They want to set up. They want to pray anywhere.
They are not
But
tolerant.
in their own country, tell me how many mosques they have in that country. How many churches do they have in that country? They want to go to everywhere, but they want to restrict people from where they can go and where they cannot go to. I don't like that idea. I don't like that idea. It's not.
You
I
know,
mean,
you know,
if you want to practice Sharia, you know where you can go to. Sharia is already existing there. And
Biggie. My time in close to Oklahoma, I was there briefly. You know, Oklahoma passed the law about 15 years ago, talking about no Sharia law is allowed in our state. It's like, we don't have any Sharia. Even before you bring it to our state, it's already banned. So they already banned Sharia in their state. We don't even want, before you even talk about Sharia in our state, it's already banning. So I think Oklahoma, Texas already banned Sharia. So they already banned
there is
all
no
this.
state in America where Sharia should be allowed, because that was why they brought up the idea of the separation of state and religion. There should not be an involvement of religion in anything.
Because do you know what Biggie? They are now getting, so you see a lot of white women now becoming Muslims, and they'll be the one promoting these things.
You see, I used to work with a girl who married a guy from Saudi Arabia, and then she came to me one day and she was telling me about how good the religion is, and I told her, "Do you know I was born and raised in that religion?" And I said, "Do you know I've gone to Hajj like 5 times?" She said, "No, you are lying." So I recited a few surahs for her in the Quran without even looking at the Quran. She's like, "Oh, you know all these?" And I said, "Yes." I said, "If you really want to be a faithful Muslim, pack your load and go to Saudi Arabia. I bet it you will come back with a change of heart."
And what did she say?
"Oh, I'm planning on going." And I said, "When you are going,
the same Arabia now, they're now allowing drinking now. They are opening hotels now.
Yes,
yeah.
so they are even allowing their women. They are even allowing their women to go to the movie theater.
Only the one is by Ojulani.
Actually, what I don't like about that both religion is because of their hypocritical way. Okay, they can judge you to hell, whereas what they are doing inside is terrible. What they are doing to their congregation is terrible. What they themselves they are doing is also terrible. They are exploiting those gullible people, and when you live in a liberal society, you discover that people are well behaved and they are not religious. They don't even have no religion, but they are well behaved. And I can tell you the truth that what they tell you, their word is their bond. But those religious society, when they talk to you, most of what they tell you is all lies, lies upon lies, lies upon lies. How can you tell me somebody that stole a lot of money, billions of naira, and then you go back to mosque or pastor or to the church, and then they will receive him and they'll collect part of the money, say it's tight or something like that?
And even they will say that God has forgiven him. Are
you God?
He has been forgiven.
The Christians, those are the worst, man. But when they catch one, they are member, they will say, "Oh, it's not a true Christian. That's why he did it. It's not." So he was a true Christian before. Before he caught him. After he caught him, now he found out it's not true.
I don't know who gave them the authority to say this one is a true Christian, this one is not a true Muslim, this one is not a. Who gave them that authority? Are they God?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you, Kenny.
Yeah, you know what the Bible says. You know the Bible says, "By their fruit you shall know them."
So and that's
Ghana, somebody write Bible.
I know now. You know, that's another thing that frustrates me. When people say the Bible say this, so because you say
The
this, that
Bible
means
said what?
yeah,
Somebody said.
but
Somebody
but
thought about it and wrote it down.
Kenny, can I ask you a question? You know, Prince Daddy is my friend on the platform. He's my very good friend on the platform. And he's an Egba man. And he come here to talk about how Abraham is our father and his blessings is ours. And like kilo come back Abraham. Like I always try to, I'm being serious. I'm not joking. Kilo come back Abraham. I'm trying to understand what is your
I'm sorry to say, but I tell people once now, and I try to say it sincerely, that religion is a mental health illness.
I think when we are growing up, they taught us that Lamurudu, or is it Lamurudu?
Lamurudu, Babu Dudu, I came from Mecca.
I mean, one more, sorry to say, I don't know what come black people with white people religion. How come now that you now change? Because you have your own religion you are worshiping before the white people came. So why didn't you continue with your own religion that if you do anything bad, they will that God will judge you immediately?
Should I bust your bubble? I've heard an afar preaching. Afar that is preaching, and he's saying a Muslim from any other where he might even be from Asia or from whatever, is more closer to you than your own blood relative that is a non-Muslim.
Can you imagine? That's not what he's talking about.
What is it?
You know, people are just blind with their religion, but
it is mental health.
But Kenny, wait. Be in the 80s, before you had the Pentecost, you see, I don't blame the Anglicans, those ones. I don't blame them, because back then, even as an Anglican back then, you can even we can go to church on Monday, we can go to Odwegun, we can go to Muslim. We went everywhere. It was open.
You go to church on Sunday with your shaki.
That was it. But once this guy came from Edo State, Idausa, once he came with that TV thing, he kind of messed the whole thing up. He's a witch. Your auntie is a this and that. Your uncle is a this that. Don't go and eat there. This one, they effed up the family dynamics.
Babati, I will tell you a personal experience that was funny. The Hausa came to Ibadan, and my sister, they forced us to go to that Olubado Stadium. I think Bishop will know Olubado Stadium very well because he knows everywhere. So he was doing his blah 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 there preaching. Me, I have 20 naira in my pocket, but that 20 naira in my pocket, I want to go to John Cinema in the evening to go and watch Chinese Kung Fu. And then it take to a state that they said we should donate money. Me, I'm not going to donate this money because this 20 naira, I'm going to watch film, I'm going to buy ori eja, and I'm going to support you with mineral in the cinema house. Why my friends are doing that? Why would I not do the same thing? No, to cut the long story short, they now started donating money. They are usher, they are bringing this plastic black bag, they are collecting money. Before I know it, I don't know, say scam in Nigeria since that time. Before we know it, they just announced that, oh, sorry, we learned that a lot of people bring black bag. Our own plastic bag is no more black, it's about yellow and red. Yellow and red. And
passing around the basket.
5 naira this, 10 naira this, 10 naira prayer, 20 naira prayer, 50 naira prayer. That's this one is scam. Me, my sister says that donate. I said I do not donate nothing. That the money in this my hand, I'm going to use for John Cinema. So I donate something. I said I don't have. My sister can't give me 5 naira. That 5 naira prayer I donate to. So what I just want to say is that prayer also have level.
Of course.
100 naira prayer. Level upon level.
It could be that same.
Smart guys in Ibadan, they are scamming them. You bringing down their own plastic bag to collect money from people. So it's all scam. Scam is everywhere. That's how they gullible people. They just scam us just like that.
Religion itself is a scam.
It's not.
How can somebody tell me the only land is in Saudi Arabia?
So So it's the only land now. So all the rest of the people, the land is not
Remy,
yeah.
you know me. I won't say I won't go as that far. Say religion is a scam because it's up to
And
individual.
because you have.
I said they perform a lot of scam there. I did not say it's a scam, but
Me, I'm even saying it that I'm saying it with my chest. It is a scam. Spirituality is in your mind.
Some of them,
Religion is man-made.
What they are doing is totally wrong, and they are the ones that cause 50% of the problem of the African world.
Kenny, you know, I've been to Israel. Israel is a very hilly country, but yet they are topping when it comes to agriculture. Oranges, they plant about the most. But you that have the land, you are praying to God to give you food. Power. You have the land though, but the people that are God, they have hills.
Another thing that surprised me, Babati, I stay in China for a long time, sorry to bring it up again. I discovered that this is 1.3 billion population, and out of this 1.3 billion population, they don't even have up to well, maybe 100,000 Muslim or 100,000 Christian, and this country is developing at a rate unbelievable. The city I went, it started with just 4 subway line, like line 1, like just like a red line and blue 4. And by the time I spent 8 years, they already have 16 subway lines. 16, for God's sake. Look at the movement of people, and it's extremely cheap. As little as 50 cents, you can go from Ibadan to Abeokuta because the city is very big. The place I live is 5 times the size of Ibadan in terms of size. And when you see productive country, see people getting up in the morning, going to work, making money, seeing your life changes, and then when you now go back to your own country, in front of you is a mosque, behind you is a church, by your left side is a church, by your right side is church, and every now and then everybody is making microphone. And when you walk in the street, you see somebody come to you, they are reading on CL or one reading on CL. You just yourself, what is going on?
You know the absolute definition of madness. They sell industries. The churches buy industry. Then you see the church member on Sunday. Hallelujah! We bought Nigerian breweries. It's now a Chinese. Then on Monday, they will go to the same building that they've sold that has now become a church. They will go there and be begging and be praying for employment.
You know what? Let me just say something. This is what a lot of people understand. You know, we Africans, yeah. Most of us we are lazy. We are very, very lazy people, and we all we want is free stuff. You understand? Once they preach to you that come to church, everything will be given to you free because we want free money. That's why people are very, very lazy. That's why religion is growing day by day, every single day. I mean, especially in Nigeria. You understand? Because people don't want to work. They just want free stuff. That's why right now people are blaming government as well. They want government to do everything, even if it's possible. They will ask government to go and knock their wife for them, so their wife can get pregnant. You understand? So religion, honestly, that's the truth. Even the Bible goes up whatever I should but because they are very, very lazy people. Yesterday I was talking to somebody yesterday, and from Malaysia, yeah, some of my friends that we grew up together, most of them now they are radio Okada in Ibadan. And you leave the village, the farm is there, the cocoa farm is there, the orange farm is there, the banana is there. You know, but they don't want to do anything.
Kenny,
yes.
Oh Lord, send me my helper. Like you're gonna wait. God will send your helper. I want send me my helper.
Mana will fall from heaven. Don't worry, mana will fall from heaven.
But you know the funniest, but Mr. Kenny, do you know the funniest part? These were the places where I gave up. When a pastor came to America and was doing miracle alert to people in Atlanta, I gave up. If somebody in America can believe in miracle alerts, I mean,
it's part of this lesson I'm talking about. You know,
somebody in America believing in miracle alerts. I don't think that is laziness. I think that is madness.
Because they want free money now. They don't want to work. They want free stuff.
Where is the free money going to come from in America?
I don't think that person has been in America long enough.
No, in a old church. I just don't want to mention the pastor. Nigerians.
Mike,
The guy came to the church.
You know him now. You know him now. That was we know him now. Yeah.
And he did it in a church, and people were testifying. No, this is mental health.
Yeah, we know the guy now. We know the pastor now. He's very popular pastor. Yeah.
Yeah. Please, guys. Please. I want to digest a little bit. Mike. Mike.
Yeah.
Look, I want to. Yes. Yesterday, I sent one video to one man. You know, yesterday when you were arguing with that guy yesterday about him not talk about not call the northern people in general, that something's going to cause something. Somebody sent a video to me yesterday, and everything you mentioned yesterday, that was what the northern man was talking about.
Which northern man?
I mean, the northern people. There's one call that they do some kind of conference call. Conference meeting, and saying he was already telling them that it's coming back for a second time to mess them up. That they are ready. That if that happen, they will attack all Yoruba people. From north.
Because Igboho is calling for war.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. No, but we have some elders, some Yoruba elders, they can't even see.
Let's not go that route.
Look, no, I get it, but I mean, in Kota here now, like you can't do that.
Because what is going on is that some of our people, Yoruba land, I'm sorry to say, they are still gullible. Once you were gullible, you came back and you wake up a dead horse again. That situation already died down. That the effect of farmer-settler clash is going down. What happened again? And I think
it's an avenue to cash out avenue.
Yes, they should warn him a lot. They should warn him.
Look, this is the video.
Mm-hmm.
They should have him arrested, not warning. He should be arrested and prosecuted.
Yes. Why now? What sort of nonsense is that? We want development. You know what always make me angry is that today Lagos State is going to commission their red line. Look at the other Yoruba states. Even they cannot do red line. Can't just they make their own investment climate? What are they using the money for? They are collecting both internal and whatever revenue allocation from the federal government. What are they using? Look at Lagos State for God's sake. Is it only Lagos State will be doing something? The other one will just be folding their hand. The other day last year I went to Ibadan. The same road, almost like 30 years ago. It's still the same road, and more people are coming in all over the world. You see a lot of people from the east, a lot of people from the north. Continue to come to our land, and we continue to accept them. It's fine, I don't care. But at the same time, why can't you just do something? And
you ask them, they'll tell you Fulani cannot allow them to go to farm.
It's a lie. Everything is a Fulani. They don't want to go to farm anymore, and they will telling you they don't want to do nothing. Everything just an handout. Give them money. Money.
Before Fulani came, were they even going to farm? So they stopped going to farm in 2015. Is that what they're trying to tell me? All these
before that, before 2015, they stopped going to farm. Before 2015, nobody
was stopped going to farm many years ago now, over decades ago.
They are renting out their farmland to the Agatus, and they are complaining that there is no food.
Confirm.
I was telling somebody, you are shouting there is no food there. I said, what have you planted in the last 5 years? Do you even have like a stand of tomato in your backyard? And you are shouting, where is the food going to come from? You don't want to do it, I don't want to do it, and we keep crying. It's not being done. How is it going to be done?
They want government to import the food now. Tinubu goes on, they're being power, so Tinubu should order food for you.
So Ofiabulele to come and earn 40K a month in the city. That's yes now. You can be making more in Abule bringing food to the city, but you chose to live that life to come and live in the city for 40K, 50K a month salary. How does that make sense? So if our people going by me, I don't understand.
The annoying part of it is 89% of those who are shouting Igboho ride on, apart from the gullible ones with him in Nigeria, they are all abroad. There is this guy, I don't want to mention his name. He was running a program one day and he was saying, Yoruba should go and start getting ready, preparing themselves for their war is ahead. They should start getting cutlass, guns, this. And I called in on his show. And I said, when are you going to go to that Nigeria with your own children to go and prepare for that war? You are living in the UK with your wife and your kid. While you are running this program, they brought you a cup of coffee and toast bread. And you are telling gullible ones in Nigeria to go and be buying cutlass. While your own children are you are here in the UK with your own children living a good life. But you are telling the gullible ones to go and prepare to die. I mean, most of them, they are abroad. They are shouting. Mayegun is in Scotland. He's crying every day for people. He's crying every day for the bad part of Nigeria.
That was an idiot now.
I can't wait for those people to be. I just don't.
What to work? So he knows where his butter and bread is now. So
So people will be saying Igbo is a hero.
Hero. Yeah, it can be their hero. Anybody can be your hero. It's your choice.
Let me clarify.
Sorry, 1 second.
Sorry, when he was discussing security only, I was for what he was doing. It was when he moved into the Yoruba nation thing without knowing what he was. That's when he lost the people. They killed people in the Kingdom. If he just stayed right there, he had the support. But once he moved into Yoruba nation kind of thing, he didn't understand what he was doing. He just it's when the thing went down the drain for him. And for him to come back to Nigeria and start doing the same thing again, to me, it doesn't make any sense. But
when me, I even lost respect for him was when he ran away. Money, So you plan to run away?
I told them he was going to run away because I knew he had German residency or whatever. Anybody that is going to fight for Yoruba nation that wants to really go to war, you must not have any passport or document to move out of that country. You must do it there and fight there and finish it there. Because that was the same thing Ojukwu did. Got them to war, started the war. When the war was getting too tough, he ran away.
The guy already planned his exit now. He's running away before the war. He already got his airplane ready. It was right by the Uli airstrip. He's right by the airport. He knew the moment they get close to me, I'll just run away. So all these people that these people are following. So I mean, and some people will say Ojukwu is a hero. Even the Igbo when I say Ojukwu is a hero,
that's one thing I will always respect Gaddafi for. You know what Gaddafi said? He said no matter how tough he gets, it's going to happen here in Libya. That he will not run away for them.
You cannot abandon your troops now and run away. You can't abandon your
troops. You can't do that. And if you do that, don't come back and say you're a hero. Don't even come back and come and talk after that.
Ojukwu came back. Oh.
He came back and he's even trying to be the king of the people. Are you kidding me? You can't come back from that. You abandoned, you didn't die with the people. Don't come back. If you come, just close your mouth. You can't speak after that. And that's where my issue will go. The moment Igbo ran away, I'm like, guy, just shut up. Don't even talk again.
Okay.
Now, you coming back?
Mike, you know the funniest thing.
Coming in here.
If they had not arrested Igbo in Cotonou, he would have said he disappeared to Germany.
Yeah.
Are you people hearing me? Are you people hearing me?
Expecting that when the soldier went to his house, it would just disappear like that, bleeding. Like because
Mr. Remy, are you people hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah.
I thought I was not. Good morning, everybody. I want to come here. I will start with that rural area, how people abandon their farms and everything. The thing is this, my brother, we need to be sincere. We should count ourselves among the luckiest to be in abroad or maybe wherever we are. At least we have something to do to take care for ourselves and hope for our children education and welfare. People back home, the rural area was totally neglected, particularly in the southern part of Nigeria, by the government for so many years. And that's what we are facing today. For example, no schools, no road, no storage facilities, and some of the families, they were poor, but they become so poor that they have to leave. First of all, I will use my state as an example.
Sorry, before you go on Midwest, you say in the southern part of Nigeria, no school.
Yeah.
In some of our town. I don't think that is in Yoruba land, okay? You can
Please, when somebody is talking, try to listen. They say town. I said villages. We don't farm in the city.
No village.
There is no village without school Yoruba in the way.
Wait,
Yoruba
my brother, now. I don't want I just, if you want me to also land my own point, I land. If you want us to just take one part, we just take it like that. Because we cannot live here now and go back home and farm. That's why the land is fatter. None of us.
What makes you think so? Some of us are doing it.
Are you not in abroad here? Go back and show us your farm.
I should show you my farm.
The land is there. Just put it on YouTube.
The farming. Why do I have to? Why do I have to show you? I don't need your clapping.
Let me also land my own point, because
you can only speak for yourself. Don't speak for everybody. Don't say all of us here.
Let me land my own point. I did say I want to speak for you. You give me the chance to also echo my own view. That's it.
Let him speak. No,
First of all, when we were growing up in that country, I saw farmers buying cars with my two naked eyes, sending their children to abroad to study. I saw fishermen doing the same thing. It is the economic benefit of every economic activities that attract people to that sector. You can't take it away. Gradually, we enter a decline in all sectors. And gradually, the government going to neglect the people. No extension of electricity to rural area. Even sometimes no road to transport their final agricultural produce to the city. I witnessed it with my two naked eyes when people harvest plantain in Benin, in the village. If the vehicle that plan to come and carry that plantain that day or the following break down, or there's heavy rain, the tendency for that plantain to rot it there is more than 60-70%. And that was around 87, not talk of now. There's no place to store it. The government neglected it for so long. The people have to look for somewhere else. Why me and you, why are we in abroad? Is it not because of this economic issue? You can't take it away. Even those who come, who are here for studies, at the end of it, they make up their mind to stay here. Professional, expatriates. Some of them are in this platform. They're supposed to be contributing to our country. Those guys, they neglected them to a point where people lost interest in that occupation. By the way, 80 or 90% of our agricultural system in the certain part of individuals still depends on cutlass and hoe in this modern life. And we are even universities are to a point, they are producing agricultural scientists, agricultural studying at the Faculty of Agriculture in Nigeria. Tell them go and farm. They will tell you, may God forbid, because of the economy, it brought them to even teaching job. People go to NCE, tell them to go and pick employment for teaching. They rejected it. So you cannot say the people they are so lazy they don't want to farm again. People have lost focus. What we need is a government that will refocus them. Or the problem that lies ahead is bigger than this one. All this one, why I came here is that Tinubu said he will not restructure Nigeria. If he like, he restructure. History will remember him.
No, he said he will not rush.
When was the last time you went to Nigeria?
No. He said he would not rush into doing it because I had to clarify myself that story. He said he wasn't going to do it. He said he wasn't going to rush into restructuring Nigeria. Is what he said. He wouldn't be rushed into doing it. That's what he just to clarify.
No, he didn't need to be rushed to do it. But the truth of the matter is that now the federal, look at the greatest problem we have. The federal government is trying to tell Nigeria, go and hold your state governor accountable. The state governors are telling the people, go and hold the federal. It's like Nigeria don't even know who to hold accountable.
But you have said
So okay, let me give you an example. I grew up in one of the most marginalized local government in the whole of Edo State, and it is one of the most productive local government. When Ogbemudia and Ali grew that region as a bandit, they built schools across the whole rural area. So people love to stay in their place of residence and the place of their settlement. They were farming. When a military officer was appointed to Bende, he canceled close to 70% of those schools. Someone in a different local government, as a family, for your children to have seed, you go and put them in Oredo. And then a farmer having two families, you have to finance your children in the city, finance yourself in the rural area. Look at the economic strength in that family. So, my dear, why are we running out? What makes us to be in abroad, to round it up, is what is making your people to run away from your village to the city.
Midwest, I want to quickly respond to you. I want to tell you something. This is real life experience. There is this friend of mine. When every one of us we are traveling out, you remain in Nigeria.
So there's somebody that needs to mute themselves there. There's noise coming from their background.
Noise. Maybe okay. Yeah, okay. So this guy, when we are traveling, he didn't get visa. He was so unlucky. He stayed back in Nigeria and he continued to communicate with all his friends all over the world. He's the only one that remained. Just opposite to today, this guy started farming. He started as little as buying one pig. Behind his house, he dug a ground for pond. The house he's living belonged to his father. That time he has not built his own, but it's the father that bought that big 2 or 2.5 plot of land. To cut the long story short, today, this guy have 50 pigs. And he told me he's selling 1 kilo for 2,700. One of the lowest of these pigs weigh about 20 kg. There is one that weighs about 47 of up to 50 kg. Now he has 50 pigs. He has 5 cows. The fish from his pond, all the Hausa people, they all come together every now and then to buy from him. Within a space of 3 years, his life turned around. This guy have 2 cars now. He has built his own house. His life is okay. His children are doing fine. What I'm trying to tell you is this. Sometimes the solution to people's problem might be behind your back. The problem with our people is that people think if I go to big city, some people make it, but not everybody. If you go to, some people have big land in their country or where they come from. You cannot tell me that the whole of Nigeria, that is where the other farmers clash, are obstructing their farmland. You cannot tell me that. The orientation change. And the reason why orientation change is that a lot of people, look at our people from the Southwest, our young boys, what are they doing? They are looking for rituals because they see the life of Instagram and they want to do like, they want to be rich at 17. Why are they killing their parents? Why are they killing their family member because of money? Let's be objective here. So at the same time, some of them that are hardworking, there's another guy that started husbandry farming. I forgot the name they call that kind of agriculture. Of course, that one is lucky. His brother gave his brother and his other brother's friend from America. They pull resources together and they raised 20 million for him. This guy today is the major supplier of ShopRite, tomato, Ibadan, Kwara, everything is the one supplying them. So sometimes, even we that we are in abroad, sometimes we also blame ourselves. Sometimes you ask yourself so many questions. You have been here for a long time. You just stay here, confine your 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom apartment. If you are lucky, you buy a mortgage house. You confine in that place. And the same thing, it's just like rotation, year in, year out. The same thing you are doing. But the little you can make here, you can triple it or double it in Nigeria if you know what you are doing. Life is about risk. If you think, okay, you are very satisfied, you just stay in your abroad. You think majority of people that are here in abroad, they don't have something in Nigeria. Nobody is stupid. Nobody is foolish unless you are foolish. I'm not calling anybody foolish. But home is home. Because here in abroad, you can tell there's 24-hour supply. The road are tired. But what about the bills you are paying? Your life is just to me like a triangle. You go to the work, which is at the base.
Mr. Remy, this one you are saying is quite different from what I'm saying. Because
what I'm trying to tell,
we're talking about rural immigration. and skill abandonment. Rural and local farming, we didn't develop it to any level. It's only 80s I saw.
You cannot blame government for everything. Individuals, look at the American
the most painful thing I have is to see people live in advanced country telling me I can't blame government. Without government, you can't stay there.
So the reason why I will tell you, let me ask you a question. Midwest, I'll ask you a question, and I know that people in America, Lababati, they are here. Ask them, even here in Europe, who are the owners of all these big farms all over America? Ask them that question. Does it belong to the government? Yeah.
Let me just take something. Most times, I mean, it's understandable that opinions
that music could be toned down or something, because
I don't have control over that. I don't have control over that music, so I'm trying to. I've tried to stay far away from it. So
it could flag up the whole show. That's the problem.
Flag of us. I've been sitting in this place. I'm in an hotel, and I've been sitting here for a while. It's the music they're playing at the reception. So, anyhow, I'll shut it down now. I'll mute myself when I finish talking. So, what I'm saying necessarily is, look, people, we are not as productive as we used to be. Government has its failure. So when we apportion it, we cannot just say everything that is wrong with us is with the government. Look, when we were growing up, after standard 3, some people that cannot continue to go to school, they pick what they want to do. They choose a trade. They learn a skill. Whether you want to be a tailor, a barber, plumbing, you want to learn bricklaying, you want to learn anything you want to learn. People are still productive. Then some people after primary school, standard 3, the people that got to primary when primary became the thing. Then some people after secondary school, they choose what to want to do. Some people will go to technical colleges, some people will go and learn skills, especially in the Southwest. How many people are learning skills now? Everybody wants to go to the university, whether you are qualified, whether you are competent, whether you are, it's even your field or not. Everybody wants to go. So people will lie, they will cheat, they will look for rejoice, they will look for people to sit for the exam for them. And some people actually went through that process and they got the certificate that they cannot apply, they cannot defend it in any way. So they join the league of people. They say, "Oh, we are graduates, but we are not employed." Not really adding that they are not actually employable. So we have a lot of unqualified. They are qualified on paper, but unskilled people queuing up with university degrees and certificates that they cannot apply anything. Now, because they feel that they are already graduates now, they don't want to go back and learn skill and learn work again, something they should have done maybe 10 years or 15 years ago. So who is losing? They are losing. Now, the army of jobless people that are not adding value, that lack the required or the requisite skills to be able to advance themselves, increasing every day. Now, if you all out today to say, "Look, I want some people to come and learn skill," they will tell you, "No, I'm a graduate. I graduated. I studied this and me. I studied marketing." Tell somebody that studied marketing to go and do a short presentation, who will start stammering because he never sat for any of the exams. It's through this sorting and the rest, just push, let people go. So we have too many people that are not cut out for anything, but they are too big, they are too pride. There is ego that would rather make them to go back and learn life applicable skills so that they have something they can bring to the table. Look, if you employ people today, no matter how philanthropic you are, no matter how good intentioned you are, if you set up a company and you employ people because they are graduates, if they are not adding value, you will leave them tomorrow. You will tell them to go, no matter how very good-hearted or kind-hearted that you are. Is that the fault of the government? We have a lot of government agencies and companies that people, Nigerians, ran them down. Still Nigerians that ran them down. If we bring the issue of Nigeria Airways, Nigeria National Shipping Line, now, which one do we want to talk about? The only reason why NEPA survived is because NEPA and NNPC were very strategic to our very existence. Because they were very strategic, so it was impossible to die completely. Ordinarily, they have killed NEPA and NNPC long ago, the same way they killed Nigeria National Shipping Line, the same way they killed Nigeria Airways, the same way they killed it. Look at the number of transport companies that were established in the early 80s.
You hear your state transport corporation, this, that federal government under the military that invested heavily in. Look at the trillions of naira that was spent. Where are the buses today? You can't see because it's government thing. Everybody just come there to eat. The general manager will eat and eat and eat and eat. And when the thing die finish, buses are not being replaced, they are not being repaired, they are nothing. So we contributed more to where we are than saying government because hey, I mean, our life is in our hands. So when people leave their places, somebody is in a village, he's doing well, he wants to go to the city and he wants to buy Okada. I believe everybody is now riding Okada. He wants to go and join the bandwagon. Look, that Okada will be giving you daily money. And if you are not very smart, you will not save anything. The day that Okada leaves your hand, you just realize you don't even have anything saved up. So where do we go from there? So if we want to sit down and re-strategize, what is my own blame? Then how can I help myself before others will help me? Be it government or other people that want to help me. But if you keep apportioning blame and keep doing this, righteousness or something, we will not move anywhere. Yes, we have actually soiled our hands. We have destroyed a lot of things. How do we move forward here? Realizing that we have missed it and we need to rediscover ourselves. That's just first step in the right way. So blaming government.
If I may call him there, you ask a question. You say, how can we move forward? The only way we have to move forward is for the government to be serious. Let me give you an example. Why I will never agree with anybody that tell you no government. We live in various countries across the world. There are so many American investors or investment in Sweden, and the owners are in America. There are some German investors who have investment here, business functioning, employing people. They are in Germany. There are Swedish investors who have investment in America. They are in Sweden. How do you think these things are possible? The reason is this. It's not because the Americans are so honest, the Germans are honest, or the Swedish are honest. It is the methodology of running the business in terms of bureaucracy that make it difficult for people to steal. In our own setting, the bureaucracy for a long time, when these military guys came in, they were trying to dictate the country into good. And we copied those things, hoping we are looking for a trustworthy man to come and run it and everything will be good. Look at where we are today. The government need to go back to a situation where they have to design system that will make it people. Even in the first case, the governor not supposed to have access to money. The governor of my state is solely
Guys, they are talking about individual decision as to whether you are reliant on
why the
government
individual
or whether you can be productive on your
thank you for
own.
supporting me.
Whether you can be reliant on government or you can be productive on your own. This is not. We're not talking about multinational firms.
Get what I'm saying. The individual decision is of two types. Can be positive, can be negative. Now, human beings are created in a way naturally that sometimes you don't even know why you took some certain decision. But it depends on the circumstance that surround you at that very moment. What our youth are doing today, sometimes when you talk, I think maybe you may be close to 40 or 50. Look at when you were growing up, how the society affected you, and look at the generation that is growing up today. Then you will ask yourself, what does the future really want for that country? Individual decision, you said, if I am to make a decision in the office to steal, knowing very well I'm not going to be punished, and the government, the system allow it for me to steal than doing good, I can choose to steal. You gave me money to go and help people in the rural area to run agricultural program for them, only for me to reach the rural area. You, as a government, you don't even know the existence of these people. I can choose to write their name.
Midwest, I want to post a challenge.
I can choose to.
Hold on. One second. You see that rural area that you're talking about now? Look for one of your family members that still live there and just give them 5 million naira, okay? Just give them 5 million naira and say, look, I want you to go. Look, when you give them 5 million naira, 6 months time you go ask for that money. Every single penny of that money would have been gone.
God bless you. Please listen why I will. That's why I told you. Hold on, give me 1 second, please. Let me just.
I will never risk it to give 5 million to anybody.
Good. The question I was going to
that's
ask
what I'm saying. You're saying there's no school, there's no. It's the mindset of the people, the mindset of a lot of
the government have rotted the mindset. Have allowed the mindset to get rotty.
See,
and that's
the person that
I'm sorry. Please, just pardon me. This person that just said something, I don't know who that person is, just took it out of my mind. I was going to ask you, if you have 100 million naira today, can you invest it in Nigeria? Don't answer me yet. I'll give you two examples. A couple of weeks or months ago, we were discussing something here, and I said, we people, our own attitude to work, to when people employ us, contributes to killing businesses in Nigeria, because everybody that you employ is looking for how he will steal, no matter how close they are to you. Look at the report somebody gave us yesterday that a lady that stole in a poultry she was working, because she was caught and she was fired, poisoned the feed, and all the birds in the farm died simply because she was caught stealing. And I think that was the second time they gave her a warning. The first time, she now poisoned the feed source, and all the birds in the farm that ate the feed died. People, I have seen more than 3, 4, 5 people that invested in Nigeria. I mean, huge sums of money. They are regretting it today. Why? Because everybody that is around there is looking for what to steal. And if you invest 100 million, you will be lucky if that investment will last 2 years. Before you know it, they will run it down.
My brother, can I come in here?
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
My friend just came back from Benin, but last week, right? He's investing in tomato farm. So he put one of his cousins to say, okay, this is family. Instead of me to give this money to outside, I said, okay, I'm going to pay you 50,000 a month, not to do the farm, just to do the runnings, help them to buy this, help them to buy this, help them to buy this. Do you know this guy? Something of 2,000. He will still come and tell my friend it's 30,000. They pay him 50. If my friend just put him a 50,000 salary every month just to run around. But when it comes to buying materials, my friend went home. That was how my friend found out. Just to go and get hose pipe that they want to rent to pump water for 2,000 naira a day. The guy was collecting 32,000 from my friend. My friend ended up finding out about that. So you need to understand that the people you are dealing with personally.
Akim, wait, sorry. You just gave a good example. Like this, my friend who also used the poultry, I had it. Look at where I'm talking to, why I bring the government in. If that is a place where government is serious, here come insurance to that company. We don't have. And that's
insurance.
Why wait. If it is Europe here where you live, insurance will come in. And the government have to take responsibility because
insurance company don't pay for insurance, right?
Look at the way we run business. Get what I'm trying to say. Business is risk. The government knows it. It's risk. No human being is an agent.
What are you going to insure the farm? What are you going to insure the farm again? Is it theft or natural disaster or what? Because this one is not.
Human poisoning.
Exactly. Wait. Let me tell you how it works. For example, most of us, we are also here. Please, any small thing we are doing here, sometimes they put some certain things before. Let us just try to know why they are putting us, go and do this, go and do that. Because it goes a long way to help us so that we can also help our government. If our country is good,
it also depends on how much is your income in a month.
It depends on what you are. It depends on what you are even insuring. It depends on what you are even insuring against.
Excuse me. You see the problem with. Let me land my point. For example, you want to run a business here to a point where I will start employing people. Anybody I employ is not going to be on black market. Nigeria put employment on black market. What do I mean? If you employ somebody, you're supposed to register in the Ministry of Labor. The government failed to establish a database to do this so that we can know who and who you are employing. We are failing that aspect. These are the reasons why we have a lot of problems. Now, if I'm running that business, there is tendency for me to have an insurance in case of any eventuality. Now, I have to pay monthly. When issue like this now happen, because this guy is not the only person employed there. A lot of people work there. Now he has put them into unemployment, which is going to be a burden for the government. You see why government say pay this, pay this, pay that. They want to protect you. And that's why people can put investment there. At least they are sure of someone not just killing the entire business. 2, that guy that did that thing supposed to be arrested and persecuted by law so that others will not try it.
But would that bring back the investments?
You must ask yourself,
but if it is a well-organized place where investment is really taking place in agricultural setting,
a farmer now employs someone, and that person happens to go and poison his own animals, and they die, the government is not going to allow that farm to collapse. That's all the difference. The insurance will come in.
Let me explain something to you, right? I'm going to quickly explain something so that maybe if you want to understand, it's fine. Okay, this is what the conversation is centered about this morning. Okay, I have when we were like not growing up, we were maybe just finishing secondary school, thinking of university, and also I had a friend that his parents practically like his parents were kind of separated from when he was born, so he just kind of grew up with his mom and his grandparents like that. So it's not like they didn't have money, but his mom on her own didn't have the money to send this guy to university. So what did this guy do? He went and learned barber. So we got together, we just helped him one evening like that. He got a plot. I don't know if you know, there's a place called Christmas Junction in Testamero de Benin. So he built a barber shop, like just with wood and zinc and stuff on the junction there. You know that a few years later, this guy sponsored himself, paid for his own university. He went further, studied through that barber shop. This guy, was living a very comfortable life. He had his apartment. He was even supporting his mom every month. It was okay. Midwest, I'm telling you now. That's why I asked you my first question on this platform. This was, when was the last time you went home? If you just go and see the way boys are now, trouser falling down the ass, you can't even look. You even, my brother, I'm telling you, you're going to be shocked. You'll be shocked. On a school day,
I went back home. I worked for the future of my land. So that's just the fact.
Let me tell you, when you go, you see boys, you see young boys. You first of all ask yourself, there's more potential for these guys to be successful in that land. I'm going to be honest with you. People like myself, we saw things in a different way. But if I had the vision that my friend had, maybe I would have saw things in a different way. But that guy was able to, put everything together and say, okay, you know what, I'm not going to let my parents' position hinder my progress. And he put himself together. We went to school direct because our parents was able to afford, but he stayed back. But guess what? If we had stayed home after we finished school, that guy would have done better than us.
Yeah, every one of us,
better than us.
Mr. Kim, what we know today, if we were opportune to even know 50% of it, none of us, most of us wouldn't have even traveled. We would have been consistent with our dream and be successful for sure. The thing I'm trying to say here is this. When people try to separate government functions from the life of the people, sometimes I'm confused. Take that poultry, for example, now. A country that really been well for development, there is no way someone will poison the bird and the owner will be a total bankruptcy. I mentioned insurance. People are telling me what kind of insurance. Well, okay. See, another thing. If, for example, they didn't even poison the bird, the person want to sow those poultry. Now he's successful. He will pack everything to the market. People will buy. They put money in your account. The government don't know the total of birds you sold. You can see the disconnection between business activities and the government. So that is why tomorrow, if they want to come and help, they don't know how you make your money. They don't know how your expenditure of feeding the birds. No ministry you can go that can prove this is what the number of people he employed.
Midwest, all these things are there. The people that are not.
These are the aspects. It's not there.
Hold on. If you go to set up a business now, right? There's a way you can register your business and incorporate it. Okay, you can open a business account where your money go into. Then when you have all of these things, you can go to government agencies and then key into whatever platform they have. It's just that, listen, my own yoga
like what,
system
to support you or what?
Every form of support or whatever you want to do are there. But listen, let me explain to you now. my own younger sister, she
break
finished.
That place down. Break that place
Yeah.
down. That government agency. That's what
Yeah,
I
hold
want.
on one second. My own younger sister, she finished from Auchipuli, OND, then she did HND. So like finding a job was a problem. So she then went and retrained as caterer. So she opened her own shop. She's baking cake, doing events and stuff like that. So I called her and said, listen, why not go and register this your business? I said, oh bros, no, the money is too expensive. Oh no, like that would like just complain, no, this, that. But if the government is giving out any form of support, how are you going to benefit from it when your business is not registered? Do you understand what I'm saying now? A lot of our people who are into businesses don't register their business.
The Nigeria government cannot run any support successfully, and that's what I'm trying to present before you.
No, you can't. You're just being too negative about this. Their support system in place.
Let me tell you why it's not successful. For example,
so I know I heard of somebody on this platform who run a farm who said he had access to loans.
Bank of Agriculture is giving loan out. So people are getting the loan.
That person is influential, and since the government has been giving,
it's a lie.
It's not influential.
No.
Okay,
no,
wait.
It is
wait.
not.
Let me point this one before you. Tinubu today, if Tinubu is going to give support to agriculture in Nigeria, is going to look for a way to sort out fund, fresh fund, the one the previous government has been giving. It cannot go to any account and say, so farmers have paid back, so we are going to reinvest. It's not there. So get the point I'm going to speak to. How things function. Remy is here. Remy told me one word in Finland one day. He said, the kind of accountability in doing business, let us try our best to register small scale business. You will get what I'm trying to present before you. If that your sister is running that business, the way capitalism really functions, that small scale business you said, every blessed expenditure of your sister monthly through receipt and invoice must be reported to the Ministry of Finance. You see what we are missing. Now, at the end of it all our sales, I don't know whether because she's renting service, maybe she's also selling it. The same invoice and receipt she issued must be reported to the government. It can be monthly, depends on how big is the business. It can be quarterly. It can be some countries, they can allow you for maybe half of the year or full year. But at the end of it all our transactions in 2023, from January to December now, the accountant must revisit all. And
that is how it works. That is how they pay taxes.
And that is how they pay taxes here. Now,
that's how they pay taxes. It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same thing in Nigeria.
No, it's not the same. Our expenditure, let me just give you an example. She bought those shiny cloth to design occasion. And she purchased it in Nigeria. So when she purchases it, she's going to pay value added tax. Because she's using it for business, the government have to account and return that money to her. So please, my brother, if we want to help Nigeria, all these Ministry of Finance that belong to only Mr. President and governor have to connect Nigeria citizens. So that the government will know exactly what you are producing, at least to 70%. So when they are giving to you, they will give to you in your profession. I gave example. Tinubu will always continue to search for fresh money to solve any problem, whether welfare, the one that the government has been giving. Why is it not coming back? If those things are so successful.
So first thing you must understand in constitutional democracy, once they give a state government the money and from the federal allocation, the president does not have power to tell a governor how to spend his money for the state. It is the people in that state that must hold their governor accountable. And I was hearing you talk about VAT. You know that VAT here is 24%. You have to look at the terrain of where you are doing business. The business in Africa or in Nigeria is different from business in Europe. Here, anything you want to do, you must register with the government. You must have a registered company name. That way, they can trace the owner and also the relevant tax you should pay. They will monitor you. But in Nigeria, when people can start business with as little as 10,000 naira. So do you want them to go and register a company so that they can be paying tax? So when you look at the total capital of some people, it's not even up to 50,000
Mr.
naira.
Remy, there are companies
I
you can
understand
please.
you. I understand you
When
very
you
well.
register some business here, you don't pay tax. Government will support you. So don't say because
not like here in Finland, I have a company, and if government is not supporting me unless I go and source for loan, and if I source for loan, I've not even I've not even talked to my bank about that one. So it's not that for example, I don't think the government will just support you just like that. They can give
and again, it's not all. If you don't make profit, the collectors they are going to return it to you.
So it's not so easy as what
so it's almost the same thing. They're going to return it. If at the end of the year there is no profit, they return the money to you.
So let our viewers understand. First and foremost, everything you do, you put 24% VAT on it, and then you use your expenses to reduce your tax. At the end of the day, you still pay tax, but it will be reduced because of the expenses you are borne out of the business you are doing. That is fair enough. That is fair enough.
Remy, see, when there was a time when there was this guy in my area when we finished secondary school, right? His father died, and then in the village, his father had like a cocoa farm, right? So this guy, I still remember his name, Victor. The guy went back to the village with his younger one. Like this guy was born in town, raised in town, like, but straight away this guy went to the village. You know, within 2 years, this guy bought a bike. He bought a Mitsubishi Boss. His younger one, he was training them in school. He sent 2 of his younger one abroad from that money. What we are talking about here, my brother, is the mindset of the people, how it has eroded, completely. We're talking about, look, we're not talking about the bigger things that government are supposed to do. We're talking about the small things that the people are supposed to do just to help themselves. You see somebody who call himself a Yahoo boy, will collect maybe 5-10 million, and they go and buy a Lexus car, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Look, that.
Yes, and they start floating around.
Even okay, I'm not in support of what you're doing, but at least you see that, just see that 5 million as a breakthrough for you to take yourself away from that stupid life and go and do something good. You know, look, we're talking about, if you go to somewhere like, say, I think what Midwest need to understand is a lot of the places that is calling village, the rural area, development have eroded into those places. You know,
they've abused the land. They have abused it. That is not development.
Many of these places are no longer villages the way they used to be. You
they
know, the
remove
places.
I told you I wept. For my land.
If places like Oluku used to be proper village, but today Oluku is not a village. Oluku, from after Uniben, after University of Benin, Oluku is like it's like a town now. It's like a town of its own. Before it used to be a village, but it's Oluku. Even I'm talking about Oluku, after
because
we
do not control Akim, we do not control population. There is population explosion in Nigeria. And all those places you are talking about,
forget about population. We still have the land. The land is still there.
Yeah, the land is still there, but the land is still there. But you are right.
With all this development that we're talking about, we have not even developed 5% or 10% of our land.
So you see now, all those boys, I'm not in support of what they are doing. They make 5 million, you buy a Lexus of 3 or 4 million, and then they will rest 1 million, you go and stay in a hotel, talk all the girls, you jaye, you do whatever you want, expecting that they will get another mongo in the next few months. Whereas it does not come like that. Some of them, to be frank, more than 60% of them are into rituals, because it's not easy to scam the Unibo like before. So
I agree with you guys on this bad behavior. I'm not arguing this one.
So we're just talking about individual. Yeah. We're talking about individual, like Midwest.
Yes, the government are not up to it. We understand that, but we're saying you as a person, just look. Even if you look, just go there now, get a farmland, right? Because me that I'm talking here, these are things that I'm doing, you understand, and I'm even trying to expand. So get a farmland, said, okay, you know what? Get one of your cousin or your family member or your just monitor this thing. All I need you to do is monitor. You're not going to be clearing the glass or anything. I have people that are paid that do all those. Just monitor it and see what they're going to do to you. They're still going to look for a way to be collective.
Yes, so that is the problem. Even your own people,
the only good thing now is that the only good thing now is that you have technology. You can put a CCTV camera in your farm, and you can monitor your farm from
if they don't destroy it, if they don't know it, it's fine. But if they know,
even if they know it, because the way the thing work, at least they have to be accountability. If it doesn't work, you have to call them and say what's wrong with the camera, and you have to replace it immediately.
It's your fault.
Mr. Kim, see what I'm saying. My pain is this: we as a Nigerian, we are very resilient people. These guys that you see that are misbehaving today, the government should be serious about what putting measures to control.
Midwest, I want to ask you a question.
To control our citizens.
Midwest, do you think? I just want to ask you this question. Nigeria operate democracy, free right. Do you think this youth, the government should force them to do something? Do you think?
No.
Do you think the government can force them?
The government should not.
You should ask me that question.
If you
ask me that question, I would say no. The government should not force. What the government should do? That's what I said. There was a day I went to Nigeria. I was with my mom, and I told her we're like out. I said, if they elect me as a governor of this state, they will not re-elect me for second time. She started laughing, and she knew exactly what I meant. Like, she started laughing, and she said, I will be fair. I said, yes, because some people, it's almost like people who are supposed to be in the psychiatric hospital are now in town. It doesn't make sense the way our people do.
No, the people who are supposed to be in psychiatric hospital are the governor and they are in the parliament, not the people. The real people that deserve it.
Listen, somebody who is
governor,
driving,
the governor, the deputy, these are people that need psychiatric, not the innocent people that they are destroying their life.
Somebody who will see a road, right, and drive on a walkway, is that normal? You will stop on the traffic light. You stop on the traffic light, and the person behind you will be blowing horn. Why are you stopping? You stop for a red light.
Oh, move on. Don't obey.
And they will be cursing you. Why are you stopping? Move. But you are doing the right thing.
You are blaming the government and people in power. How about those who were there when these people were campaigning and they took money from these government officials to be? They took money from them to elect them.
Which government would be serious campaigning and allow people to be sharing money, cash? That's where the government comes in.
All of the political party, all of them.
If the government allow people to share, that will tell the government itself is not serious. We are saying the same thing.
How can they monitor them? How can millions of people sharing money to them on election day? How can you monitor?
You that is here now. Wait, you. That's why I said the governor and some of them, all these leaders are the one that needs to go to psychiatric. The government you are not part of the. You are not part of the government now. You know that this is wrong. Why can't those who ruling us pass a law and condemn it by law?
To make a
or
change,
enforce a law to stop it.
To make a change in that Nigeria, need a little bit of carrot and stick. If you are just talking making stuff play, talk to them. You give a youth of Nigeria of 20 or 22 years old, give him a grant of, okay, fine, you learn this skill, go and, okay, take this 100,000 or 200,000, go and buy material you need so that you can start the skill you have learned. Before you know it, give him 6 months. The next thing they'll come to you is that you bring a girl with a belly for you. That is it.
See, what is there is this. It's not like, for example, we said somebody got 10 million. For example, he do Yahoo. He went and buy a car of maybe of 8 million. Here, where we live in advanced country now, you are not working. Suddenly, you get some million. You don't need anybody to tell you that don't go and buy a car. If you buy, you are in trouble. The government can write you a letter.
Let me comment. Midwest, I listen to you talk all the time. It's almost like you when you talk, you always talk as if give me a second now. We get your point. You always talk as if people in the government came from the sky, or like they just came from somewhere else. Like they're just different human beings. Like they just they are created from different zones. But what you need to understand is that the government are also the people. They came from the people. They are the people. We are all people. The only difference is that one is sitting in one position, the other one is sitting in another position. But they are still the people. Government and the people are one and the same. So if we are saying we the people need to change our way, we are not just talking about the doctors, the lawyers, or you and I sitting here. Also the politicians. We are all one. We are all same people. It's because we have the same. Tomorrow now, that guy sitting there in the Senate might leave. It may be you that will be sitting there, or Remy. So it makes sense that we talk to each other about changing our mentality because we know that we are the one that are going to get there next. In 4 years, I will vote in that guy that's sitting in the house. The next person that will be voted in will be somebody that's among us right now. I'm not saying literally on this platform, but I'm saying someone that you are calling the people that you are trying to exonerate from bad behavior. They are the one that will replace the next guy that's sitting there right now. So when we are here saying the people need to change,
I did not exonerate them from bad behavior.
no, when we are talking about what we are not saying you are exonerating, but the thing is when we come here and start talking about why Nigerians need to change their behavior, you begin to say no, it's the government. Like, guy, look, I won't waste my time talking to a guy that's sitting there and doesn't know, have a clue what to do. You understand? I can preach for now till tomorrow. I'd rather talk to the people. So the people will know themselves. For the people, the change is in the way the people, because one, the people need to change the way they think. So when they get there, they won't do the same thing. Also, the people need to understand who should be there, what needs to be right, so that way they will vote for the right person and not the useless people they are voting for. So we need to talk more to the people than this government thing that we talk about, because when we keep talking about government and you're giving people reason to think there's something wrong with them, that the only place where something is wrong with is just anyone that become government. That's when something becomes wrong with them.
You see,
Mike,
Mike,
I was watching a YouTube video of this Commissioner of Agriculture for Lagos State when she was giving out to those people who they were supposed to key into a scheme. So the scheme was supposed to be, you bring your goods to this place where government has allocated, you trade for free, government will give you assistance, and then you give 25% discount on what you are selling. So the video was on X yesterday. I saw it. She you know what she did? She gathered all of these people together and she gave it to them badistically, because what did they do? They were supposed to give 25%, but they were still selling at the normal rate, even though they were benefiting from all the assistance that government have put in place for them to pass on to the people. But they never passed that 25% on to the people. And then she was giving it to them, telling them, look, you guys are the we are the problem. We keep blaming government. Say, who are the government? He said, it is still we that will still go and be part of that government. If we don't fix ourselves, whenever we get there to be in the system, we will still do worse than these people that were complaining. This is a commissioner.
Exactly.
Puts the people together, and she gave it to them badistically. I said, look, what I would do if I become a governor, I will build one of the biggest prison, one of the biggest one in the one you look. It will be so beautiful. There will be TV, everything there. You will cool down there for your head will retune by itself. It will retune by itself. If you don't have sense, by the time you stay in that prison for that long, you will get sense.
Do you know of recent? Femi Gbajabiamila, he did a scheme in Lagos State where the people went for training and all those stuff about fish farm, poultry, and stuff like that. So when they finish, they give them some material, some those tarpaulin ponds and tanks, and they give them fish. And I can tell you that 90% of those people got those things and they sold it instantly.
Okay. Somebody was saying somebody approached him. Somebody approached him, wanted to use his farm to collect this government, all those loans that government was giving last time during Buhari government. That was one of those loans that they were giving. A lot of people got those monies in a fraudulent manner. Through fraudulent means, they just stole the money.
See, look, here comes a situation where the government, okay, when we say government, we are saying elected people now who have the power to make decisions for us. But directly or indirectly, we are all part of the government because we elected them and we have to function as well to make the government to work. I agree with all these things. But the question is, every problem in Nigeria, when you present it before the government, they will only analyze the amount of money to be spent. And meanwhile, previous government have been pumping money to solve this problem and it didn't work. Now they will still release money again. Knowing very well this is not going to work. This is the aspect I'm speaking to. The bureaucracy is very weak. The methodology is outdated. From agricultural produce, from the way we functions, and government dealing with our citizens. These are the areas we need to improve. And if we do that, automatically people bring, all these people you want to put in prison, even in the street, their brain will start reformatting. I'm telling the truth. Somebody that have agricultural farm, take for example, when I came to Europe here, the first job I did in Spain, it was agricultural work. And that was why the government gave me a resident permit then. I can still recall. But when I look the way they harvest their product from farm, that's why this farm sometimes is cooperative, is private. Some people just inherited their farmland. They work as a banker. So when the season comes, they come and sell their orange. What happens is this. From the farm, there is a scale to scale those goods, to keep record locally from there. The same vehicle you load this vehicle to, these goods to, where they are going, there's a scale waiting for them. Even those one is even digitalized. If
So
even if not
you
digitalized,
think they don't do all of these things back home?
we don't do. This is where the problem lies. When
So how
people
do you
have
think
family,
how do you think Nigeria will be able to tell the amount of cocoa it exports in a year or the amount of cocoa it produces in a year? How do you think government have this record?
yeah, let me tell you why the government of with hacking, we have data that are garbage, and the more we believe on
Brother,
this,
listen to me.
the more
You come from Edo State, right? And I'm
yes,
sure you are aware about how people were tapping rubbers. How were they selling their rubbers? Were they just throwing it away? Was it not true? People coming to
okay.
measure it and
Let
buy
me tell
it?
you. Let me round up where the problem lies. Where the problem really lies. You try to get my little explanation clear. Now, when this product gets to the company themselves, because I'm trying to round up something for you so that you understand. Because it's not like some that one is cash crop. I'm just going to, though orange is also a cash crop there, the way they do it. They will also scale it in the company yard. And that company yard, they are food processing company now. Because we don't have food processing, and there's another big problem because the read data start from there. And they will take note of who produced that product. Most of the farm even have number already to tell you, because when you register with local government, they will give you a number. They will identify everything. So we think with those records now, all these issues, invoice and all, documented with Ministry of Finance, accounting have started. Gradually, till it gets to the consumer, or maybe they exported from that country, they will document everything. Now, even when people are buying from supermarkets, now, because it's processed, there's a ticket attached to it. The kilo you purchase is not to the government now, from the retail company. When they put all these things together,
What you are saying is completely totally different from the conversation.
It's not different. It is this lack of accountability that makes us to be stealing the money.
No, it's to what we are saying.
For example, if your own farm is A1, my own is A2 by number, you produce maybe 10 tons of rice, and now you take it to the market directly, and you are selling it with your own rate. The government don't even know what you are selling. Me, AB, I also farm cassava. I fry this cassava, I put it in bag, I go and sell it. The government don't know what I'm selling. Tomorrow I need aid. They don't know my capacity. They don't know your own. That's where the fraud is coming in. It's easy for people to steal this money than helping the real people. We can't continue like this.
This is why I say you don't use, like you don't. A lot of things exist, but you don't understand that they exist. So it is about, look, if you just have a farm on your own, you're not going to get any assistance from government if your farm is not under government scheme or it is not registered. Because the only way you can get assistance and government can know that you exist as a farmer is if your farm is registered. And there are assistants in place in Nigeria for farmers. In any part of the country you go to, there always a scheme, but you have to be registered because that's the only way there will be any form of accountability. And a lot of our people don't go through the paperwork process. This is what I'm trying to
For
explain.
example, let me say you register for a scheme and you have to produce plantain in a mechanized form.
Midwest.
When you are, wait, let me round this point before you come in. Wait. When you harvest this plantain, 50% to Shagamu market, loaded upon a trailer, and people queue around. Some buy OC, some buy retail from you, and you register with government now. How does the government know the quantity of plantain you produce?
Yeah, because you that is selling the plantain, you are the one that is going to register your own plantain that you are selling. Okay, you register
if you lie,
and then you submit.
If you lie, you lie, how would the government know?
That's why you have to be honest. The same Spain that you were talking about.
The white people are not honest. See, get my own point clear. They are worse than us, but there are major procedures.
No, it's not true.
Wait. They are worse than us.
I think at one point we have to move back to.
You see the question I just asked now. This is what
let me speak for
Mike. This is what is missing. Why every government will continue to register scheme, pumping money to it, and the money doesn't come back.
Yeah, what is you see? Like, I'm trying to get everybody. Like, it looks like we're just stuck on one topic that most people are not interested in.
You open a conversation with Midwest, then it's like a folder. You start opening.
Because before that, everybody were just having a bunch of conversation we were enjoying like that. We just stuck to this one government kind of thing.
Let this guy come in that said he want to come in. I think just round up that one.
Midwest. Let me just
come in. Yes.
Yeah, let me
just. Thomas,
you. You know, your conversation, right, is akin to a child blaming his parents or his father for his failure, right? You don't have.
Occasionally, you can blame your parents for your failure.
Hold on.
To bring you up properly. I don't understand that.
Midway, just allowing to at least get across.
Just hold on. You know, I know you live abroad, and I believe a lot of people on One Man's platform, they live abroad as well. So first, why is it that especially our Nigerians, when they live abroad, they tend to change their attitude, right? And they tend to basically follow certain guidelines and rules. And in Nigeria,
because of the procedure, because of the bureaucracy, that's why they
understand. I'm just laying a foundation. You know, if you live in America, you understand that this laziness syndrome is actually it's pervasive over here within a certain community. Why do you think that as much as, I'm not trying to be stereotypical now, but as much as the Black community in America try to blame government for all their actions and inactions, right? We still have Black immigrants, like Nigerians, like Kenyans, like South Africans, like Ghanaians, basically, right? Immigrants. They come to the US in the same country that the same naturally born Black Americans are complaining almost on a daily basis about governance or government's attitude towards them, right? They make fortunes and they tap into the opportunities inherent within the same society, regardless of all the activity, all the excuses. They're there. They're not born here. They come into the country, they acclimatize into the system, right? And they move on with their lives. Why do you think Asians, Indians, right? Why do you think they make headway? Why do you think the immigrant community in most American society are making headways? But you see a certain, demographic who are not actually moving the needle. So first of all, sit back, right, and make an appreciable understanding of what I just said now. So blaming the government is so easy. You can say everybody can say, okay, government can do this, government can do this. It's so easy to drive, right? Imaginary until you get to the wheel, then you understand how to make the turns and the bends. Now, blaming government by citizens for citizens' failure and the lawlessness of citizens not accounting to their own
failures. It oversimplifies the complexity of governance itself. And I want you to understand that the fact that even, of course, we cannot shy away from the activities of government and the role a government should play in citizens' lives, right? But we must understand the fact that providing infrastructure, services and enforcing the laws, those are the major activities of government, and those are the major roles of government in individuals' citizens' life. Right? Individual responsibility and the society norms, maybe vis-a-vis various socio-economic factors, will contribute to citizens' behavior. So it behooves every citizen now to take personal responsibility and those societal factors, right, that comes with this expectation to put themselves together and have a level of education and awareness. So when you are able to have that education awareness, then you will be able to tap into government programs and how you'll be able to use that to help yourself. In this same America, right, there are so many, and I know people on this platform that they've educated themselves and they are aware of the environment and the state that they live in, right? If you live in Texas, if you live in New York, if you live in Chicago, if you live in Minnesota, right, there are laws, there are programs for citizens that you can tap into, but you have to be educated and you have to be aware and you have to be connected. Connection doesn't mean you have a godfather somewhere. Connection means you are using, you are leveraging the internet, information, right, positively, to know what roles government can play in your life. You know how to seek contracts from government agencies. You know how to ask questions. You know how to Google and make research, right? You just go sit in your living room, just like you are saying, like Nigerians. Somebody was making an example of the decadence that has pervaded the societal ills of Nigerians now, especially in the youth, right?
Yeah.
You see, okay,
As a result of the negligence of the government.
Hold on, bro.
I can't take that away.
No, but without actually endorsing fraudulent activities, something that has become a reality. Okay, you say you are a yahoo boy. You make your first breakthrough, maybe scam, whatever, 10 million, 50 million. The next thing you are hopping into a Mercedes Benz. You are not using that to actually transform your life.
I don't know. Wait, let me pause there. In
Hold
America,
on.
if you are not working, can you go and
buy? Midwest
align
to.
Wait, this one. I want to ask you a question. In
No, hold
America,
on. Just
is it
align to get
possible?
across at least.
I will conclude.
Is it possible for someone that is not working to buy a car?
Just hold on a second.
No, in America, is it possible for someone that is not working buy a Mercedes Benz that worth a reasonable amount of money? The government will not question.
Very, very, very possible.
I will answer that.
That is why when we copy that country, and that is why we are failing. In Europe, it's not possible.
Good. But what I'm telling you is that citizens, they have a role to play, right, in society and in government, right? And vice versa to the government, they have their own roles to play. Now, when the government is playing their role, we are not saying they are perfect, right? But you as a citizen, when you turn yourself, right, to an institutional beggar, institutional crumb grabber, then you will never make progress. Effective governance, right? It means every citizen must be responsible. Do we really have citizens who are responsible in Nigeria? Are we not hearing? Are we not seeing revelation now? How top bankers are fleecing the government? Look at the people in the villages.
We have a responsible citizen. That's why they are succeeding in America.
Okay,
that is
I
why
understand you.
That's why they
I
are
understand
succeeding.
you. So I will just conclude like this. In the final analysis, right? Why the government have a responsibility to create an enabling environment, right? Very conducive to lawful and for a lawful and for lawful citizen now, and to provide essential services to them or for them. Citizens also, they play a crucial role in upholding the society norms. Nobody is going to spoon feed you to respect the law. When you break the law, when you circumvent the processes of governance or the societal expectation, then there are consequences for that. And then taking personal responsibility for your actions or inactions, right, wouldn't be the problem of government. Because blaming the government for everything, every failure, every lawlessness, is a multifaceted nature of a failed and a Stockholm syndrome human being, and you will never make progress. And I made an example of the US. We have Nigerians who came to the US with just their traveling bag and their documents, certificates, right? They've gone through the whole gamut of the American system, gone through the colleges, gone back to school, changed their profession, go into several stuff, right? But you are in this same America when you see a lot of people
and that's in Nigeria when he's back home is a useless
hold
person.
on, where probably when you
what
came
you are saying
newly,
clearly.
hold on,
When he's back home is a
probably
bad
when you
person,
were
and when
working
he
in
comes
the
to America
warehouse,
now he's a good
when you were
person.
working in
So can you
warehouse,
see the
and
importance
10
of
years
government?
after, you are still seeing those people in the same role, but you actually moved on to other things. And I just told you, in this government, in Buhari's government, in Jonathan's government, there are programs for businessmen. How do you tap into government programs when you are not registered as a businessman? Right?
Okay, haven't Jonathan spent that money? All of them spend this
I'll
money. How
conclude
much
here.
are they getting
No,
back to
but
the
I'm not
government
trying
now?
to change your mind. I'm not trying to change your
So,
mind, and I'm not trying
so forget about
Let's
it.
get back to
If we
the
like,
and all
let's
these things we were
continue with
talking
this
before,
government
man.
that does things anyhow and be producing youth that will be anyhow. The future will speak.
No,
Baba T, are you
Midwest,
still there?
Midwest, listen. You see when we
Let's get back
you
to
see,
all those things we were saying before.
yeah, I want
We are
to
just
say
stuck in
something
this.
here. I want to quickly say something I'm telling you. I want
Yeah,
to
let's get back to what we were saying before, man. It was more interesting. Yeah,
I
we are not
have
talking
problem with
government.
government in life.
Like that one man session is there. We sit around talking about government all day, you know. But this one
yeah,
we
you
talk about
see,
more.
Mike, you see when we were growing up, right? This even then it was even under military rule. Most of it was during military government, right? When you do whatever you want to do during the week, parents do whatever they want to do during the week. Please, children go to school on Saturday. Your mom, your dad, or your dad will wake you up. Whether you just put you on the vehicle or you go and take a bus. You are going to the farm. You work in the farm on Saturday, and after farming, you come home. Okay, you only have Sunday off for the week where you don't do nothing, or if you want to go to church, you go to church, or whatever you want to do, you do. That is the same we're talking about the same society today. The question you ask yourself now is that how many parents still have farms that they take their children to? Look, I learned work ethics from my parents. I understood that work, you have to be hardworking from my parents. A lot of the parents today are not passing those ethics to their children anymore. Parents are not the one taking their children to HK to go and register them for Yahoo. Parents are not the one who are taking laptop money to go and buy computer, laptop for their children to go and learn Yahoo. What are we talking about here? The fabrics, the foundation of the society is
My
just
brother,
is
I'm not
wearing
going to
down
argue. I'm not going to
step by
argue with
step.
you.
Step by
Those days
step.
when we were growing up, anybody who grew in a do, whether bended, he was raised to be a hardworking person. We can't take it away.
So what is
Very
your own
few.
argument now? This is
So
what we are saying. Where is that?
see
Where is
what
that
happened.
hard work?
What happened? Suddenly, they allow things to get declining.
Who allowed things to get declined?
The government. Let me tell you how it happened.
It's not the government. It is listen, let's be honest with ourselves.
Let me tell you what is affecting us.
Italy started raining. When Italy started raining, people started making going abroad, making quick money. If you want to be, you that is talking now, if you want to be honest with yourself, as soon as Edo people start opening eye to traveling abroad, the fabric of that society start tearing apart. People saw people coming from abroad, building houses. All of a sudden, everybody want to travel out. That was what happened. So if you cannot even deny that, my brother, that was what happened. Before that, it was a very hardworking society where people farm, people went to school, people did things right. I knew a lot of people.
Hold on. Progressive. But apart from saying that something shared apart for people living, what about the failure to tap into your diaspora to benefit the homeland? That can be
but this is where look, a lot of people are not going back. Myself, I've gone back. My friends have gone back. We are into farming.
Hold on. Not because they left, but because you did not use them to develop the land. They have more resources. They want to come back home to help their own homeland. But the government and the people did not engage themselves properly with those people abroad that we've been complaining about for decades. So we cannot say because of people left the homeland and that's the sole reason why the whole thing went down the drain.
It really affected us. Hakim is right. It affected Edo in a very negative way.
You mean for your people?
Yes, psychologically, the way we do things.
Was there a massive in Edo
migration
to everybody else?
It was
no.
massive.
Yes, in proportion.
Babati,
please.
Babati,
In proportion.
to you now. Babati,
the highest migration in Nigeria is that place.
No, guys, wait, please. I know from Edo. So you saying that there was a massive move from Edo to other place compared to everybody else in Nigeria? They left than everybody else.
Babati, 100%.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Look, if you want to know what we're talking about, right? Do you know when when people were traveling through Libya?
Mike, I did not know that though. I did not know that there was a massive.
Do you know when people? I don't know if anybody here or know when people were traveling through Libya. You will see
90s now.
When they go through, I know that. Yeah.
Even there was still some sets that went through in the 2000s. I know a lot of people that traveled through.
Some are still living now. As I'm talking, some people want to go.
So look, you will have the Yoruba group. Don't forget now, when they say Yoruba group, Yoruba is a big ethnic group, right?
Nationality.
So you have the Igbo group. In that same place, you will now have a Benin group. Just make that comparison. Let it sink in.
Progressive, if I may make my contribution. See, when we say government, sometimes we just mean the institutions being controlled by the hierarchy of leadership in the country. Okay, let us go to traditional Yoruba. Before the British people arrived, we had our own system of arbitration, of dealing with people that were going against the norms. For example, now, if you went to someone's farm to steal a yam, you could almost tell the consequences. If Bale would not attend to that, each Oba, they used to have the Oba in council where they will do the arbitration and they will pass judgment accordingly. Now, information coming from the judgment that will be passed through the palace of the Kabiyesi or Bale, the information will filter throughout the town or the village that, okay, everybody will learn immediately that, okay, if you do this thing, there'll be consequences, right? That is the form of leadership. Then, when parent knows all those things, they will be passing the thing to their generation. Say, don't do this thing, no, So, because if you do this, this will be the consequences. Very effective. Now, even even up to 80s, before Babangida and Go Dabaru everything, even the magistrate in each township or maybe villages, they were so effective that someone that still goes to all those things. If you took all those cases to that, but that you can very effective in even sentencing and applying appropriate judgment.
But Ola to what these guys from Edo are talking about, that the negative impact of immigration to their own.
I know because I heard what Midwest was saying, that it's like people were saying everything should not be government. Look, see, agencies of like I say now, look at me now. Everybody overspeeded. I said this thing before. Once I see police vehicle parked somewhere, what will I do? I will slow down, because it will just be police radar. They won't argue with you. They just cash your plate number and they will send your bill to you. You dare not pay, because they will make life miserable. If you don't pay, they will send to credit bureau. They will finish your credits. They will take you to court. Everything that will make life difficult for you.
Ola,
those are government processes.
Ola, which state are you from?
I'm from Ekiti.
Okay, Ekiti. So you see, when you go to Ekiti now, right? Mm-hmm. You will still see it, maybe if you are in say in Ado, right? So if you're in Ado, so you will still see you will still see a resemblance of your people, right? People who are Ekiti people. So just try one day, go to Benin. You will see all these northerner boys, all these Hausa boys in Benin. Like you'll be shocked. Like you will be shocked.
Progressive. Please, I apologize because I really want to know this because I didn't know this before. So you see that not only did it affect, like in terms of you losing people, you were also replaced with other people in that same location, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say now.
Serious trouble when they come to a migration.
See, Midwest and progressive.
A lot of
I'm not doubting your position
because there are people who are busy going to Italy now. That was what happened.
Look, if we are coming to Nigeria now, if you are carrying what do not belong to the society into any society here, they will deal with us. They will deal with us because it is a duty of the government here to preserve their way of life. They will enforce everything. So what we'll be saying is this: we've lost the institutions that enforce disciplines and do all these things we are talking. See, no matter how, even if they like, I swear, may them travel past any travel, may they pass Libya, past Morocco, pass through Mediterranean Sea anywhere. If you try that in the early 80s, when our magistrate system they function very well, you go give yourself sense when you land within your locality. So that's what I'm saying. See,
okay, this migration, this my brother just mentioned, that is affecting.
I'm not saying it's not affecting. See, environment changes, but you have to change your law and your culture to tackle the menace, the problem that the environment you are.
Listen, that in comparison to other people, their one was massive. That
it was the most
compared to other people.
It was so massive. It was so massive, and let me tell you what really happened. You see, again, that migration did not just happen because people don't love their place. It also boiled down to the government. It happened. It started when Babangida was ruling us. When Babangida brought, when they brought these military administrators that were not connected to the land, what they did to us was completely marginalization and dehumanization. If you go back to history.
No, what?
Let me tell you.
I disagree.
Let me round up.
I disagree with you. I disagree with you. I think
let me put this one before you.
Our people who went earlier, our people who traveled earlier, didn't do well when they come home. When they came home, it was to come and oppress those people who were at home. So those people who were
to come and influence us. Yeah.
Guys, so from Edo, please. So when was it the 80s, the 90s, or the early 2000s? What did it happen?
It started from the 90s. It started from
the early 90s, Babati.
It started from the 80s.
That was that was the most. So when did you have the most migration in Edo? Was it 90s
the
or
most 80s? Migration started in early 2000, very early 2000, 99,
yeah.
98,
when we entered this democracy, 99, from 98, 99, 2000.
Right? So late 90s into the 2000s, right?
Those immediately we entered this so-called democracy.
Okay.
So Baba,
I don't hear that is when I did school Midwest.
Yeah, but let me explain. No, when you did school,
there was an explosion. The explosion was
80s.
Baba, let me quickly do
an 80s, there was no explosion. There was no explotion like that. It was there, but
hold on, guys.
We are talking all over each other now. Let's not make it too rowdy, man.
Please. You said it was, but can you please explain that? What changed?
Yeah, but hold on. Let me just explain 1 second, please. Right?
No, just to clarify. No, wait now. You said there was an explosion in that late 90s. So what changed from that?
Yeah, that was what I want to explain. That was what I want to explain. So what happened originally was that maybe somebody was in Italy. They understand how this prostitution works. So, but what the problem was, they have to secure a visa or look for a way to take. It was not that easy. So they were just taking people one after the other. So those ones will go there, they will get themselves settled, make money, come back. People will see houses that they build and stuff like that. But it was still very expensive to travel. You understand? So a lot of people could not afford it. So what happened was when those discovered the land route, and that was the late 90s to early 2000, they discovered the land route. It was first of all Spain to Morocco, and secondly, late in the mid 2000, like around 2010, level 12, they found out the Libya to Italy as well. When those two routes was discovered, Babati, our town emptied. I'm telling you, it's practically empty.
Sorry. Me, I've been hearing about Morocco sees Spain since the 80s.
No, it was never from the 80s.
But was it that bad
Please,
for
what Akim is saying is right, and he's talking about the explosion where the problem really started from.
The explosion. As soon as people found that cheaper route to travel, it was massive.
And that was when also the human trafficking came in.
It was
that became a menace.
Anybody? Sorry. Anybody else not from Edo know about this? The massive one, I mean, the massive thing that they're talking about. Anybody?
I think Delta people were also there. They are part of us.
Oh, there were other tribes. There were other tribes, but it was.
Delta people also suffered it as well, but not like that.
Hello, Babati.
It was not only about.
There's something that you didn't get about what Akin was saying. Yeah. He's saying because you are comparing the population of the Yoruba and the Bini. It's talking about the Bini alone. So that's why there are lots of them.
I'm not discussing Yoruba right now. I'm talking about Edo because he said there was a mass. You know, like someone was saying, like that's been happening since the 80s. Something changed in the 90s. Yeah.
If you are comparing like a state in Yoruba land, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of them.
What I'm telling you is the last batch of this migration happened.
Babati, you know what really happened is this.
2017, 2016? The last batch.
Every tribe have their own
all I beg of you, you can go after Progressive, please. So can you just, that way I know Akim, because I'm really shocked by this. So that explosion, then so even till now, it's still triggering this continuous migration, even till now, right?
No. Benin is reaping the effect of a massive migration.
To be honest and be fair with the king and the governor have done a good job when it comes to this. They've been able to come together and work with the European partners, and then they've been able to put a lot of restriction on it. So we don't have that issue.
But not this governor. Don't misquote people. I know you support Obaseki.
Not this one. Please, guys, guys, sorry. So you said they were able to do something to stop.
To put a halt on it.
I know, Akim, but is it about you being replaced by other tribes? And you talk about Fulani replacing the people that left.
Babati, just one day. If you go to Nigeria,
no. Akim, wait, please. That replacement in your town, how is it affecting the culture in that land? What has it changed in Edo?
See, the problem is this, and another bigger problem will come out. It's affecting. People know it's affecting, and nobody cares to address it.
Can you tell how has it changed the
I'm not going to say that one on the air. We will not.
No. Come on now. Tell us now.
Babati, personally, on my own side, right? On my own side, culturally, I don't know if it's affecting. I wouldn't say it. But when I talk, I don't know if it's affecting. But I know that when it comes to your indigenous way of life around the city, that one is zero. It's gone. There's nothing like that. You understand? Even the place you call this is what I'm trying to explain to Midwest just now, that those places you call rural area, like a lot of the place, even somewhere like Ugbogyobo, that used to be a village. My brother, you go to Ugbogyobo, it's only a few minutes drive now from Oluku. Oluku is already a town of its own. So these things is not even getting better. It's getting worse.
Can you let because Midwest, can you, because I know you don't want to open up. Can you please? I'm begging.
Let me tell you something. So where the problem is going to explode in the southern part of Nigeria, there is really massive migration towards the south, because we live in a society where the governor is blaming president and the president is blaming governor. The governors are not ready to do the needful by documenting people that live in their state. Now they make it open. Where the problem will start is that these people you look like, it doesn't matter. By the time they settle in all those land and they started fighting the indigenous people, that's when the crisis will start. And it's going to happen.
That's just what I'm worried about. It's very opportunity.
Okay, that's down the road. But
come, if you go, even your own place, my brother, even in the Yoruba land, you go.
No, forget your banner. No. Yeah. Let's talk about it though. You said it's changing the culture of the place. That is going to
look at the one number one thing that is changing the culture. It's what me Akim is saying here. The way we were raised, we don't argue that. The system on ground, like what this our brother just said, I think it's Ola, about the culture, the tradition, and everybody, they've laid a foundation for us that enable you when you grow in that land. You must be a hardworking person when we're growing up. He mentioned farm. No Benin person that doesn't know how to farm, because you don't need fertilizer to plant anything. We still have plantain farm in our backyard inside the city, and we cut the plantain to tell you how fertile the land is. So if you come to farming, we're not ignorant in our days. Suddenly now, we now have a generation, how abroad affected our people. When you send them money, they lie, you support them. They thought you are in a place where you don't work before you get money. Nobody want to do things again. You see it now.
This is what we've been telling you all night.
So nobody want to work. For example, you want to clear your area. When I was growing up, somebody want to build a house.
Not only Benin.
Somebody want to buy a house. You want to buy a land and you want to build it, and it's our developed area. We will seek for the job. We will do it for you. You pay us. Today, those boys don't want to do those things.
No, look, when we were growing up, if you want to clear bush or you want to go do,
you want to lay the foundation.
You pay us. We do the job. We do all the labor job in the area.
Maybe they will not allow us to do the.
Babati now.
They will not allow us to do the digging because
the people that are doing those jobs.
Akim, were you doing it the day of 7,000 or 5,000?
I can't remember, but all of us did it.
Okay, so basically,
250 naira or so.
Progressive way.
Okay.
So basically, cheap labor.
Also.
So cheap labor coming in to replace what ordinarily will cost a little bit more.
It's not cheap labor. That is the
people don't want to work at all.
The people are not into it.
They are ashamed for coming in. Then if you're not willing to work.
Babati, let me clarify you. They are ashamed to handle cutlass and clear the bush.
These are the job that we do.
I see Babati and Progressive. I think it's more of our system. Like my school now. No matter how smart you are, on Friday, you go farm, we do agric. You must build your ridges and a missionary school.
We did the same thing in my school days as well. I had my own farm in school.
So you want to make your girlfriend see the farm, Abi?
See, let me tell you, you see all these government schemes they mention here, these are grammar, and is a way to loot the country. Those days where we were banded, people were residing in the village. I can't remember the government. They introduced what is called agricultural extension. They went direct to the people in the village because the people who live in community, they know themselves, they keep their record, and they come there to teach them how to use fertilizer. And there was plan for tractor, how to use tractors. And most of the farms,
you are talking of 80s now. 80s,
yes, wait. Today, look at what they are doing. Look at what they do today since all these so-called mostly this 99.
Apart from that, the villagers' farms are just for mostly consumption. Only few of them.
No. I don't know which side are you from. I'm from Oriomo. It's not like that. Where I come from in Oriomo, there were strong farmers. It's not for consumption. Those red gari you eat across Nigeria was from Benin, almost 50 or 70%. Those days. So people sell.
No, Midwest. What Progressive is saying is this. Like what he's saying, we did that, for example, we used to have a cassava farm. So whenever we process our cassava, now the SS, we will sell the SS. We were not primarily we were not doing it for
but there's nothing to argue there. It is that small SS that becomes surplus in the market.
No, that's not true. It is the people who are run. You remember Bemudia farm, right?
I remember, but wait. No, don't say that way, Akim. Akim, let me tell you, my own grandmother, her business was to buy goods from the villages. She's late now to go and sell in Lagos, and that is her occupation for all her life.
Yeah, she's a middle person. So what she does,
she never went to Bermuda.
She never went to
Look, brother,
farm.
let me explain something to you. Let me explain something.
In our villages.
Me that I'm talking. Hold on now. Let me explain something. Me that I'm talking to you, right? I've been to those villages, you know, Michelin, all those villages after Udo to go and load plantain. I've been to those villages to go and load plantain that goes to Lagos to for sale. I've been into all of those villages. You know those Michelin farms where they plant rubbers. I forget what do you call all these villages then? Look, I know all of. Yes, I've been there where we used to load plantain. Then we go inside bush as early as 5 o'clock in the morning. We're already inside bush loading 9:11 to go to Lagos. So I've been in these places. After, if you reach Udo, you divert, you go inside. I try to remember those villages' name now. Like, so I know all of these things. And how do we load people? This one bring 40 head of plantain, that one bring 50 head, that one bring 200 heads. This is how we pick all the plantain around inside.
They don't have a full lorry load.
Yeah, you have full lorry load. Yes, this is how we pick it around inside the bush.
Those people are local farmers now.
Yeah, so this is what I'm trying to say. Like, but if you go to these places, you have a lot of plantain heads. Okay, so you might have 100 heads there, you might have 50 heads there, you might have 200 heads there. So in one day you could have 11 or 12 trailer or a 12 911 go inside that bush in just one day. That is just from that area alone. So these things today, my brother, those things, even if you have that, they are no more. You understand? There are no more. Even that Udo that we are talking now.
You see why we talk of.
Do you know why they are no more? That is where we also argue it. I tell you, do you know why they are no more? The reason is this: since '99, they use the word agricultural scheme, and they will make budget. The money will disappear.
Somebody who used to do that plantain farm, his son just travel abroad. That person want to come and live in the city. The son will take them. Oh, Papa, I don't want to leave the farm. What are you doing with the farm? They take their parents away from that farm. This is abroad.
It did a lot of damage.
It did a lot of damage. Let me explain. Let us be honest with ourselves. This traveling, we did not use it for good purpose. The only thing we use it for was to try to oppress ourselves. That's the only thing we use it for. We try to use it. This one will come, bring a nice car, want to make the other person feel jealous.
Can we ask the next question? Is it too late to solve that problem, or you just?
This is where I'm having problem. This is where I'm having problem with Midwest's position, right? That it has to do with government. I said no. Look, me that I'm talking to you now, I've realized, okay, you know what? Maybe I did wrong at certain point. I've gone back now into farm, and I have friends here as well who have gone back into farms. So we are doing these things. So at the end of the day, Midwest, it is me and you that is still going to fix that problem.
No. The progressive. I differ.
Progressive.
You say one thing. You say Yoruba will say "Ati kekere lati npa eka iroko to ba dagba tan ebo ni yo ma gba." See, from the when iroko is just growing, you understand. You try to trim it down so that you put it under control, so that it won't take, it won't take over you entirely.
We don't need a way, man. Just get to the point, man. We all just don't need all these away things. Just
we are feeling.
Mike, you teach me how to speak.
I bet just continue. Just continue, please.
No, why is Mike so rude? And this one is becoming so disgusting.
Moderating now.
Mike, if you are moderating, we can find a way to push you out. Don't even think of that. I moderated before. What's so special about you moderating?
Ola, go ahead. Go ahead, please. Sorry.
Ola, go ahead and save time.
Ola want to push our moderator out.
So you know what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: those things we learn while we're growing up, because like in primary school, in secondary school, no way to escape farming activities. But the advent of all these private schools, that they don't really have similar things, so you don't build into all those kids. When you want to control kids, you control them in their formative age. You let them imbibe the culture, not when they are fully grown and you want to bring them to that. They will resist before, because already they've outgrown when you were supposed to put that in them. So what am I talking about is this: you can find some kind of curriculum that, okay, even the private school, nursery and primary school. It has to be a must. If you want to start your school, all those maybe Lagos, we can excuse them because maybe they don't have that land. But you can't be running a private school in Ekiti. I want to claim that you don't have something to teach people agriculture. No, you don't do that. So when that thing becomes part and parcel of you from your formative age, then you can take that thing forward in the future. So when we say government, that's one of those responsibilities of the government we are talking about. We as an individual.
Thank you,
if I like,
see, I want to talk to
I carry
Akim.
my megaphone and shout from 90 to the let us
Akim,
let us farm.
rational mind, Abi, no, progressive mind. Make I tell you, what your suggestion is very good. If we don't get it, the only thing we need to do as Edo people, my suggestion is for we in diaspora that mean well for that land to start looking for a platform where we will meet. Either we form a political group because we need power to change those things. On individual, there's a lot of risk. I'm getting older. Imagine I go there, pump my investment to farming. Maybe there are a lot of risk. It can be cattle herders coming there to use it to feed their cattle. I'm not saying they are the only problem. Or somebody in my community, they just plant with one lorry. Overnight, they walk from throughout the whole night and harvest the whole product and take it to market. Or maybe the people I employ, the one I thought I trust, will defraud and collapse everything. Then I will be left with no choice than to come back to abroad again with old body. This is the risk that we have to be talking about. We need government. We know what to do to attract our people back. For example, now let me give you another example. I am from Orion. Obaseki went there and confiscated the land. Come out with a map that there's a reserve. And he started planting pancane, disfranchise the local people. Akim, the Benin people in abroad, can't they plant that pancane with their resources and still have right as an indigenous people of Edo having access to that land? Today, the governor cannot publish the people who owns that farm. But he said investors have come. Investors are queuing in. Yeah, and it's also clear. It's also clear. Wait, let me put this one. It's also clear that there is no direct investment to Edo State for the past so many years. So what
do you mean there's no direct investment to Edo State?
They publish it. Edo State is one of the state in Nigeria that has never witnessed.
Look, this is the problem we have when we start making some level of.
Okay, you can correct me on that. Now, what we stop the diaspora, not to for him with what we did for this man, not to start, looking for a platform all these years to say these people have strength. It's how to manage it. What can we do? So we put us together. No room for that. So we are so exposed. We have done a lot. We have trained people. We have been sending money. We have been sustaining economy, sustaining individuals, even the country itself. But look at the risk that I just spoke to. If you fail in that venture with my old age, I will still come back again. It doesn't make sense. This is my worries. For me to go to my village now to go and get like 20 acres of land, settle with them, and try something, it's not. I'm not scared, but I'm also afraid if it fail, what will be my end game?
Yeah, but that means you're not an investor. When you're an investor, it's not like you don't worry about the failure part of it, but then you don't just see. Okay, first of all, what you need to consider.
Investors are always worried about failure. That's why they are not coming to our country.
Midwest. When you buy the land,
Akim,
when you buy the land, hold on 1 second.
Okay,
when you buy the land, when you buy the land, first of all, you need to understand that land is your property. Okay, so there's extent to the losses that you can make. Don't forget, holding that land alone.
My own, I can get me clear. My own is not go there to go and carry big farm. For example, if I get the farm, every individual in my village, I got a tractor and I will look for someone that will teach us how to use it. This is my plan. Not like I will go there.
Look, this is the problem. You need to first of all think as an investor, okay? Not as somebody who is going to do charity work.
No, I only think about building those people, investing in them, and take the capability out of them, and that will progress the land.
So when you fail, then you blame government, right?
Not individual. Because
on my own, when you fail, you have to go there with the mindset of an investor. Okay, you are going there for business, farming business, not charity, not farming charity, farming business.
Progressive. Can you permit me, please? Can you?
You didn't allow me. You didn't even allow me to land the word charity.
I know
no,
you.
I'm not talking about charity, please.
No.
I'm
You know.
talking about know-how.
You will talk, sir, please. Can you let Daddy come into the conversation because he's been holding for a while, just to say what he come in first before we continue. Are you there, Prince?
Oh yeah, thanks, Babati. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, a lot of stuff. Good conversation. Is Enigmatic still there?
No, he's not. He left.
Oh, he left. Okay. So yeah, I'm listening to the. Good points made so far about what happened in Edo State, or what's been going on there. But I was going to talk to Enigmatic a little bit about. I think it thinks the government should play a really diminishing role.
Yeah, Enigmatic can come back. I thought he was asleep. I was going to put him in the back to bring you in. That was the funny thing. So I put him in the back to bring you in to talk. But then when I put him in the back, he left. So.
Yeah, but Prince, were you surprised by the stories that compared to everybody else, they had this more massive migration away from Edo, and how it has been affecting them culturally and being replaced by people from the north largely, where it's affected the cultural makeup of the area, and it's also affecting agriculture and other things. Were you surprised by that? When Progressive and Midwest brought that up?
Well, I'm not sure I'm surprised, but really the consequential effects of the traveling resulted into what it did. It's almost natural, but it also shows you can say the lack of diversity in the strength of that area. It exposes that also. But apart from that, that is fine. I was trying to make a more larger point in the sense that look, nothing is perfect. Just like we know, for those of us that live in the West, nothing is perfect. Okay, the fact that that's why the government plays a role, like a parent. See, I say parents have like three core things to do in managing the children or the family, especially the children. They need to balance what is going on with the rest of the world, the environment. They need to realign with their values and also reinforce their values that they have. So I'm saying that to say, look, people should be free to travel, to move around, to do whatever they want to do to improve their lifestyle, because we say we live in a free society. But it is incumbent upon the government to realize what is going on in society, in the community, to bring about solutions. See, that's why in the West, sometimes they too in the West, it's not like they know everything, not at all. But the ability to respond to the changes in the environment is what makes them great, really.
But they're saying that their own youth, they're lazy, that they don't want to pick, according to their own words from Edo now, that their own youth don't want to pick up cutlass even. That is, to them, it's not attractive to farm.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Now, if the government knew that there's a problem brewing in that area, that's why they have the opportunity to intervene and incentivize, and find other ways to improve the community, even in the West or even Asia, like Japan and whatnot, especially in Europe where many of us live. If they're having a population problem somewhat, and many of these countries, they don't have a problem, allowing mass migration to a certain degree to help their country. See, it's because they realize their population and the age bracket not supporting the overall weight of the country. What I'm asking, say simply, is that we have to have a responsive government. If you take data, if you track data, if you know what is going on around you, if you have, I think the big problem is that we don't really have good data and we don't track very well. Okay, that's our big problem. You see, for example, in Edo, when a lot of people were traveling and it was affecting their, you can say, their agriculture, their farming community, if the governor knew that, they could have collaborated maybe with the Fed, the federal government, and other states around, and tried to find a way to reverse that problem. And this really exposes in Nigeria, in Africa, our lack of ability to collect and collate data to solve our problem. We can. I mean, again, we live in a free society. People should be free. In America too, they do the same thing. Actually, it just happens that America is such a big country. People do migrate. I'm talking about Americans. They go from north to south, east to west, and everywhere to look for opportunity. We all heard about back in the 1800s, the gold rush in California. People from all across the country, they packed their bags, abandoned their families, and went to California to look for gold. So maybe Italy was the goal for the adult people that they had to leave. Nobody stopped those people, but their communities found ways to manage and improve and capitalize on other means to survive. So people should be free to move and do whatever they want to do. But when they do that, what is the role of the government? What's the role of the? That's where the government comes in.
Prince. We were talking about this issue earlier of indigenship replacing it with residency, and I said it would not work. An example was what Akim was talking about, where they are uncomfortable with, just from this way. I'm not saying that it's okay, right or wrong, that having other people coming of other tribes come in and taking those jobs or replacing them, they were not too pleased with that. That if you then have people replacing, if you change the law to say that it's residency now as opposed to indigenship, when these benefits come down from the governor of Edo State now to start paying people out to farm, it will benefit those non-indigens in that state as opposed to people that ordinarily will be from that place, because they are already open to farming anyways. Those so they're open. So if you put that money funds out there to fund agriculture, they will most likely benefit more because they are ready to work, right? According to what they say. You see the point?
I mean, it's a good point to be concerned about the indigenous people or the community. It is true.
But the living culture, you can't blame somebody that wants to work now. I mean, if somebody wants to work and there's funds to work, so I don't know. It's the conundrum thing. I don't know how you play that. How do you solve that problem?
Well, say for example, in America, they have what they call this migrant workers. You can always have incentive to bring people in on a temporary basis to solve a problem, but if you don't take care, if the care is not taken right, you're going to have this replacement theory. The indigenous people will be displaced and replaced. It's just natural. It happens. Even in the West, it does happen. It happens. Come on, Mike can tell you perhaps, mostly in the Black communities, that the Black people have been there for many years. When the Mexicans or the Hispanic people start coming in from all across, from South America and Mexico, they displaced the Black people. They did. They displaced
You're
them.
talking about neighborhood, no entire society like that now. You're talking
Mike,
about neighborhood, and hold on.
See,
There are cases
Mike,
of Black Americans.
Mike,
Hold on.
get what our brother is saying. He's very right. See,
okay.
He's very right. Let me put this one to you.
So the Yoruba people will be replaced.
Wait,
there's no
Mike,
tribe that can be replaced.
You don't really know what is going on in our rural area.
The only way that can happen is because what you're saying is that first of all,
let me give you an example now. Let me just give you an example, please. You see today Kwara State, a Yoruba king came out for years. Nobody has paid me because I refuse to claim another tribe. And those people who refuse to pay him did it because he refused not to claim that is one of them. How does that happen? Do you know there was a referendum in the past to bring Kwara completely into the Western region? I don't know whether someone can recall when we got this independent. Because it was a pure Yoruba speaking land. No other person speak another language.
Are you talking about Lorin or the Okwara?
I'm talking about that same Kwara State, the whole of them. Go back to your history. Things has been happening to us in the South. It's a gradual process.
Midwest. The reason why I bought the show, because earlier on the show, a fellow Edo man like you came on this platform, Patoski, talking about removing that indigenship from state and just using residency only. That everybody that lives there should have the same rights and the same benefit, even if they moved there yesterday. So
the problem, yeah. I live in Sweden today. Sweden is in trouble today because of massive immigration. immigration. But the leaders that did it, now they are out of power. Now the citizens and the current government are now finding a way to deal with complex issues that a lot of the people don't know about in the world, except you are inside the country.
Okay,
so,
Midwest, if you don't mind,
so
let
my
me
brother,
tell Babati something.
that kind of person can make his own submission and create problem and go and sit on his own. What makes sense there?
Let me tell you of my experience.
Sorry, the person,
This thing
who's
is
that
not
speaking?
limited to Prince Daddy, if you don't mind. Sorry, can you give me a minute?
Right.
So, Prince Daddy, I had this experience in 2010, 2011. So, we went to Dubai for training. So, a guy drove in from Saudi Arabia. So, he was telling us something. So, we're now talking of immigration generally, trying to know the tribe, major tribe in Dubai and all those stuff. One thing led to another, we got to a stage. So the guy now told us, he said, do you know that immigration is easier for you from Nigeria and you that they can easily identify than co-Arab? He said, okay, look at me now. I speak Arabian, we speak the same I speak Arabic, we speak the same language. How would they know? We answer the same name, we have the same culture. He said that is why immigration in Dubai is so strict. Otherwise, people from other, where they have these religious fanatics, they can get into their country and change their culture and they alter their demography. He said that is why it is easier for us to get in, and that is why they have all those security measures in place. What I'm saying is
do you know what the prince from that country said? He was not shy to Sweden and Norway. He told them they don't know what is coming before them.
So
when there is crisis,
you see the way those people, when you this idea of replacing this idea of replacing indigenship with residency with indigenship, honestly, is a crazy idea. Because before you know,
but people are coming to enforce it. It's a matter of time. That is why if Tinubu
no, Midwest.
Because the person that brought that idea up on the platform was Patoski from Edo. That's the reason I brought it back up again.
But do you know his relationship? The question is, do you know his relationship to Edo? Let me tell you the problem we have. It's already there. Some people can speak good Yoruba. They were born Yoruba land. They can talk about, but they were not from there. They don't even have that Yorubaness in their mind. But they can come to this place to claim that Yoruba and be talking a different direction. Then you will be questioning, is this person really from among us? That's what we're also facing in our land. So you should trace the background of this
So Babati, how do you feel? You are an Egba man and someone that has no family house in Egba now is claiming to be indigenous of Egba.
I was here earlier opposed to that, and I gave an example. Even in America, native Indians have more rights when it comes to resources than even white people.
Even in Canada,
healthcare, land, homes, they have special access to things that even white people don't even in America. So they grant them benefits above everybody else. Things. So you can't say that because somebody just showed up in your place like 2 days ago, so therefore they now have equal rights to everybody else, and because they are not residents. So I'm opposed to that.
But for me, I will support that to some certain degree. For example,
no, Midwest, no, don't support it.
Okay. Look at what I said. No, look at what area I will support. Of that, not replacing. Take for example, someone is from Ekiti. So years back, he migrated to Benin. He raised his family there, and his family know the culture. The man still identify I'm from Ekiti, but we are now part of the Benin. The person should have 100% right to do things with the Benin. His children.
Okay, maybe you are talking of like third generation, fourth generation.
So those ones should have right. Not someone that just coming.
Yeah. Wait. Hold on. Midwest. What about the one that still identify with their tribe? And
that is why the government of the state should make a law to make it clear. You are in my place. If you don't like my way, go back to your place.
But that's what we are saying now. You have to go with the way of the indigenous.
Yes.
We are not talking about discrimination. No, we are not talking about saying not allow you to live your life and things. But what we are saying is that
they want to keep their culture, but yes, still be on your land doing the same thing that they were doing in the other.
Okay, take for example, I go to a place where people pray 5 times a day. I see them worshiping, but I don't believe in their faith. And I will not go there to go and be insulting them. Why are they doing what they are doing? I better go back to where I'm coming from.
Exactly. That's what we are saying now. Like, some people will come and say, because I've been living here for long,
this
hell with
topic we
you,
are talking about,
this place belongs to me.
It's a
Like,
keg of
actually, it's no
gunpowder.
man's land. You know,
Particularly in the southern part of Nigeria, it's going to be a
Mike,
keg
some
of
people are
gunpowder.
you see some people. Where are these people, Mike?
Let us know. I know where Mike is trying to take
They
this
will say,
cover. Let us try to avoid
I've been in Lagos for 40 years, so it's no man's land
Let us
anymore.
try, please. Let's try to progressive mind that is here with me.
Bukola Saraki is a Fulani, but it's an indigene of Kwara, right? That is understandable. And when it was time for him to protect Kwara, he protected Kwara.
What Fulani person bears Bukola?
It's an Egba man now. I don't know if
it's a fraud. It's a fraud.
Egba people now. They're not from
just playing
Kwara.
politics. Oh, really?
But Bukola Saraki claims he be Fulani now.
His grandfather is from an Egba man, daddy.
I only say what I know. Thanks for debunking it anyway.
The Bukola Saraki never called himself Fulani.
This issue that we are talking about, let me also ask you a question. You are from western part of Nigeria. When they present the Yoruba traditional rulers today, particular area that reflect to your area and Ife, and these people now appear like Fulani, are you not worried?
Midwest.
I'm asking a question here. Are you guys worried about it?
You made a fallacy earlier on. You said there was a time that Kwara was Yoruba, pure Yoruba, and there was a referendum. Where did you get that one?
No, let me clarify it. There was a time. I will go back where I can find that book. You see, when they were trying to reshape Nigeria, because it never really happened.
When was that? When was that?
That was the early independent, when they were about to create other region through a referendum. So because of how they draw the map of the West, there was an agreement to go and end that, because it's the British who took some land to go and add to that riverine area. So there was also an agreement to see whether those people will vote to become part of West. Why the Edo and Delta today will also vote for Midwest region. Why the people of all these Calabar, Cross River will vote for Core region. Then they will also create the middle belt of the northern Nigeria. That was when they discussed that issue. So I found it on the book.
There was no time like that. Now, why are you creating what was not there?
Wait, I can't go. If I wish, I can go back to that book now.
No. You know, initially, we have the eastern region, we have the western region, and we have the northern region. Those are the three regions that we have in Nigeria. It was later on that they created the Midwest, which comprises, which was the former Old Bende.
Wait, look at what happened. Don't just cut history.
Kwara. Wait. Kwara State. The so-called Kwara.
Nothing like Kwara State. Then there was no Kwara State. Wait.
Yes.
That
it was
region,
1967. It was military regime that created Kwara.
Okay, look at what I'm trying to present before you.
That Kwara now comprises.
The two of you, we want to learn from you. I beg, just talk one after the other.
See, my brother, the one I know, I will say to Simba, the one I know is this. 1914, the British created 3 regions for us. Indigenous people did not participate. So they favor who they want to favor and try to conquer Benin. That was just the concept of creating 3 regions. It's no more than that. And just because we don't want to go to history, let us forget about that. Then when we got independent, Awolowo of blessed memory and Anthony Nauri, what they saw was that this thing, even the Ahmadu Bello that people try to call bad person, is that, look, for in the hands of Britain, these 3 regions can be okay. But we as indigenous people, it cannot address our problem. That the idea of creating Midwest region is not it against Yoruba. It was Binicon's ideology that led to it. The middle belt people, or the middle belt on their own, was also an ideology of whom they had before the British put them in the north together. Everybody agree. The riverine area also agreed. That was when the issue of how the line was drawn in the northern part of the western region came into it. So I saw it in a book, in a discussion, but I cannot remember those books again. That was when it came in that these people really agree for more than almost this region that they agree upon before that military. I think
you know why?
middle
You know
already.
why?
Wait, already the Midwest people have
middle
done their
belt that you are
own.
talking about. I'm not talking about the Midwest. The middle belt that you are talking about, they are not homogeneous people. They are heterogeneous group of people, and that
Whether
one
they are homogeneous, whether they
just
are
wait.
Midwest allow Simba to, give us his own knowledge.
It was a political this thing, and even the so-called middle belt that you are talking about was just a geographical convenience. Let me tell you about Kwara. When Kwara State was created in 1867, it comprises of some of the parts of Niger State today, the New Busa, the Kanji area. Then the present Kogi, all the Igbira, they are formerly part of Kwara. Okini, Lokoja, Okeyi, up to this bridge that that you cross when you get after Lokoja when you are going to Abuja. All those areas, Jaokuta, all those areas, they are part of Kwara. It was Babangida, because Babangida has a beef for Idiagbon, because he took over from Idiagbon. It was Babangida that separated, especially those areas that he consider. Who's that?
Who's using toilet now?
So it was Babangida that now carved out all those that looks like the mineral producing areas of the old Kwara, carved them, took some to Niger State and took some to Kogi State. So for you to come here and tell us that the form of Kwara, they are purely Yoruba, is not true. Even the present Kwara State now have a lot of Nupe people, have a lot of Igbira people there.
Yeah, but Simba, was Kwara known as a Yoruba land? Because I can remember back
It's not
back
a
in school.
Yoruba land. When you talk
No,
about
Kwara, Ilorin. There's a difference between Ilorin and
if you
Kwara.
talk about Ilorin and some part of Kwara or far,
I understand,
the Kwara South, just wait, Prince Daddy, Kwara South and some part of Kwara North. I can give you the local governments that are purely Yorubas in Kwara. But the Nupe side, all those Lafiagi, Patigi, and all those things, they're not Yoruba, they are Nupe people. And they have their Nupe people also in Niger State, Kogi State, Nasarawa State, including Abuja.
Yeah, quick question, Simba. Say, back in the days, at least, all these other, if you want to call them minor tribes or whatever, to most of us were unknown. I mean, the main tribes were the known ones. If you know Yoruba, Hausa, or Igbo, everybody else falls in between the lines, quite frankly.
That's not true.
That's
not true at all.
It's about
Are you going to tell me Benin Kingdom is... Do you know Benin Kingdom is even more relevant than...
Kwara is a predominantly a Yoruba state.
No, I'm
even
telling you.
Prince Daddy, be careful, man.
No,
the only thing I say about Igbo people just had population explosion.
Oh, I'm not. What you're saying
That's
is
about
right,
it.
and I'm
But you
not.
can't say they are
I'm
more
not
relevant
arguing.
than Benin Kingdom, man.
But my point here is that when I was growing up, like many people, see, even though if I met somebody that said, "Oh, I'm a Calabar person," it didn't matter. You sound like you're from the eastern part of the country.
You said they're
Exactly. Exactly. That's the point.
No,
So
really. Where is this?
It's just an assumption now.
I'm just
even
making a
from
point.
Benin, our people used to say from Benin down.
No. Here's the deal. I think they started doing this. Government started doing. No. Wait. Hold on. Give me a second. There's nobody that's living around. Like, for example, in Lagos, in your block, in your face-to-face house, there's no way you don't interact with everybody. And you know that woman next door is Calabar. That one, yes, this thing. We all are aware that there are many different ethnic groups. But because Nigerian government always do this, wazobia, where they just put on Yoruba Igbo and Hausa. So in public, when we just see somebody before we ask, we just assume, okay, Muslim or Igbo, something like that. But we all are aware that other tribes exist. You can't tell me that Nigerians don't know
Of
that.
course, now
Yeah,
I
exactly.
agree
We're
with
all
you.
aware of it. Yeah.
I know. I went to school. I have friends that were from Calabar, Akwa Ibom. I have friends that saw it, but I was just making a point. And quite frankly, maybe due to ignorance or whatever, back then, if you ask me what is Kwara State, Kwara to me was the Yoruba state, plain and simple. All these other tribes you mentioned in Kwara State was unknown. To me, the Kwara people spoke Yoruba, and that's it. That's it. So the fact that Midwest is saying that Kwara was a pure,
let me tell you, Prince, that you know why
Simba,
people made that assumption.
Simba.
Let me say,
Let me put,
sorry, Midwest,
yeah.
the reason why people made that assumption is that the capital, which is Ilorin, speak Yoruba. You understand? And that was the assumption that that means all Kwara should be speaking Yoruba, because if you get to the state capital, because if I ask you now that how many towns have you been to, even in Kwara, or maybe you have not even been to Kwara before, but most people will have been to, maybe the only time they will have been to in Kwara is Ilorin, and when they get to Ilorin, they see them speaking Yoruba. It's an assumption.
Sorry, who is talking?
Simba.
So if I say Edo State now, what comes into your head? Benin, right?
Exactly.
That is
Do you know how many languages in Edo State?
Exactly, because Benin is the largest.
I've worked in Edo State. I've worked in Irua Teaching Hospital. I know Edo State very well. I serve in Edo State. I spent 2 years in Sabongidaura. You understand? I've
So
lived in Ekuma.
you know very well that it's not all of those that speak Benin that are Benin speaking
exactly
people.
I know.
So that is how that is the same thing as, but you would think that Edo is Benin speaking people in general, but that is how it is in Kwara as well.
No, look at the aspect I'm speaking to. Why I brought Kwara in.
Just a minute. Let me just add something. Simba, but the current Kwara is made up of 80% Yoruba, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
No. Because presently they have 16 local government, and out of that 16 local government, only 6 are predominantly Yoruba. The issue here, just let me say this: the Ilorin, if you add Ilorin, because Ilorin Emirates has about is it 5 or 6 local governments? You understand? Those Ilorin Emirates, because we are deceiving ourselves, they are Yoruba, they speak Yoruba. There's nobody, let me tell you, there's nobody that speak Fulani in Ilorin. Just forget about all those semantics that they just, everybody in Ilorin speak Yoruba. You hardly see, in fact, I don't think that any of them can speak Fulfulde, which is the Fulani language.
So are you saying it's only by language that Kwara State is made up of 80%? Because my perception is it is 80% Yoruba indigenous people.
It's by language, because if you add, that's what I'm saying, because Ilorin and Kwara Central, which is the Emirates, the Ilorin, they speak predominantly Yoruba, but they are claiming that they're not Yoruba. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I got you. I'm trying to research it because I didn't know the demography until now.
Kwara was once like normal town, not like a state, just normal. As you see a name you can see.
There's no town called Kwara. You
Okay.
understand? There's no town called Kwara.
Wait, it was just like that area was just like a normal.
Bigger point here. Can you go back to the just that's
the
not
bigger point I want to point to is this. You see, all this undocumented migration that Nigeria is doing, a time is coming. It's going to create problems in the southern part of Nigeria, where indigenous people, we see that those they have allowed to come and settle with them are now attacking them, and they are trying to fight back to say we own this land. It's going to happen.
Like in my that's the problem I have. If all of us think the same way, okay, look at Lagos now. Lagos accept everyone, right? But right inside Lagos, where some people may wake up and say, okay, we own Lagos, which is very embarrassing and very pathetic. Now,
what is for them to say they own Lagos? Okay, you mean the other people that came there
I did not mention Ebo, but I'm just talking generally. I beg. I know they for
No. What you
Bangladesh.
are saying that the people say they own Lagos, I don't understand. Just expatiate.
When some people will tell you that Lagos is not
that they say they own all the...
Stop causing problem now.
Abi?
No, me o gbọ́dọ̀ Bọ́lá lẹ́rù ni. Mi ò mọ̀ tó
See, I don't want us to take it there. Look, you see the problem we are suffering today. You see what Simba said. He said Middle Belt was just a mere geographical location. Let me tell you, there was a concept behind Middle Belt. It was called the Middle Belt of Northern Nigeria, because those days the regions were more or less like a country, and nobody just wake up to call them Middle Belt. The people that make up that geographical location, because every places and settlements is geographical location, they agree on a concept of Middle Belt and an identity, and they agree, the whole Northerners as a whole, to create it. Likewise, this Benin, it was a concept. When they discuss it with the western part of Nigeria, there was an agreement to create it. These are democracy. It was a foundation for progress and to address some critical issue that is now affecting us today. There come the eastern region. A core region was discussed to address the feelings of the Calabar, all this Ibibio and the rest people in that region, which means they are to create it for that region. Partially, the Yorubas on their own agreed. We did our own. The way I can't say the Yoruba. The Western people agree. They conducted that referendum. I think some of these things might have been what led to that first early coup. I don't know what was ringing in the mind of people. It was the coup that ended everything. If not for that coup, that 6th region would have been materialized, and we would have moved forward. Because inability to address that issue today is what is causing this problem. Sometimes I am raised in Benin. Does that mean I know the way people in Kwara live their life, or people in Ojo? I can't know everything, even when we are similar. So the indigenous people must get that right to govern themselves. Now, state was created, and we don't even know the concept of creating the state. They will tell you it's for administrative conveniency. That's what the British did for creating 3 regions. That's what they did for creating Southern Nigeria. That's what they did for amalgamating Nigeria. Today, are we really progressing with this state? If I may answer on my own, I can say no, because it's not meeting up to expectation. It also boiled down to all these.
Sorry, Midwest. Let me push something to. Simba has gone. Okay, Simba is there. Simba, in Kwara, there are 16 local governments, and only 3 are not Yoruba. Only 3. Nupe, that's maybe Pategi, or what do you call it? Then we have Barutin, then Edu, Nupe. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Out of 16, only 4 are not Yoruba. So how do we reconcile that? The entire, because all other local governments,
all those places now Yoruba, all of them they be. I'm telling you,
because when you have 12 out of 16, that's 75%, right?
Go and find out.
So that's 75%.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey,
good
Shaman.
Morning.
Welcome.
Good morning, people. Good morning, all. Can I please pose a question to you all, if you don't mind? My children were born in California. Do they have a right to say they own California?
Baba, the situation is totally different, right? You know, over time, if an American, okay, if a papa in America was born, let's say in Illinois, and maybe the children were born somewhere in maybe New York, those of them they will be claiming different indigenous area, and they will accept themselves as who they are. So it's not a case of how do I say it now? But don't take this one literally. You know, don't make it contextual. Literally.
Let me answer. The case of California is completely different from the case of Nigeria. Like case of California, I would say the United States in general. the indigenous owner of the United States, the land was taken from them. They were the native Red Indians. So it was immigrants that came in, they killed all of them, and the few that are left, they've given them territories, like we call it reservations. You find it in places like Alaska and maybe some part of so, but the wider America, like California, New York, everywhere else, people that are dead, that are occupied today, we are all immigrant. We migrated. We are a United States government started immigration program. They started bringing people from Europe, all over the world. Till today, they still have the immigration program. And then the Constitution now says once you are born here, you are an American, and then you can become president, whatever. You are an American. Now, another way you can be an American if you migrate, you're not born here, you can naturalize, but the fact that you're not born here, you cannot be president. So, if you to ask that question, your kids were born in California, can they claim to be California? Now, the question
Yes.
is, if the answer is no, then that means
Yes.
uh, other Californians, they were born in California. Their parents also migrated, including someone like Donald Trump. His father migrated from Scotland, so he can also say, okay, he can't claim to be a New Yorker, So the case of America is different. Everybody is in the same category. None of us are indigenous. The only indigenous people were the Red Indians, which they are not even relevant anymore. The few population of them that are left, they don't even occupy most part of the United States. They are not. You hardly see them in California. But
Yeah.
in the case of Nigeria, we are talking here. Every territory have the indigenous people there. They're still the kings, the everything, the language, all intact. So you will be a
Okay.
complete different,
Okay.
situation.
I get you. I mean, I was bred in Lagos. My people come from Abeokuta, but I don't consider myself being from Abeokuta. I consider myself being from Lagos. That's all I know. That's
Why
where I
did you
grew up. That's
decided to
what I
consider
am.
yourself from Lagos when your parents are from America? Is it something that you consider, that you take a decision that you take on your own?
Yes, because that's where I grew up. That's all I know. I mean,
No,
I've
what you
been.
are saying,
No,
you say
he's
that is
making a
as
point.
if
Though.
somebody can just
Please,
wake
he's
up.
making a point. He's making a
No,
point. Let me just.
I'm not saying somebody. I'm not saying somebody came from somewhere.
What
Like
you
me.
make a point.
I didn't come from anywhere. I was born in Lagos. I was raised, bred, um, um, ate akamu,
Your
growing
parents
up in
came from
Lagos.
somewhere.
My brother, say why
So
Nigeria is getting back.
everybody is from somewhere. I mean, from the last skeleton that they found, they said was in Kenya, human skeleton. Everybody came from somewhere. So
Yeah,
my take is
my brother, you
my
have the
take
point.
is
So
everybody
a completely new
everybody
theory.
came from somewhere. And when do we get to a point where the guy that wanted to run for governor in Lagos, when do we get to a point where we're not looking at Bola or whatever his name was? Where do we get to a point where we're able to reason past, or just because your father or your mother didn't come from this part, then you're not from there?
No,
I
see
mean,
where the
everybody came from somewhere.
Mike,
let me
please
put
hold
it
on.
in.
Hold on for a minute, please.
No,
It
I think Mike
matters.
is addressing it improperly.
Are you
So,
people
but
hearing me?
Media can hear you, but let Bishop hasn't said anything. He just came, so let him at
Okay,
least
Bishop,
have
you can call me. I thought my distance is 40. That's why I thought. Bishop, sorry
Okay.
for the.
Now, the idea that you are how do I call it now? You are promoting. It sounds fine, but we are not there yet. You came from somewhere, and you will know that you actually came from somewhere. If there's a conflict of interest between, let's assume that you want to run for whatever office there, and people remind you, and which requires you, where are you from, your indigenship, not where you have resided. They will ask you at some point. Some people will ask you,
Who is going to
and
ask me my Indian? Who is going to ask me? I'm an indigen of
people
Lagos. I was born in Lagos.
listen.
I don't have any
That
other
you were
place.
born in Lagos does not make you an indigene of Lagos. Period.
Yes,
That's
it
just the
does.
truth.
Who says
It
that?
doesn't. It
Okay,
Who
doesn't.
says
Forget
that?
it. That I was
hold on, give
born
me
in
a
On this
second.
Kaduna does not
planet.
make me an indigene of Kaduna.
Make I say
Forget
put
it.
this
Wait,
one. Make I say put this one, Bishop.
Media, give me a second. Give me a second. See, we can do. It'll be easier for someone like you. You're from Ogun State, right? Abeokuta, right? And you
Yes,
are a
sir.
Yoruba
Yes, sir.
person. See, historically in Yoruba land, we usually don't like a Yoruba person that move from another Yoruba town to another Yoruba town. They usually seem as they same as another Yoruba person. So that indigenous thing among Yoruba is not really as strong. But if you were can you make the same argument that someone that's non-Yoruba can just say he's an indigenous of Yoruba land, like maybe Ogun State or even like Lagos, like you said? Can you say it'll be easier? Like if you come to my face now and say, Mike, I'm an engineer of Lagos. I'm an engineer of Lagos. My dad is a Lagosian. My mom is from Oyo. You understand? You say to me, I go look at that. I'm on Yoruba, you know, that kind of thing. The way I will receive it is different from someone that's from a completely different tribe. It's not telling
Okay,
me that
sir.
he's an
The
indigene here.
question, the
So
question to your
are you
question
saying
is,
that no one should
where
question
was that?
another? Wait. Okay, let me land my question to you. Are you saying no one should now question a person that's not even like that's a completely different tribe? Doesn't like and now say he's an indigene? Are you saying
Okay.
that's okay? Go ahead.
My question to your question is, this person in question here, this particular person, where were they born?
Yeah, born in Lagos. Yeah.
Can do.
If
We are
you're
all
born in
parents.
Lagos,
Can do.
if I was born, if I was,
Let me tell you this.
Simple.
I
Okay.
lives in Ilori. You understand? My wife is from Ilori. My children cannot claim to be Ilori. They are born there, they stay there, they grow up there. You understand? You cannot say what Mike is trying to let you know. For the fact that you are born in a place doesn't make you an indigene of that place. You
In
find
Nigeria
it
system.
convenient. You find it
well,
convenient. You find it convenient. You wanted it, and that's why you are speaking like this. If you are born in Katsina, will you not say you want to be a citizen of Katsina or indigenous of
sir,
Katsina?
if I was born and bred and grew up in Katsina, then I'm a Katsinan.
Are you an indigene? That's what we're asking you.
Nobody will
It is
accept
that
it. You will
simple.
not even be
Does it
proud
make
to
you an
say,
indigene?
Sir, I don't care what other people say
No,
about
it's not
it.
about
I
what. We're
don't
just
care what.
asking you. We're not telling you what other people say.
Mike, if we want to
Yes,
argue
it
over this
does.
issue, we will not learn from it. The thing I want to put here is
Me
this.
too. Hold on now. Let's let no go
I
can
wanted
do
to
now.
just put this
Actually
one before this guy.
saying.
I want to put this one. Look,
But wait
in
now.
the
Let
Yoruba.
him answer this. Hold on. Can do. Are you saying if you're born and raised in Katsina, you're not an indigene of Katsina? Is that what you're telling us?
Every single day.
You are an indigene of Katsina. Oh, okay.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
go ahead.
What I want to present before you is this. You see, when you cross above what you have not matured into, you just want to jump in, you're going to have a lot of problem. It takes time to reach that level. But you make example that you were from part of western part of Nigeria. I know Yoruba to some degree. Because you are not from Lagos, not that they will not accept you as a Lagosian to do things with them, if indeed you cue into the way they do things as a Lagosian, they will permit you. Why? Because
Sir,
there
I
is a wait,
don't need anybody's permission to be a Lagosian. I was born and bred in Lagos. No, I will not seek, I will
you
not
need people
accept
Unless
anybody's permission
that you were
to
born
tell me who I
in
am.
Lagos.
I
Look,
know who
get
I
the
am.
I can say that you were
it's
born
not
in
only
Lagos does not make you a Lagosian.
it's not
That's
only
just the truth.
California
As at this
What
moment in Nigeria,
what makes you a
that you were
Lagosian,
born,
sir? What makes you
that
a
you were born
Lagosian?
in Lagos, that you were
let
born,
me land it
you must have a root that must be
before
traced.
wait now
In
before you put it
Nigeria,
before
we are not there yet.
Who
That you were
say
born in Lagos does not
who in the
make you
world
a
made that
Lagosian.
law? Who made that law that you have to
Listen,
have a
you
root?
cannot rewrite your own law. I cannot say because look, I don't know. I know where you are going. I know the argument, and this argument is just a bloody waste of time. That you were born in Lagos does not
Argument.
completely baseless argument.
Okay,
A waste of
let me
time.
ask and do one question. You see one thing now, when you fill form in Nigeria, they still ask you to fill your local government of origin and your hometown, right? Then another question is this: if you were asked to submit a document to prove that you are an indigene of Lagos, will any traditional ruler in Lagos sign your document without asking for your family house and how you are related? And
they will ask for your grandfather now. That's what they will ask, not because
Today there you go tell
I will show you guys my Lagos indigenous certificate in a second.
Well,
Let me go and grab it.
I have never ran into
I just want us to separate
some.
one thing. Sorry, Kandu, just a second. There's a difference between citizenship and indigenship in Nigeria, if you know. That is why they be trying so hard to pass a law to replace with indigenship. So look at it that way. So now the question is this: you may be a citizen as in Nigeria because you lived in Lagos. The state of residence is totally different from you are an indigenous person. You are whether you are an Awori or you are I don't know all those indigens of that Lagos, for example. So they will root it out whether you like it. If you want to do anything in Nigeria today, they will root it out to know whether you belong to that place. So that's the reality.
Even if you stay true, a time is coming, they will come back to you.
I'm surprised. Kando, you are a citizen of Lagos, not an indigenous of Lagos. You are an indigenous of Abeokuta. That's where your indigenous comes from. But citizen is from Lagos. That's even in Israel.
Do we, Babati, do we have any certificate for citizenship?
You can be born in Israel, but doesn't make you an Israeli.
There's no certificate in Nigeria that bears citizenship.
Yeah, in my
Canadian passport now. In my Canadian passport, everybody will know that I'm a Nigerian.
You can be born in.
That one is residency.
Yeah, but are you not also Canadian? I guess I will sit my behind in my California.
But the one that has let me put this
I'm
on.
a Canadian, but I'm not an indigenous of Canada. I'm a Canadian, but I'm not an indigenous of Canada.
I get that.
But there's no indigenous of Canada anyway. Those Canadians, they're either French or British.
Yeah, okay. All of you in Nigeria, all of you in Nigeria, you came from somewhere. You all came from somewhere.
We know.
It doesn't matter. But we live in present day reality.
It does matter. It does matter.
Do you know that every land in Yoruba land has an oracle and
oracle
like
from how many years ago?
Do you know any land in Yoruba land has a Oriki? You know that
from how many years ago? What I said is
no, you are trying to go through some stuff. We are dealing with present day reality.
Kando, let me make something clear. Kando, please. If you are born in Lagos, right? But people like Kosoko are indigenous to Lagos. They are indigenous of Lagos. You are born in Lagos. You are a citizen of Lagos, but you're not indigenous to Lagos. That's just the difference. If I move to Lagos today, I'm a resident of Lagos. So because you are born somewhere does not make you an indigenous. No. You must have family ties, family roots to that land, to that soil.
At least 2 generations. One or 2 generations.
How can he say if he is born in Katsina, he will become a Katsina person?
Babati, I guess I do understand that, and I'm glad that my children were not born in Nupe or Demokula or wherever. They were born in California. They're California citizens. They're California children, and we treat them as Californians.
Yes,
when you guys grew up enough and are ready to come into life. It doesn't matter. I don't care whether they are in Nigeria or United States.
Every country is different.
Guys,
United States is the land of the free, home of the brave.
Wait. Kando, they are California citizens, but not Californian indigenous. They're not Native American, so they're not native to the soil. That's the difference.
Who is a Californian indigent? The 40 million Indians that were killed.
Okay, hold on. Let me read something to you. Indigene is from indigenous. Now, what is indigenous and indigene? Dictionary meaning is that originating or occurring naturally in a particular place. Native. You now use coriander is an indigenous to Southern Europe. People inhabiting or existing in a land from the earliest time or from the times before the arrival of colonists. She wants the territorial government to speak with indigenous people before implementing the program. Now, other people came, stayed with them. They can be citizens of that place, but there are people that are there that have inhabited the place from the beginning of time. They call them indigenous.
I understand. I understand English very well. But you are the indigenous. You came from somewhere too. I don't care if it was 500 years ago. You came from somewhere yourself.
I don't think we need to continue on this argument.
Because we are not going to get anything. Because the problem is,
please, Midwest, please, just a minute. Look at the Constitution of Canada. It says Canadian Constitution recognizes 3 groups of indigenous people: Indians, who are the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. These are the 3 distinct people with unique history, language, cultural practices, and spiritual beliefs. The word spiritual beliefs. Every indigenous people, they have their spirituality. Mike, you want to capture online though?
Please, Ola, I want to talk to this our brother. You see the problem that we have. We love to use everything about America to answer everything. Having your children in Italy, in France, in Germany, does not make them a citizen, not talk of indigene. It must be a process. As far as their parents were not originated, they are not from that place, and none of them is having citizenship, that child will not have it. It's going to take a time.
So spiritual connection is part of what makes you indigenous.
If someone is born in a place, you have a connection to that land. You can be part of parcels of those people. It depends on the culture you were raised up. If what you are doing is differs, you don't understand the rationality of these people, and you want to do things based on your own, whatever you see, take it. Don't blame other people for it.
No, I totally understand and I hear you. I totally understand and I hear you. I never left the shores of Lagos before considering myself a Lagosian. I don't know anything but that.
Yes, but
I don't need a white hold on. I don't need a white man to come and tell me that because that I'm a Lagosian. I grew up in Lagos. That's my home. So this is not. I'm not trying to Americanize anything. This is how I thought from when I was a young man. I'm a Lagosian.
Let's not argue blindly. I think what he's saying is that Lagos is his home.
You are a Lagosian. You want to be a governor of Lagos. If you know the culture of Lagos, there's chances for you to rule. But when you are raised differently, you don't recognize. You open your mouth, you withdraw the Oba, you want to rule Lagos.
Which Orisha do you have in Lagos that belongs to your family ties in Lagos? Which Orisha? Because it is very hard to get any indigenous people that they don't have their own deity that they are linked to. Those are the things that define you as an
was that a question?
Yeah, I asked a question. Do you wish Orisha in Lagos that you are tied to your family lineage?
I'm not tied to any Orisha in Lagos or Abeokuta or anywhere else. I don't worship Orisha. I don't believe in Orisha.
Hey, for the fact that you don't believe in it does not mean that you are not tied to it.
Exactly.
You can do better now.
Well, I'm trying to do better, sir.
That's why you have Oriki. That's why you have Oriki.
What you are trying to say now, you just want to neglect your lineage and just want to adopt another thing that doesn't belong to you.
Simba, that is what we are about to say Benin today. That's what this guy, our brother, is trying to talk about here also. You see people who try to be modernized and they don't know what they are joking with. Next generation is going to see themselves in crisis. A very deeper one. They're growing up, they don't speak the indigenous language. Number one, the government is not serious to implement the language to them. They don't know their culture. They don't know their way of life. They don't even know history of their father. No talk of their ancestors. People.
Oh, they don't even know their fathers.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, most people come from somewhere.
You know, Midwest. You see what can do is doing now. his parents are from Ogun State. He is claiming Lagos.
Actually, my parents were born in
Just
Lagos.
hold on.
No,
Now he
hold
traveled
on.
to
My parents were
California.
actually born in
He
Lagos.
traveled to
My parents
California,
were born in
deliver his
Lagos.
children in California, and throw them in California to become a Californian. Maybe those children also they will go to Caribbean one day, maybe Jamaica, and then that's the way you want to be migrating all over the
No,
world.
what I'm saying is my parents,
People like this in California, they will not even tell their children they are from Ogun State. That's what is happening.
Alaji, Erele.
Some of them, their children cannot say a caro.
No, maybe Kandu is telling his children that he's from Lagos.
And they will tell you, no, it must be English. A caro, I can't speak.
Oh no, no.
You can see now that I said he doesn't believe in Orisha. He said it now.
No, my children are, they're proud of where we all come from. But the point I'm driving at is, I need us to be able.
Back at you. You made the fallacy that one.
I need us to be able to get to a point where Igbola wants to be the governor of Lagos, or Chinedu wants to be the governor in Kano, and it's not about where are your parents from. That's what I need.
Maybe we'll get there in another 200. Maybe we'll get there in another 200 years.
I need competent. Hold on. I need competent people, regardless of where their parents are from.
You are so biased. When Alaji ZZ Mohammed want to be a governor in Anambra, continue from there.
I don't care what other people said. Who said who couldn't do anything? That is their problem.
Let's not understand can do right now.
Hold on. I don't deal with what some people say. Didn't some people say this person couldn't do that? I don't live in biased states. So whatever anybody else has said about whoever, that's their problem. I don't even discuss such. I don't discuss foolishness.
Okay, let me ask you this. So, as we are right now, today, do you think we should just allow anyone from any other ethnic group to become governor? As we are right now, are you okay with a job person becoming governor in, let's say, Sokoto? And are you okay with a Sokoto man? Hold on. Are you okay with a Sokoto man becoming governor in Anambra? And are you okay with Anambra man becoming governor of Lagos? Are you fine with that?
If the person that can rule Nigeria best and put Nigeria on the course that it needs to be is from Kinshasa, go and bring him.
No, not rule Nigeria. Not rule Nigeria. I'm talking about states.
I just used.
Can you just answer my question straight? I want to know where you stand. I'm not telling you what's right or what's wrong. We want to know what. Hold on, we want to know your position before we start engaging you. So we're not engaging you blindly. That's what I'm asking you.
That's what I just broadened it out that not only should that be the case. And the answer to your question is yes. I just made it even bigger that if the person that can put Nigeria on the course that it needs to be is from Kutuwenji.
But I'm not asking about Nigeria. I get the Nigerian part. The Nigerian part, of course, anybody can be president. But I'm talking about just governorship.
That's what
how we are right now. I'm not talking about the future. Wait. I'm not talking about the future. I'm talking about today, as we are right now with the situation right now. Do you think it should be the case?
Yes. Sir.
Yes. Okay. I know you're okay. All right. Guys, go on. Who wants to go? Bishop, you guys go ahead.
No, I was just saying that probably we should just move to something else. Just time is going. I don't want to go out.
Okay,
just unnecessary. It is not necessary because the truth of the matter. Hold on for a second. Truth of the matter is this: we are just deceiving ourselves. If we think because we say somebody is competent, you come and rule the people, you cannot address them in their native language. So you know I'm doing a Kaduri man because he's competent to come and be a governor in your state that cannot speak to the people in their, that cannot relate with their culture, that cannot relate with their tradition, that cannot relate.
What is competence? When you don't know the tradition, the way of
exactly what is competence in that? Because you're going to bring somebody who defines competence for you.
Wouldn't the finance committee
It's not
be
going to
because
work.
you have first class in some because from funny university?
Okay.
Somebody want to bring somebody from Kanuri to come and rule my people, the people in your state, and they cannot speak, they cannot relate to their culture, they cannot relate to their tradition.
Even where he lives in America, they still do all those things. Can somebody go from
Sometimes just
Washington to go and
be
be
holier than
governor in
Pope.
New York?
Just theorizing. So it's
No,
just theory. It's not real. It's just futile academic exercise.
Mr. Ola, you're the one that made all these exceptions. I didn't say that you're the one that is saying that this person didn't know this, they didn't know that. We didn't say all that. All I'm talking about,
You said you don't care if the person comes from Kinshasa or from wherever.
If that is the person that can do the right thing, I don't care where the person comes from.
Okay, I think
what is right before you may be wrong in the sight of others. That's why it's compulsory.
But you cannot know who can do the right thing until they enter and do the right thing now.
You must know. You must know the way. You must know the way of the people that you are coming to govern. Let me give you an example.
Of course, I didn't say the person doesn't know anything. I said all in all, if the person, I don't believe in Omowane Joshe, the Olun lawyer scenario, and that's part of the reason why we are where we are.
No,
that's
it is
part
not.
of our problem. I said part. I didn't say solely. I said part.
Okay. But I want to tell you, what create problem in Lagos that you used to give an example? It's not only Lagos that is in Nigeria. Every tribe and indigenous part of Nigeria are guilty of what you mentioned. What really led to problem in Lagos? Number one, there was an audio that was flying. We are going to take Lagos from them. I'm not the one that make it.
Who cares? Why do you listen to some audio? I don't care who made some audio.
Let's stop this.
Okay.
Let's stop these arguments.
And when that audio was flying,
saying to me, it's like people saying, "Look at this." Hold on. It's like people saying, "Oh, I didn't want to do a vote for Obi because of what the obedience were saying." Who the heck are the obedience? What do I care what the obedience are saying? Who are they?
It's not that, my brother. Let us be realistic.
I'm just saying that in general.
It is people that is going to elect you, and whatever you tell them, if you bring confusion into their own mindset through audio, through your speech, and you don't address it, the result you receive, don't blame other people for it. That's just the fact. We cannot accuse only Lagosians for that issue. We should let it bypass us. We all are guilty of it. I don't see anybody who beard Alhaji Zeze Mohammed come and rule any part in eastern part of Nigeria. They are not going to allow it.
Okay, they should not allow it, and they should not allow it and continue to rot in their rot. They should not allow it and continue to rot in their rot.
I'm not saying today to go and rule Madiguri. It's not going to happen, even when it's bonded. So we all are guilty. So if you know it is wrong, take it as a national issue, take it as a national debate, and look for a way.
I don't live in such a place where a Tunde cannot rule in Maduguri, or a Muscat cannot be the president. I mean, cannot be the governor of Kwara State. I don't live in such a place. My brain doesn't work like that. I need whoever can do the best job. Does that mean that somebody else from that state cannot do it? If you can find one, find it. 24 years of rot. How many states in Nigeria can you point to that has been effective? There are a number of them that can't even pay salary. And you say you're moving forward. Where are you moving to?
So you think that
the thing is, first of all, we were not the one who created the state. It was created when people put something on our head.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to what is at hand.
It's a matter of time. We will get through it if we agree. You can't pin one part. They have been trying to say like the Yorubas are not ready to receive anybody. That is my own
what
aspect.
we find in Nigeria today is not just occurring. We have history. History is one of those reasons that everybody is suspecting one another. So I don't want to I don't want Mike to punch me tonight because I was going to say something, but I will still say it. You see, one thing is this: when you look at a particular ethnic group, up north, you will see those people that are the elite. You know, this particular tribe, they used to have the traditional rulers. Some people came, they installed the emirate there, right? And they are the elites there today. Why they subdue others? Because they are the most educated. Whether we like it or not, when you look at it in ratio, the Fulani people are the most educated in the north. They are the elite there. And look at what they do, right? So the question is this now: if we allow any people just to come and overcome you, they may ask some people with better advantage to occupy your land and they will dominate you. We don't want that one to happen in Nigeria. I don't want that to happen in Ekiti. Even though we have a number of professors in Ekiti, it doesn't mean that some people cannot come from somewhere that have some kind of more influence financially, politically, and dominate me there. I don't want that. It not necessarily be from.
Ola, let me say this to Kandu real quick. Let me ask him this real quick.
Okay.
Kandu, you can agree with me that in Nigeria, people, regardless of which area they are born and raised, are all more loyal to their ethnic group than to anywhere else, to any other ethnic group. You agree with me on that? Typically. For example.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do.
For example, a Hausa person born in Lagos, Igbo person born in Lagos, Ijaw person born in Lagos, they know they are Ijaw, they know they are Igbo, they are more loyal to their ethnic group than they are loyal to to that state.
Even Jewish people are more loyal to than America.
Exactly. So now you're telling me, exactly. So you're telling me you can't do that. Okay, now this Igbo guy is loyal to Anambra, his indigenous home, where they go home for Christmas. Every Christmas they go home. Their papa know this is your village. They know where they are from. Within Lagos there, they know their culture, they practice their culture. But he was born and raised in Lagos. Now I have to entrust him with Lagos State wealth. I mean, how do I know this guy will not wire all the money to Anambra? I mean, he's more loyal to Anambra now.
Well,
what are you talking about here?
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back in 40 years when you are all better civilized than where you are.
No, it's not us. My brother, can do. This is what you are misunderstanding.
This is I get your point. I get your point.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Here's the deal. This is where you made a mistake. You are going ahead of the time, the present. That's the mistake you're making. Nobody here is telling you that we don't want a time where it will just be okay for a human being to be whatever he wants to be anywhere he is. We don't mind. But as the reality we are on the ground is what we are trying to express to you, that we wouldn't mind the world to be that Eldorado that you picture. That we don't mind. But the reality is that we are not there. We are not there. You are talking about a country where you are talking about my brother Kuran. We are talking about a country where tribes are holding something against each other. People are looking at each other. So we are living in a country where people are still talking about secession. People are still talking about the Yorubas did this to us. The Northern. That's where we are. So you can't just turn blind eye on reality on ground and begin to discuss the Eldorado of. That's where our disagreement is. So it's not us that don't want it to be. It's not we that don't want it to be that way. It's just that it cannot be that way right now.
I hear you, but this is what I'm saying. When I grew up in the 80s in Lagos, I did not see this. I've not been on any of this whatever Twitter. I don't go to those places. I don't go on Instagram. Not until 2 years ago, when I started coming to this platform and Dr. Damage's platform, I was shocked. I was like, where are these people? Where are these people from?
No, just hold on, Kandru. Well, this thing has been existing before you were born. For the fact that you are not aware does not mean it doesn't exist.
Sorry, can I speak?
I'm not saying that I'm not aware. What I'm saying is when I was growing up, okay, I dated more Igbo girls than Yoruba girls.
You can see
I'm an equal.
I can do.
Can I speak?
I think Delilah
ó love
still
ọmọ
use
Igbo
sense.
ni àṣírí tú.
Sorry, can I say something? Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mike,
No,
Mike, please. You
everybody's
said,
speaking over each other.
oh, sorry. Okay.
Go ahead.
Speak.
I was hearing Kandu and I was just laughing my head off. Like, I'm not even married to a Yoruba. I've mostly dated non-Yoruba people, but I'm not that liberal. I'm not that liberal. What Kandu is doing is you're essentially turning a blind eye to what Nigeria is. You think Nigeria is a country. You don't know Nigeria is a like, let me use the best expression that I will always use, geographic expression of ethnic nationalities. You're using the American template where essentially nobody is native to any land. You want to apply it to a native land. It's like what you'll find in Europe is closer to what you'll find in Nigeria, where people have generations back to the BCs in Europe. That dynamics is more in Europe, but you're in a country where it's a conquered land, it's just jagbo, so you can claim California, you can claim this. Nigeria, we should not be naive about what Nigeria is. We have a history of conquest, history of inter-ethnic rivalry that still exists, that is not going anywhere. And you think you will now have a country where we dump state of indigene for, wherever you find yourself, that's your state, blah, blah, blah. And then it's not going to happen. That's not, wake up to the realities of what we are.
Okay, can we then ask you, no, because maybe you were not listening earlier, we're discussing, I think Pato was here talking about removing this thing from our law of indigenship and replacing it with residency.
Me too, I made that dumb statement before in the past, but I've had to rethink about it. It's not going to happen. And I don't even think it should happen.
In the past, we can't manage it. It's going to create bigger problem.
Because that means that they're gonna just zoom in and just take over the whole place and just say, you know what, I came in yesterday, therefore I am now one of you, so I have all the rights for that.
No, what would do us a favor is we just stop pretending. We embrace who we are, acknowledge who we are, and appreciate what we are, our differences. But to now say, okay, you're going to let to kumbaya our way out of it, that's not reality.
We should agree and look for a way to manage it by restructuring.
We can manage it like that, but to think that, drop all this. Sorry. Do we know our history? Do you know our history?
Mr. Kulata, I am not ignorant of any of these facts. The only thing I'm saying is, maybe he's a young boy going to a man scenario. All I'm saying is, when I grew up in Lagos, I grew up with everybody. I went to school with white kids. I went to school with Korean kids. I went to school with
you are speaking with kids. Someone with an identical background. I grew up with Igbo. I was raised in a Catholic church. My mother grew up in the East. She speaks Igbo. All my friends, my best friends, Igbo, South. I'm a detribalized Nigerian. I'm not even married to a Yoruba woman. So you're speaking to someone that has the same background as you, and also grew up among students across the entire country. So it's not that, but you have to, at some point in time, when we have this feeling of kumbaya, when you realize what is still going on, not what went in the past, but what is still going on, there's still conquest going on, then you will know that, nope, you can't do this. We're not that, and we will never become that. It's not even like that in Europe.
You
have to understand that not everybody lives in your bubble, because that's your bubble. That's your own reality. It doesn't mean
not a bubble. It's not a bubble. I understand
your experience is that. Hold on. Your experience is that you grew up around these people, these diverse people, but it's not all Nigerians that grew up the same way. It's not everybody else that grew up with everybody and everybody. So you can't say because that's the way you were molded. I don't know if that's the right word. And because of that, and that's the way you see it, and you know that, oh, if you become governor in Anambra, you do the best for the Anambra people. If you become governor anywhere, that's you. But is that the way the millions and everybody else? It was that the way they were molded? No. So you can't.
I get that. All I'm saying is I get that, and I understand that is the way the Nigerian people in general are. All I'm saying is, to me, I hope they will all gravitate someday.
They will not.
Until we get there. Until we get there, then we all agree with you. Okay, now let's start doing that.
Let me help you. That will never happen. Let me just help you in that question. Just forget that situation.
Okay, sir.
No, me now. There's no way.
I'm just joking.
Wait. There will not be a day where Chukwu Emeka will be the governor of Kano. It's not going to happen.
At least in our generation.
Okay, so let's just get that out of the way. Just don't even think about even bringing it up. It's not going to happen.
Sorry. It will not happen in our generation. It will not happen in the generation after us. Let's be frantic. That was why I came in, because Mike said something. Mike said we don't mind. We care. It concerns us. I don't know why it's a big deal. When Mike was saying that he too, Mike said he too does not mind if it is Chukwu Emeka that is the leader of that, but does everybody see it that way? The truth of the matter is this: we are on the ground. It is like this: you marry a woman, you call a woman your wife, then somebody says you should look away from your emotional attachment to that woman and allow all men come and sleep with her. It doesn't make any sense. It is like your father. It is like your father working hard, doing everything all his life, built a house, and you now say, "Nah, I don't want to claim that. It's not my house." Anybody can just come and claim it. It doesn't work like that.
Real quickly. Mike did not say that. Mike did not say that. He was posing a question to me. He didn't. That was not a statement that he made.
Okay. But maybe I didn't understand. But I had something like that. That was why I came in.
Let me quickly respond to what you just said now. Let me just quickly respond. You see, the truth of the matter is this. Kandu is being very liberal and is showing that is a true Yoruba man. Our liberality actually got us to where we are now. I have been very liberal. I've lived among various tribes, various Kanuri, Hausa, South.
Baba Bishop.
No, let me land.
Yoruba Bishop land.
Say, guy.
Kandu liberalism is too much.
That's what I'm saying.
That's over liberality.
Yeah. It's been very over liberality now. I've lived among other tribes, different tribes. I mean, in Nigeria, whether it is Kanuri, whether it is Bambari, whether it is Hausa, whether it is even in the south. I've lived among Calabaris, Eche, Ogonis, name it, then Igbos and the rest. Look, nobody thinks like you are thinking. Nobody. Everybody is very jealous about their indigenous identity. Even if you go to the Middle Belt, everybody is very jealous and they protect it. They protect that their that they are indigenous, that they are now. Now you said somebody can who will marry a wife. There are people in Nigeria today that entertain guests with their wives. I mean, they entertain. You come to them as a visitor. Maybe it changed. Maybe it's changed. Yeah, maybe it's changed now. But indeed, originally they do it.
I heard about that tribe somewhere in the Middle Belt.
It used to be.
I saw there was a lady that went to investigate that.
Bros, let me forget. Simba, there are tribes.
Let me put this one. Let me
land, please. There are tribes in Nigeria up until a few years ago that still roam naked, stark naked. Either it is the Koma people,
or
the Kemberi people from Mbiama. The second Mbiama, not Mbiama in the Niger Delta, the Mbiama in Kwara. There's a place they call Kimberley. You go through Okeogun, Shaki axis. Up until about 20 years ago, they still go to the market, both their men and their women naked, with just some little leaves. Yes.
Which state is this?
In Nigeria.
They found some in Abuja now, somewhere. The Koma one on the Koma
No,
Hill.
Koma is not Abuja. Koma is somewhere in Gongola State.
Bishop, sorry, but this is the reality. Like Kay was saying earlier, that we should embrace what makes us different, what makes us unique and peculiar. If that is the case, that means the union will never work. It's never going to work. If we are really who we are, it's never going to work then.
It's about identifying. Before I leave, man, what I want to put before this, my brother, Nigeria is a union of deception. And that is just the truth. As we speak today, why are we now in this mess? So as you say, when you were grown up, but nobody cares. It's because people now feel that the ethnic nationality we did not address, people have it in their spirit, in their mind, in their bone, in their heart, more than the country itself. So that is why everybody is now trying to protect their own. Until we come to the reality.
The truth of the matter is this.
Until we come to the reality that, look, we are deceiving ourselves. If we want to live in this union, let us be honest to ourselves and address critical issues.
No. I don't think we are deceiving ourselves. I think it's about recognizing our individuality. Look, we can still work together. We don't need to see eye to eye, but we can work hand to hand. So I don't agree with you that we are actually deceiving ourselves. Not necessarily. The fact that we have differences. Look, if I recognize your difference and you recognize my difference, and I don't cross the line, you don't cross the line, we will live together happily.
And somebody,
more than that. Let me give you an example. Today, the oil pollution in Niger Delta environmentally is already a catastrophic disaster. It's one of the worst disasters on this earth. Then by the time you destroy that,
do you want to agree? Do you want to agree to the fact that 95% of that oil pollution is man-made?
Wait, by the time the indigenous people now leave, that land can no longer be good for them and come to another person's place, you will say they are foreigner. And
hold on. Let me ask you a question. Do you agree with me that more than 95% of those oil spillages that you're talking about were man-made and mainly by the indigenous of those places? Do you agree to that?
Yes, illegal bunkering and refinery.
Illegal activities. Deliberate sabotaging. You know it. We know it. You and I know it. That more than 95% of those things are not.
Talking about deception here. What led to it? Somebody went to Abuja. Everywhere road, light, big structures, and the money is for Niger Delta. No single building.
Now you are making excuses. We spoke earlier on. About development of.
Let me
we agree with the reason why it happened, but we are just telling you
resources. You look for your tribal men to occupy office, you don't check them. Then you want those people to hold their hand. We are deceiving ourselves.
It's okay.
No, my brother. My brother. Wait, please. When you talk about that, oil producing states have the highest allocation. Okay, even states that don't receive allocation as much as oil producing states have more development than oil producing states. So we should go back and ask that question from the people collecting the allocation. That's one. Number two is, yes, you can be giving oil. Wait. Just wait. Calm down, please. Let me land my point, please. Let me land my point now. Let me land my point.
Are we not deceiving ourselves?
No. Let me land. You can be giving us oil. Other areas of the country are also contributing somehow, somewhere. Okay. Now, if for instance the north, wait, calm down, please.
DJ contributing what?
Okay, let me explain. If for instance now, okay, we have food scarcity because the northern people say, okay, they are blocking food coming to the west and the south, and they are diverting it. If, for instance, okay, before we start having thermal, wherever, generating plants in Nigeria, we've been using hydroelectric plants. If these people too have said, okay, no, it is only our section that we use it, they have always given concession to Niger Delta. The oil spillage in Niger Delta, 90% of it is illegal wherever illegal businesses. I work with a multinational. We have rules, we have ISO rules, we have audits every time. You must not pollute the environment, you mustn't do this, you mustn't do that. See, even the dust we release into the air, there's a passimeter that measures it, and we even go stricter measures than the government policy. Do you understand? So the truth of the matter is this: that zone, basically, I don't like arguing that zone, because now Delta State, for instance, takes more than what my state, Ekiti State, takes. But I'm very sure that when you enter the Delta State, you might not even see all their roads as good as that in Ekiti. So we should start asking questions.
But before
let's not just
1999, were they collecting anything?
Saying things that are not.
Let us say this way, You quickly mentioned what was given to Delta. Can you tell us what Delta is producing to the federal? They will only give you figure, but you can't trace those figures. Even the barrels of oil that they are taking, they can't even account for it.
Well, Midwest, what is your argument now? What is your argument?
By the time we destroy the land of Ijaw people, for example, Bayelsa, with pollution, and they now migrate to Kano, they will be inferior. Are we not deceiving ourselves? Why not we give them the right? Why not we give them the right to manage it for Nigeria government?
No, I think you're missing the point that was just made, that those states get their allocations and their governors and their leaders
it doesn't care.
put that money in their pockets.
I don't care. You said they get an allocation. When you give them allocation, you make law that nobody can ask them. You so-called federal. So how are we going to ask the government?
How are the other states that were getting allocation and are then hold on? How are the other states that get allocation and have better roads? How are they managing that?
Why are we all migrating? We are deceiving ourselves. All those are television projects. Go and look at the life of indigenous people. Forget about road and see things for yourself.
But why the money they are giving there's so much money being poured to those states. So
Mike,
what's going on?
I didn't forget.
To explain to us.
Wait.
That's what you have to be telling us, Midwest. We want to know.
Do you know why they don't ask? Do you know why they don't ask?
Now, wait.
The same people who don't ask. The same people who release the money from federal. They are the owners of the companies you must employ to implement your policy. If you want to build,
what do you mean? I don't understand.
Which policy?
These are top secret. These are top secret of our country.
How can you be telling us top secret? If it's top secret, how did you know?
Hold on. Hold your mind. Oh, it's okay. Are those people from Niger Delta? Which money were they probing? Is it not Niger Delta money?
Okay, so my question to you is this. Hold on. Wait.
The bigger point. You're still missing the bigger point. Those states that, regardless of who those old your mic people are, those people were given allocations and they pocketed the money. The other people pocketed the monies too, but they did do something better than those states did.
It's the problem you have to know, irrespective of state in Nigeria. It was designed for governor to pocket money because the federal government.
Who designed it?
Nobody ask you. We are deceiving ourselves. If you want to talk of development, talk of human capital development, not useless road. Since independent, we don't have.
Midwest, hold on. You cannot make. Listen, you can't make excuse for states like Bayelsa State.
It's not just making sense.
You can't make excuse for people in that state for not having enough. Come on.
I blame them for being so naive, not looking for a way to unite as a people. He said they are insulting themselves, dividing themselves more. Why people are destroying their land? We don't even know in the nearest future whether we claim that area. And by the time they migrate to another person's land, they become like a no-EDJ forever. So look at the country we live. What makes us one? We don't want to address grassroots of our problem. That's why I reflect to it. Because you hold on your mic, you were saying these are Niger Delta money. But the people say who don't mind are not from there because the company to build road is their company. So when they put people, look at how they put Mike, they will pick the worst among those people. When they release the money,
they are picking they are picking among which people, your people. They are picking the. So you think they are picking the worst among you people to rule you people? Is that what you're saying?
Almost across the country, that's what we're suffering today. Because
so why the people? So why you guys? Why the people in Nigeria themselves not presenting who they want to rule them, and elect the people? Just
how do you expect people to present themselves? People are calling them criminal, they vandalize spy. Okay, when you bring money for NDCC, when they raise their voice, you use Abuja influence to silence everything because most of the things they are going to
so
trace.
The problem are the leaders from there.
Most of the road they want to trace for, and maybe the company they awarded it to belongs to.
You always find a way to blame Abuja
This kind of thinking, blaming other people for everything, is the reason why we will never move forward. We are not being very truthful to ourselves. I mean, I've lived in Niger Delta and the Southeast for more than 25 years, almost 30 years. And I can tell you for a fact, look, we can keep pushing that it is other people that are responsible for the oil spillage. It is other people that are responsible for not letting Niger Delta develop. If we continue in that attitude, we will never get it right until we can face the fact that, look, we have mismanaged the resources. The Niger Delta Development Commission is there. It used to be, what do they call this? What's their former name before? Umpadek. From Umpadek to Niger Delta Development Commission, from Niger Delta Development Commission to Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs. Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs, we have 30% delegation. We have 30% delegation. So when we look inward, let me land, please. Let me land. Okay, let me land. Those people that are carrying the money, they are not. I was talking.
Wait, someone has mismanaged the money. Why the youth in the area decided to raise their voice, either approaching the court. Wait now, because when you people say go and demand from your governor, I don't know how you want me to demand from that.
Let me tell you something.
If I approach the court of law, which is the best?
Okay.
And the
Let me
court of law.
Let me tell you something. This thing that you just said. Let me tell you something. This thing you just said. I have experience with more than 3-4 communities, and all the people that I had the experience with were actually youths. There was one that really pained me that I was involved in. That project never took off. It was the dredging of the Obejo community. There's this river that passed in Buruchu local government. The dredging of that river, we had it. The youth leader, if you see the kind of deals he was cutting, I was almost running mad. I mean, MAD, capital letter. They came, all the meetings we had, the tradition, everybody was just interested in what was the cut. At the end of the day, that project in 2011 never took off. I was mad, and I tried to take it off. And what they told me was that, well, actually, the money was used for Jonathan's election bid. So they released over 20 contracts in NDCC.
Didn't you know what's funny? And they will be to come and
tomorrow they paid that money in full. That money was paid. Just give me a second. That money was paid in full for that project. Not even a spoon was mobilized to the site. Not a spoon. Talk less of a shovel. Talk less of any equipment. Everybody in the community collected their share of the money. Is that the fault of anybody in Kano or anybody in Abuja?
Wait now.
When people do this to themselves?
My brother, wait. For all these years, since I can say since Tinubu came to power, we can see the frequency of arresting boats loaded with crude oil. This one is not needle. I want to ask you, but you were agreeing with me that Nigerians were really involved. That's why it was possible. How many persons have they tried over this issue?
Do you want me to answer you? Do you want me to answer? It's a rhetorical question.
Have they really arrested anybody and tried the person? They found all these numerous ones, pipe, big clothes everywhere. The federal government, when it comes to that, they are not serious. That's what I'm trying to present before you. And they have created a lot of problems. If they want to help, let's change. Let them create a platform for indigenous people to manage it for the federal, where they account to the federal. The money will not go straight to the federal. When they say they want to manage, it's not like they're getting the money. We're going to use the same central bank. It's for them to have the bureaucratic right designed by the federal government
to know exactly what is going on in their place. So the federal government will now return to them the percentage agreed. Not for somebody just appointing his people into position, making everywhere. And when they raise a voice, you arrest people, they don't persecute them. And when you find out, as you said, that project, most of the project, the companies are owned by Senate wife and senators by themselves. So when you give NDCC money to who is going to hire those people? How many times have they been probing them? Nothing happened. That is my own contribution.
Why is this absolute silence?
So, Kulata, are you there, or are you?
Okay.
Why is this
Sorry,
absolute
I'm
silence?
checking in a hotel. There's background noise. I'll join later.
Oh, you okay? You are flying to your
Ola,
Abu Dhabi again. Okay, good.
is Ola there? Ola is not there again.
Simba, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
No, I mean we're here. We're here, and I think at the end of the day,
Kando the negotiate.
at the end of the day, we cannot be wicked.
Kando deny me. Emi fele examine.
No, mi ò lè deny Olúmọ. Mi ò lè deny Olúmọ.
Negbaland.
Mi ò lè deny Olúmọ. Mi ò lè deny Olúmọ. I think at the end of the day, all we're saying is, obviously, the corruption that we have all over Nigeria, all these states, they get all this allocation. You have all the Boris of the world, all the Alamisias of the world, living large at the expense of all the people in the Niger Delta and all the states.
The problem with us is that, like this Midwest that is talking now, if the money is being eaten by his people, he will not be seeing what he's saying. His anger is that maybe the other people that not belong to the Nigeria are sharing.
No, it's not like that. Look at my pain. My pain is, as I speak today, my governor in my state is having a lot of petition.
Let me give you.
So that you understand my
have a friend.
And those petitions. Wait, nobody can address it because he's a governor, and he's trying to replace that seat with someone that will make sure nobody sees that case of the fact. Is how a country should be run.
Okay, let me give you this. I used to have a friend. He's from Warri. He was the NUJ chairman of Kwara State. A Warri man, NUJ chairman of Kwara State. We became friends. Then in around 2008, 2000, I used to go to Warri in a private hospital to do locum. So by 2013, I was in the clinic one day. This man just walked in. So he was surprised to see me in Warri because we used to see him in Lorry. And he said, doctor, what are you doing here? I said, this is my hospital. I used to come here to do locum. He came with his child, one of his children that day. And I asked him after the consultation that, what are you doing in Warri? I thought you were supposed to be in Lorry. He said, doctor, I'm no longer doing journalism. He confided in me. He said, I'm now into bunkering. He is a graduate. Former. Believe me, I was shocked. And these are the people that supposed to have the mouth to talk in the public, and they be the one convincing people like Midwest, saying that they are lacking this. This is the reason why their community is not developing.
Simba, there's a saying that says in Yoruba, Imaliti Faobatosi ló ń pè lára.
Exactly.
And a man that doesn't get from the freebies, that's when he remembers that it is a ram.
Simba, please. Can I say something again? See, I was into unionism when I was in school, when I was in the higher institution. So normally we go for these NANS meeting and things like that. Mm-hmm. It was when when we went deep into these NANS things that we realized that even as a student union president, from any oil producing nation, state in this nation, do you know the federal government gives them special allocation again? And this the problem I have is they will not say anything. They won't say it, that all this money is coming in, but are they using it to better the life of the people under them?
But wait, I want to ask you. You just mentioned federal government giving money. For what purpose? To corrupt the people?
You see the problem.
Sorry, Midwest, you lost me. Midwest, calm down now. You've been talking since. Midwest, Farabale. Midwest, calm down now. You've been talking since.
When they fail to use
Midwest, I don't even understand your argument. This argument started with people being governors or whatever in other states, and then you're talking about
people not having farm in Nigeria.
That was why I said it was Milibanti.
And then you just jump in. So the argument has neither head nor tail, because nobody said you cannot migrate. Hold on a second now. Nobody said you cannot migrate from one state to the other. The contention is different, is whether you can maybe a non-native leading another state. The argument was towards that direction. And I think they've made the clear case of self-sabotage as far as pipeline infrastructure is concerned. It's not like the foreigners that are going to demolish the pipeline. I'm sure it's not like Shell or any of those IOCs are blameless. But you can, if you look at the magnitude of the extent of the rot in the environment over there, a lot of it is due to the bunkering operation. So a lot of it is for offer, is what's for offer in English? Someone help me. It's self-inflicted. Thank you. It's self-inflicted. But then you now went into tangents and you lost me. So it still doesn't stop someone from migrating.
I will go back to the main issue.
Yeah, the main point, you can migrate. Nobody said an Ijaw person cannot live in Kano. But what they're saying is it's most likely an Ijaw person will never govern Kano. That's all. It's not like...
But see what we are saying, what I'm saying here, where we entered the we did not agree upon that Nigeria. We are more ethnic nationality than the country. But we pretend that it is not so. Whereas this is what is really playing across the country.
So
now,
what's your argument now? What is your argument? I would
Nigeria as a country.
Listen. Hold on now.
Midwest, what you do is you just shoot bullets all over the place. We don't even know which one to
I agree with you actually, Midwest. So what is the argument? We actually agree with your position.
Okay, we didn't argue so much, but what I was saying is that we are just trying to
agree with you now. What are you arguing about?
The problem is there. Let's look for a way to address them. But we always pretend that it's well. But when we reach some critical level,
nobody here is pretending like it's well. Huh?
We agree with your position.
Midwest, can I ask you a question? So what's the big deal about an Ijoma becoming the governor of Lagos, for instance, knowing fully well that if you look at the Yorubas that own that land, there will be more than 1 million people that are better than Sanwo-Olu, but they just didn't get the opportunity. So what is the big deal about going to Ijaw to bring a governor for Lagos State that has almost 1 million people downlines that could even do better than the Sanwo-Olu that is there? Okay, so what's the big deal?
There is no big deal there. The thing is this.
So why are we making it a big deal?
No, see where the big
if someone is not there, we will pick out of the 1 million people that are available that we know can do it better. It is their land.
Indigenous.
Ambode was there and he did a very good job as well.
In the next 20 years or 30 years, certain indigenous people are going to feel threatened. And that is going to create another problem. I don't think anybody is paying attention to it. I don't want to go to that for now. You see, we believe in indigenous something. We believe in you can move. But that indigenous right to a place, it needs to be protected. If I have a federal government who can go to China sign a contract, give to one Chinese man. I don't even know.
Initially,
wait now,
you supported that thing cannot happen. Now you are against it. Is that
no,
what?
you cannot. Wait, you don't want to listen to me, please. You let me clarify myself. It can never be possible for somebody who's not indigenous people to go and govern the state.
I'm confused.
I agree.
No, I'm confused with you. I don't even know what we're even.
Okay, look at where my argument, where I'm not happy about the settings of Nigeria. We understand that this thing don't supposed to be so. Even if it is so, let's look for a better way to manage it, so we can see ourselves as one, treat ourselves as one, and move this country forward.
Midwest, Joe. Let me ask you a question. You remember someone called Buhari? He said, that was supposed to be Nigeria head of state.
What did he call Buhari?
Buhari was supposed to be Nigeria head of state, but he was supporting someone from the Niger Republic against Nigeria when they were supposed to look for the Secretary General of OAU. You understand? So now Buhari in his own head was seeing himself as Nigerian, not as Nigeria. He was supporting another country against his own. So you go bring someone from Osun State now to come and be. You come go bring someone from Middle Belt or from outside and to come and be governor of Lagos State. So what do you think?
See where we are saying the same thing. I will say the government.
Can I hold on. Relaxing now. No, be only day. Relax.
Sorry.
When Samuel Wang was the governor of Lagos of Ogun State, and he told the court the state blind. Where did he take the money to? It was military, but he robbed us in Ogun blind. He was cutting all the forests without replanting, literally looting Ogun State for years. So even with that military example, we've seen that done before, where someone that is not from that area, we just loot the area dry and take the resources to his own state. So I don't know
what about
Marwa? This example that you gave, this thing we have done it during military regime.
And now
did they perform?
They rob the state right now.
They didn't perform.
Buba Marwa robbed Lagos. Buba Marwa robbed Lagos.
Ẹ̀sìnbàjọ́ ta ló pa màálù tán fi ń breed cattle wà ní Fashional farm jẹ́ náà ṣé bọ̀bọ̀ owó oṣù yẹn kan náà owó oṣù tó ṣe gómìnà Ọ̀yọ́ ṣe kan ló pàdé.
Yes now.
Bú tán fowó ńlá ra o.
Old Ọ̀yọ́ state.
Every investment wọ́n dẹ̀ pa màálù yẹn jẹ.
Go and look up what Samuel Wang did to our forest in Ogun State.
You are talking that was one that came.
See the cover this thing. Simba.
State that time.
Babati.
See the cover this thing. The guy destroyed the forest too.
Ọ̀yá ìbílẹ̀ ó fẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí Èkìtì state tán ó àti Bọ̀dé olóbọ̀rọ̀ gbé ìbọn lómi ilé káàkiri.
What is the name of this one that was even rubbishing their Oba in Edo State that time?
Ahigbe.
Ahigbe. Ahigbe is an Edo guy. No, there one military administrator that they carry coffin go to go and meet him at that time. Now he had the clash with the Oba of Benin. There was one military administrator. I think he's from another state also. You know what we are saying is can never work in Nigeria. We have tried it severally during military regime where people move from one place to the other. Even some of them, they govern 2-3 states now. I remember former governor of Kwara State, Lawa, was governor of military administrator of Ogun State now.
That guy did one that he just
people that are not from a place. Why would they want to develop? Why would they be determined to develop the place?
They can't be committed. They won't have the interest at all.
They just loot the state because they know they only after their job they are going back to where they come from. So they just looted this place.
See where I don't like. I agree with you. Nobody for now. If anybody mistakenly leave their region and to come and occupy other people's place, it's for conquest. So if that is the case, and we call ourselves one country, why don't we create a charter to start addressing this issue so that indigenous people can really have that right and power to put some measures in place to protect themselves? They're using only the federal to weaken them just because they have government. A governor you cannot question in the court of law. It's so dangerous. I give my own state, my governor proposed 20% of a dollar, sign it into law in his own office, only to take it to Kangaroo House of Assembly. One guy now said 20% is too much. Why we not try 10?
Was he forced to do that? Was he forced
because
to
of
do that?
Wait now, I will not say the same thing now. Because of the kind of power given to them that we can.
Is not, let me tell you, Midwest is because it's our nature or whatever. Even but that, let me tell you, let them give you South. Even if you become a country, the so-called South now, that's when you start seeing your difference. You are from Edo, there is no oil in your place. Then that's when they will say, "No, you two are not oil producing states."
No, Edo is my local government is one of the gas production local area in the whole of Nigeria as we speak now.
Let me tell you
all
this.
the contract we want to sign with Jama and Nigeria. And the contract we want to sign with Jama is from there. Is that gas? That's going
even in data, go and see what is the most popular. I mean the what they call them now. The majority tribe in data. What was it called? What's the name
Urobo.
of this?
Urobo is the largest tribe.
Urobo, yeah. But they don't have oil. It's only the Shekiri and the Jos that they are located where they have oil. In data.
Maybe you are referring to another tribe, Urobo. When you say Ugele, that was where they started discovering the first gas in Nigeria.
Ugele, they are not really Urobo now. They have their own name now. They have another.
No, Uwele is mainly Urobo from Agbaru to Eku to it's Urobo.
The whole of Nigeria Delta,
both Agbaru and Agbaru are Urobo.
The whole not only that, get my point. I don't care whether if we are one country, we really want to be. What is really missing in Nigeria that is paining me today is that I feel that the people they want to call minority, if they want them to face extinction, by taking their power and right for them to defend themselves from them, and they want to make sure they instill them silently. And that's what is going on. For example, we talk about the resources. Federal government said they are the only one that have the right to manage it, both solid and liquid minerals. So, okay, someone from China will just sign a contract for gold mining, only for you to see them in your state. They digging, bulldozering everywhere, and chase the local people away. Is that how a country should be run? And when you complain, the power in Abuja is the final. You can arrest somebody in Edo, put him in state CID while they are investigating. Somebody will write a letter.
Midwest, you to the extent story. What you're basically asking for is resource control, and even resource control still doesn't it's still not a panacea for what we're talking about. If we have, let's say, they allow states to control their resource, the issue we're talking about national ethnicities still exist, whether resource control or not. A Fulani man will never be governor of Osun State, whether we control our gold or not. So it's kind of you're mixing. I'm getting confused with your argument.
My own confusion, my confusion I want to put before you is this: if we know that
you want to put your confusion to him,
that indigenous right is very circumcised to every one of us, very important. Then we have to protect it. Let me give you an example now. I have never heard the federal government of this country addressing the issue of language that are disappearing across that country. But
where
I can see the
Where are you going now?
What has that got? What has that got to do with the federal government?
Is it not state that should be
protected? They make law for federal level how it should be protected and how it should be implemented. That is how I find.
Why can't they make this law
how many languages we have in Nigeria that the government will be fighting for one language?
Wait. Let me learn my point. Maybe you cannot agree with me. That one is where this indigenous something start from now that we are talking about. If we know that it is very, very important, at least the government should try its best to make law to protect it. We leave it open. Those who have strength to protect their own can protect their own. Those who doesn't have strength don't have law to protect it. I hope you get what I'm saying now. Why is everywhere silent? Hello.
I am listening to you.
Now.
So those who have strength to protect their own are doing it. Those who their strength are already be weak, either by state creation or whatever, without consulting the indigenous people, have no law to rush to across the country. Even as we speak, our traditional and cultural heritage, our traditional leaders, there's no law that even protect them.
To do
They
what?
can't talk
Law
to
to protect them from what?
For example, for people not to abuse them, for people not to, for people not just to take an advantage. You know the way our country, when you have money, you have power, you have influence. Maybe they stand for what is truthful. Somebody that have money.
I have a question for you. Sorry. You're living in the West, right?
Yeah.
Your kids are with you.
Yeah.
Be sincere with yourself. Do your kids, do they speak your language?
Yeah, he speaks. At least to 95%. Yeah, because I speak for them.
Do they? No, they can understand, but do they speak it?
They speak. Only say my son now he's not at home. If I wish he's at home, I will tell you to speak for you. He's already a grown-up guy. So
because that is not the job of the government, though. The government will not tell you what language to speak in your house.
Yeah, I know I make a wrong example, but what I'm trying to say is this: we need to make laws. This is what we want. That you, my brother, you must
government
go and sleep.
So just do everything.
Midwest, go and sleep.
I don't rest. Good night.
That's why he said that. He said nobody, everybody abroad cannot have a farm in Nigeria. That was where he came from. So you are in America, you don't have a farm.
Immediately, I'm confused. Well, I'm even, I don't know. Okay.
What's that? I have a farm in even my house in America. The pepper and tomato and everything I eat, I don't buy from the store. My freezer is full of frozen tomatoes and bell, habanero, and everything. It depends on what you want to do. That was where he came from. He said, nobody, no, you show us a video, show us a picture.
No, see what I said. See what I said. Don't change what I was.
To sleep.
No, like what he said got my attention. Look, brother, about family. When I went back to my place, I wept for what I saw. I wept because of the next generation. It's like we took everything from them. Like people we have escorted to a place look like a wilderness. They don't know anything about themselves. They don't even know anything about the land where they settle. They don't know anything about. They are not even. I don't know how to put. If I use the word, not serious, but they are serious to some capacity. But how to navigate it?
Let me Midwest. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. All this food that you are just shouting.
Why do I go to that traditional level? My current governor is trying to be a loggerhead with the king. But when we go back to those 80s, when the traditional leaders were having influence, it was easy for the governor to put things right in everywhere they were. If you talk of how do you say Akintola, you talk of Awolowo and all of them, it is because of the mindset of the people they were leading that enabled them to achieve what they achieved. But today, we are now in a different era where you don't even know who is in control of a land. If you don't know
which one is control of the land that you are talking about?
A governor who is in charge, but what is not getting right? Get my point. What is not right in the society? By the time you start complaining, it's like it's none of his business. Imagine I went to a village where people used to speak before. They are now speaking different language. Is that not
Midwest, you're throwing like 12 points at a time. So one of them, what will be aligned on one of them, obviously. So I don't know, Joe. You guys continue. You are throwing too many points. Like it's hard to follow you, honestly. I'm just.
On a more serious note, thank you to Midwest and Progressive for bringing up that migration from Edo and the impact it's had on you. I had no clue that it was that. It was actually I didn't know, but thank you for bringing that topic up. I'll look into it further on my own. But I didn't know it was that bad for your state. But thank you for that. Yeah.
Yeah, Simba.
Their parents were the one with them. Sorry, their parents. Most of them, their parents were the one pushing them abroad.
Eh.
My pikin must go Italy next week.
But
if you start talking about this thing, we go offend some people.
He said compared to everybody else, they lost more people in their state. To that one,
Their parents were pushing them. Parents were even selling out to send their kids to Italy.
Wait, my dear. But this guy that is talking, I want to take it like this. When people wake up, they don't even have anything to eat, and someone is tribal. Didn't make child tribal? If you want to go to that human trafficking,
that 25 years ago, they were waking up without food.
It was really a disaster that the people were migrating.
You see, things are never going to get better if we make excuses for everything that happened. Why don't we just sit down sometime and accept our fault so we can move on?
What do you expect?
Can we let Chief Gomez speak? Is here. Good morning, Chief Gomez. How are you doing, sir?
But people here, Kinsuni, you can do that. Oh, Diego, Chineke. At 3:33 Central Time, you guys are still on chatting. Y'all are
Uncle Dr. Simba and Dr. Babati are doing word round. So,
is that Ola?
Yes, sir.
Anyway, I'm speaking my language. Please let me practice my language.
You know, Dr. Otuba, we are proud of the Lagos boys so far, huh?
Are you trying to be sarcastic?
I
don't think your governor can even be my PA, Babati. Your governor. I don't think he can be my PA. Or Soro. Or Diego.
What did I do? I said I was praising the Lagos boys' job so far. I don't know what I did though either.
No. Anyway, I just called in. I was trying to play back what was streamed last night. I noticed you guys were still on, so I wanted to just call in and greet you guys and say you guys are patriots. You guys are doing a good job. I appreciate you. For us, the older generation, let's pray that like Tinubu, that Tinubu turns around the fortunes of the country. We are in a mess, but I hold primarily and wholly Emefiele for the rot we have in the system today. So it's rather unfortunate.
So you agree with Cardoso's action so far?
When your name is Gomez and Cardoso, I have to support my brother now.
Here's the problem, right? You see, you're doing the exact thing we've been complaining about. You have to support it because he's got Cardoso, but it's fine.
Charity begins. People say charity begins at home.
Yes, wow. Oh my God!
You hear Cardoso, you hear Gomez. You say I cannot support them. What do you go?
What you go?
Anyway, Tani, she will moderate me.
No, I think it's Mike.
Mike.
Yeah.
Oh, Mike. Okay. All right. Let me let y'all go. I need to prepare for work. Huh? So let me let you go. Mike, how are you? All right.
Mike is
talk.
All right,
You see what I'm saying? He had to support his own. That's the Nigerian way, Simba. That's who we are, man.
You see, that thing that you guys said.
You said you wanted to tackle me the other time. What did I do?
Bishop Glowy. What did you say?
Yeah, what somebody was saying earlier on about saying that I did not know that the migration was that much, and somebody responded that it
I
was
did not know.
deliberate.
I did not know honestly that it was that
Yeah,
bad.
I know, and somebody responded, and the other person now said, I think I don't know if it was Midwest that said that when people wake up and they don't find what to eat. Those migration actually started effectively in the middle to the late 80s, 1988, the first set, in fact, 1987.
Exactly what I said.
86 to
Somebody
88.
said
The
no,
first
I
set.
was wrong.
86.
86.
It's no, not 86. No,
It
not
was during
86.
Babangida regime now. Early
No,
part of
88.
Babangida
No,
regime.
not early.
they were already
88.
returned back. It is
It was
86,
87,
yeah.
88. It was 88. And the
The
first
same
set of
era.
Nigerians that started going were going to Belgium from the southwest, actually. Belgium, last year, apart from the people that
No,
went
no,
to London.
UK, like when you're in Southwest,
No,
man,
almost apart from Ojuan to lost in London, naturally London is
London
almost
ti
every
wà
family in the
tipẹ́
yellow
even
river.
before
London
even before independence.
You
London
guys,
to
don't do mistake. Oh, you know Yorubas are the highest in America too, right?
of course. But what we're saying is that the Jackpot syndrome that
Yoruba, the
started that
highest in
time.
Canada too.
The Jackpot syndrome that started in late 80s, 88, 89. It became it became a phenomenon in 90. And that
No,
90 was where
Bishop, here's how I see the jackpot because I look at it with the number of Oyinbos that was in my school. The jackpot started, the initial jackpot started Buhari when that thing happened. Buhari took over from Chagari. There was some jackpot. The initial jackpot were all these mixed race people and their moms. They
84
went back.
84 lèyí tó ń sọ
Uh,
yẹn collateral now.
84 mo sọ̀rọ̀
those are
pa.
not Jackpot really. Those are
Then
not
our Naija,
Is right.
based on my own personal experience,
Where
so
you start from is very correct. Those
then
jackpot to
our
go
Naija families too
work
that had a lot of ties abroad. I don't know Japa. Then we now had another round. Ni 88. That's
No,
what you're talking about.
collateral. Sorry for
Collateral,
dragging you
sorry.
back. Before the early one, that time you don't need the visa to travel to UK.
Exactly.
You don't need
Those
visa,
that went,
just go now.
those that went to UK, and my brother went to UK in 1981, London School of Economics. That was not Jackpot. I know people that went to UK in 1983, 83, 84, 83. Before those also are not jackpot. People you apply for admission, you go. The ticket was 400 naira. The for ticket by
No,
UK.
Bishop, that's not what I'm talking about. Oh, one jackpot, they didn't come back. They went and didn't come back. And when yellow man sent VHS tapes, you were record Michael Jackson and all. So now they jackpot, they never came back. They never
Anyhow,
came back.
the jackpot name, the jackpot syndrome just started. So,
Bishop,
but the one I wanted to
you are
address is
discussing Jackpot. That's the one you are discussing. Jackpot and
no, I'm not saying that. No. Anyhow, let's keep that and don't let us waste time.
But there
What
were
I
waves
wanted,
of jackpot. So Bishop,
what
it's
I
not like
wanted,
you're wrong. I just remember an earlier one.
no, what I wanted to address is actually the Edo one, the Edo in 1988, 1990. Let's just say 1990, effectively late 80s to 1990. Effectively,
we can say from 93, 95, 96.
No,
that
was when you are here. We are
20,000.
telling you, my cousin was even involved. He was initially in Lagos. He became a pastor in Benin, and that was when he got to Benin. That was when he migrated to Germany that time, because they were also going to Germany, not only Italy.
No, yeah.
I think it was the Edos that first started going to Germany and Italy.
I am stating how it started. From UK. When people, it's not everybody that could go to UK. Then Belgium. Belgium was actually the first, and people that got there was when they were sending things back. Don't forget Belgium that became Tokumbo. That's why the original name for
Belgium to
Belgium.
Belgium. You're right.
Exactly.
You're right.
Belgium, everything. Belgium. This first set of cars they started selling back then was what's this name? Opel. This Opel, flooded Nigeria market. And then after Opel, they were sending Mercedes 200 flat engine, straight engine, and what have you. Then they will pack everything into DAF truck and weld them together. Anyhow, that Edo own is very particular and is very pathetic, because that's now it descended to human trafficking in very large scale. So a certain person will come
all the way from the east. We stay in Lagos. We ask people all the way from wherever. We ask people to send their, and everybody will be struggling, falling upon themselves to send their daughters, some as young as 14, to go and meet one.
There's actually a movie on Netflix about the extent of the trafficking in Edo.
Tell me, I'd like to look at that. Yeah,
I'll tell you if I remember. I watched
know,
it.
I know. I know in the 90s there was this documentary about Edo too that they had some.
Because they use juju to try and hold the family. If you watch that movie, you'll understand the whole thing. I'll look for it.
No, they have to swear an oath.
Now you swear oath now. You swear an oath.
Swear an oath. And
they
then
take their pubic hair and stuff.
And then when they get there, they have like a organized. They have like an organized madam over whether it's Italy or wherever. Those madams for the women though, is those madams are now distribute them to clients in Italy. It's in Netflix. I'll look for it. I'll send it.
Okay. So it became a menace, and people were still, proud about it. They were not really seeing it as a thing of concern. As a thing of concern, people were leaving schools, practically leaving school. Girls, some of them in secondary school, some of them in higher institution, would just disappear. Boom, and the parents would just be waiting. The parents that did not know, apart from the one that actually raised money, sold their houses, and now children got bad that some children were actually selling their houses to Japa on their parents' head. They will sell it while they are there, just find a way to steal the document, and before you know it, everybody. So we were now pushing children into that modern day slavery, and that's why the place that was even initially they were actually going by air. Then later, people discovered this Morocco Spain, exactly. Some of them will go from Lagos to Benin Republic, from Benin Republic to Agadugu. From Agadugu, they will enter Gambia. From Gambia,
I did suspect you.
I'm an area boy. Area boy. I'm a very good boy. I was a very good boy. To the glory of God, I was a very good boy. I did not get mixed up in all this. But you see them happening. You see them happening every day. You see people going. We know people that went and never got it. The people that went never got. They never came back. They never made it. Sorry, they never made it to Europe, and they never never came back. They're gone. So when somebody told us that actually went through the route and you got arrested in Libya and told us how many people got deleted on the way.
What's the hassle?
In the desert. No,
Bishop,
they did not get there.
My secondary school classmate died along the way now.
Yeah, died out of thirst, starvation, and the rest.
Yes.
Can I put something there for you? Yeah, you see, you just narrated everything correctly. Now, there was a time become a disaster when it comes to human trafficking, mostly the women aspect. People were looking for a solution. They don't even know how to do it. The government of Nigeria was trying to do it on their own. It doesn't work. So do you remember when my king came out, the Yoruba of Benin, called all the traditional leaders? They brought out whatever they have.
Mike, if you are listening to us, can do want to come back or can bring him back?
Are you people hearing what I'm saying? When he raised the court against such a thing, even the Juju people, type people, he told them, set them free. Do you know that it has a significant effect from that moment? Do you know that Nigerian government recorded even up to today? The Italian government, they sent someone to come and thank the king for doing that. The German government, and that's what the German government said, we will return the artifact. Something was missing in the life of these people. These are the things I want to talk about. You can't take the power to govern people away because they elect a governor they cannot question, and you think you are managing them. This is my pain. It can't be so. We can't continue like this. Because what my king did that time is still in the record today. People are still afraid now to go and carry somebody. They don't want to put their money there. So we must look for the right medicine to treat our problem. You cannot say because you have the absolute power, you must be the one that will make law for other people to follow. Take, for example, we don't have that king now. We just throw it away some years ago. Who will rescue us from that mess up to today? So, Bishop, we can continue.
Yeah, we need to investigate Bishop a little further. He knows too much about all these routes.
And he kept saying, Kando. He kept saying, "I'm a good person." You know, when people say I'm a good person,
no, he didn't say I'm a good person. He said I was.
a good person.
He said I was.
Okay.
But the sincere truth in it, back then, even though I didn't have any reason. I didn't have any reason or cause to go to see Morocco by Spain. But I had a lot of friends that we sit down and do the mapping out together all the time. Those who are planning and interested. I wanted to go.
It's a map. Okay, don't worry.
You have to know the map now to know where to get to Agadez and to continue.
You don't know anything about it, you don't know anything about it. Yeah, okay.
I didn't have to.
You keep making, you keep getting worse. You keep exposing yourself because it's okay.
I'm not exposing myself, but I didn't have to. But I know people that were doing it.
You know the people.
It was so bad.
You people that are involved that time, what was your motivation?
Me, I go to the airport and I get on the plane and I go to the country I'm going to. I've never had any reason. Any country I will go to in my life by road. May God not allow me to go there.
You see, when the traveling abroad phenomenon really ate, there were boys in Ibadan that I know from and Lagos. In fact, there is a particular story. If I tell you, it will be very funny. One boy that the father was selling cars, I know him. He's a small boy to us. I know the road. I bet would be. Oh, don't go out of your Ramoto, níwájú ó fẹ́ bá wọn fọ mọ́tò ni ó dẹ̀ gbé já ó dẹ̀ bá kan lára àwọn boys. I know I won't mention the names here for somebody like, and then yẹn já sí gan yẹn ya wèrè lórí ó sán lórí gan. I'm sorry I'm speaking, that one sán lórí like mad, and they went to Lagos and they went to Ladipo, and this is real, and they arranged Oluwole, and they arranged passport and visa for the boy.
Correct.
No,
and
Bishop,
visa.
say that one in Yoruba. Say it in Yoruba. Don't say it in English.
I want David Odande of those days. I want David Odande.
Ó dẹ̀ wọlé wọ́n dẹ̀ mú wọ́n dẹ̀ dá padà nírọ̀lẹ́. It's funny. Bọ́dẹ̀ ṣe dé wọ́n ní kó máa rí pé that they only made a mistake. Wọ́n tún gbé wọlé lẹ́ẹ̀kejì. Wọ́n tún ṣe é fún owó yẹn pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ náà. Wọ́n tún ṣe tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì fún wọn fún ní BTA, wọ́n ṣe everything, wọ́n ṣe orí, wọ́n tún different identity, wọ́n tún gbé fún ó tún wọlé lẹ́ẹ̀kejì.
Ṣé ọ̀rẹ́ yẹn ṣé ọmọ ogun ọ̀rẹ́ yẹn ẹnì kò moment ṣé ọmọ ogun.
Kì í ṣọ̀rẹ́ mi ó kéré sí mi o, ọmọ bí àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ àwọn àbúrò wa ni.
Bọ́ṣọ́ ọmọ ogun.
Originally máa kí mi ìfẹ́ dárúkọ. Ó tún wọlé lẹ́ẹ̀kejì, mo lè sọ orúkọ ẹ̀ fún ẹ after mi ìfẹ́ dárúkọ ẹ̀.
Ayé gbà ẹ pálí orí olórí kan tó bá wọlé lórí wọlé ó lè kóyàn tá ti wọlé.
Olórí kan.
Tó bá ti dán wàá jù padà sí Èkó. Next person wàá tún.
So that's how bad it is. One night we were Anshefaji, Masole, Anshefaji, bọ̀bọ̀ kan ó ṣẹ̀ wọlé. Ó wá ń wo kan lára àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ wa mi ní sọ jù báyẹn lọ, mo kàn lè sọ mi tẹ̀ ní dórúkọ ẹ̀. Ó láwọn dẹ̀ jọra wọn. Múdẹ̀lẹ̀ Germany ìjọ Friday lásán yìí o, by Sunday aláyé ti wọ Germany, ó dẹ̀ ju pálí yẹn padà, ó wà Germany mo ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí, that's about 30 years ago. Kí ni 30? That was around 1990, over 30 something years ago. So then it was easy because there were no machine reading passports. Several ọmọ Nàìjíríà ló forí olórí rìn, wọ́n máa tún yọ̀ kan, wọ́n á tún fi mí sí, wọ́n á tún yọ̀ kan. Àwọn ọmọ Olúwọlé ẹ̀ bọ́ ṣe ń ṣe. Níjọ́ tí mo gbọ́ Olúwọlé lórí, níjọ́ tí mo gbọ́ Olúwọlé, the day I had Olúwọlé on Voice of America, I was in Anambra.